And more Iranian missiles fired at U.S. military sites in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar.
CENTCOM says it hit about 90 Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, and missile and drone storage sites. U.S. forces say they are trying to degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz after Tehran hit 3 ships earlier this week.
Fox's Madeline Rivera, President Trump on Air Force One.
They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
He's back at the White House after a 2-day NATO summit in Turkey.
This summit was meant to show NATO's preparing for a new reality where the US takes less of a role defending Europe. But it began with President Trump criticising some allies. Not a problem, said Secretary General Mark Rutte.
I truly believe in families which are able to deal with disagreements and do not try to put them under the carpet. Because you know one day it will burst out and then it's too late.
President Trump and Secretary General Rutte both talked about unity as the summit ended, but they emphasised that unity depends on European leaders keeping their promise to shoulder more of the burden. In Ankara, Turkey, Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner suspends his campaign 2 days after being accused of rape by a woman he dated 5 years ago.
We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be made.
The Maine State Democratic Party has 2 weeks to name a replacement on the ballot to oppose Republican incumbent Susan Collins in November. Bonnie Tyler died. She was 75, the singer from Wales with one of the biggest songs of the 80s there, Total Eclipse of the Heart. America's listening to Fox News.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your saving? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los here with you on a Thursday morning. Some people might call it Stripper Thursday because you're so close to the weekend. You can touch it, but you better not.
You get in trouble.
You get yourself in trouble. So don't do that.
Don't go too crazy on a Thursday night.
You can't. You can't. Now you can tip one back, maybe. You can unwind a little bit, but you don't.
You can get two.
Maybe two. If you can hold your sauce.
That's right.
That's you got to be able to do that.
Not everybody can regulate themselves in that manner.
That's right.
I went and hit the pool with the kids. I think I was the only adult out there with a beverage.
Well,
that's fine.
Nobody knows how to do it right.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
And got home. Wife and I had like one with dinner, and then
there you go.
Did a podcast and went to bed. Wasn't too crazy. But tonight. Ooh, I don't know.
You can't ever tell.
Can't ever tell.
All crazy.
You don't know.
Get all crazy.
Don't judge me.
I would never. Because I don't want to be judged myself. But
you're in the wrong show for that.
No, right.
Bryce looking at you, me looking at you, going like, all right, what's Tug up to today?
Let's tear this fellow apart. Let's pull him apart. Last night we had some friends that had been staying with us for a couple days as their son was playing in a summer college wood bat baseball league. It's called the Sun Belt here in town. It's partially sponsored by Major League Baseball. But so they'd been with us for a little bit because the team is based in Alabama, and instead of paying a couple $100 a night, they just crashed with us. So they took off yesterday. We went on a family walk. It was great. We tried to take the dog with us, and the dog took about 50 steps. He just dropped down, did his business, and wouldn't go any further. He just sat. He walked away from his business, but then just sat down. He didn't want to go any further.
My wife makes it a point whenever I go for the morning run. Now, that's more of a Saturday, Sunday thing.
Oh, yeah, sure.
She's like, why don't you take the dog? And it's all dependent on what time I get out there, because I am not taking my dog out in the middle of the afternoon right now.
Yeah, this was in the evening. It was still warm.
Plenty warm.
Yeah, it's plenty warm out there. And old Cash was just like, "No, I'm good, y'all.
No, I'm happy over here.
Why don't y'all go ahead and I'll just stay right here." And so that's ultimately what happened.
So he quit on it like Plattner, huh?
Yes, he did. He did. That's such a great comparison.
I'm tired.
That's what he did. Well, poor Cash. Well, I guess he could be accused of some things. I mean, there's been a dog that's come in the yard before, and he tried to show his dominance a little bit. So he could have been
not
accused.
in a gay way.
No, definitely not. But
every now and then the left gives you something like that you just get to say, and there's not a whole lot anybody can respond to you with.
Right, because it's there. You're just repeating what they had said.
I wish there was audio of him saying, but not in a gay way, so bad.
Instead of just the quote from the New York Times. That would be great, because we would play that a lot.
That's how you show dominance.
Yeah.
Just not in a gay way.
Yeah, no, definitely not. His the crazy thing is his advisor, who was also the advisor to Mamdani, said, "No, don't drop out. Don't stop." And yet he decided, can't move on, or it was decided for him.
As I told Bryce on the way in, most of the time the way this works is that you're informed the money is drying up. We're not going to give you any more.
And he didn't release his Q2 earnings or donations. So we knew immediately that
the money had dried up.
The money had dried up.
And let's face it, this is politics. If you want to win a Senate seat, and I believe we'll see this play out in the state of Georgia when it comes to John Ossoff, the amount of money that has to be spent in order to remain competitive as we get into the fall, if you're not getting the backing of the DNC, then that's the end of your campaign.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that he was duly elected. That's another thing that they...
that's what we established, correct?
Yeah, we know that they do not care that someone has been selected by voters. It just doesn't matter. They've done it with everybody. They've done it with Bernie. They've done it with Biden, and now they've done it with Graham Plattner. Look, I understand why they want to get away from Plattner. His usefulness has evaporated, but it seems like they'll want to maybe give the voters the possibility there. Let's see if that happens. I've heard they will.
Well, that was his stance for the last several days. Well, it's the will of the voters in Maine.
Yeah.
Look, they're the ones who have elected me to have this run. And then the money's all gone, and the Democrats, because if you can do it, as we pointed out yesterday, if you can do this to a sitting president of deciding, yeah, I know you won the primary, but you're not moving forward, well, then you can do it truly with anyone. And you wonder, because Graham Plattner is the extreme. I mean, there was so much crap that was attached to him. And yet, they were willing to go along with it until the poll numbers had flipped on him, and it didn't look like he was going to be able to compete when he was down 5 or 6 points.
His usefulness had dried up. And so, because of that, they're like, okay, you're done for. They did it with Swalwell, too. And then, totally different, but the same kind of thing. Swalwell's usefulness had dried up, too. He became more of a liability, so they let him cook for all the things that they already knew he had done. Same with Plattner with the tattoos and the first round of allegations.
And when the left tries to make the connection to Ken Paxton running for the Senate in Texas, all right, first off, let's just go through the timeline on this. Ken Paxton, after he decided to go after Big Pharma in Texas, that's when he was facing some of the charges that came down. Once they were all looked at, he got away scot-free. It was a political assassination attempt. And then he had an extramarital affair, allegedly. And they somehow tried to equate that to the stuff that was attached to Graham Plattner. See, we get rid of our guys. You won't do it in Texas because he had an affair.
Yeah, right.
All right, aren't we way past that? I mean, we did bring up, I've smoked marijuana, but I didn't inhale.
Yeah.
Okay, that was during the 90s. We are way beyond that sort of stuff.
I love that Graham Plattner has said, just because I'm dropping out, though, that doesn't mean I'm guilty of what I'm charged with or accused of. I just keep seeing a trail and where there's smoke, there's fire.
How many more do you need?
Yeah, I mean, the first round wasn't enough because they weren't liberal women. So this one finally, and we goofed about it a little bit, which is crazy that the woman who accused him said, well, I was reluctant to bring it up because I support his politics. What kind of weird cult are you in, man? Like, who says that? Even if you believe it, even if you truly believe it to your core, saying it is, I can't wrap my head around her saying.
Do you remember Anthony Weiner?
Oh, yeah.
And the pictures that he had sent to people, and that was creepy enough to where that was going to be the end of Anthony Weiner. All right, that was like the start of Graham Plattner. The pictures were already out there that he was using on Kick.
Yeah.
That was just like the tip of the iceberg. We didn't even get that far down the line before we even got to Nazi tattoo.
Dude, I think we have a cut. I think it's worth playing, Bryce. It's the one of everybody defending Plattner, up until just now.
The obsession with personal purity, we're not hiring a priest. We're hiring a senator. We're going to talk about tattoos and sexting. He gets a hall pass.
I don't give a if somebody had a toxic relationship. Toxic relationships and tattoos and all of this talk about Susan Collins.
He could be 100 times more up than he is. He'd never be as up as what we got in Washington now anyway. What I'm more outraged about is stupid
we can bail
Susan
out
Collins.
because this thing is like,
it goes on a while.
Dude, it's like 3 minutes of that. We don't care about tattoos. We don't care about these allegations. And then all of a sudden you did. When the money dried up and when the polling numbers flipped, then they cared. No, they didn't change the fact that they didn't care about the Nazi tattoo because they were honest there. They didn't. They didn't care about the first allegations. It was when he couldn't help them anymore that they started caring.
I have really appreciated how we have covered this, and then also locally here with the Kimmer Show, where we have both discussed, and Kimmer and Pete were on it yesterday, the fact that maybe the worst Republican senator in terms of voting for the Republican agenda, and especially if we talk about the conservative movement, Susan Collins is the worst one.
Oh,
and yet the Democrats, who she votes with regularly, like, we got to get her seat.
Well, but they do that with their own people. Think about all the people that got voted out in New York City.
New York City.
There were 90+% voted. There were reliable Democrat votes, and they're like, you're not communist enough.
And so they decided, let's get Graham Plattner, a devout socialist who's talked about being into communism, and Bernie Sanders backed. Now, once Bernie jumped out over the weekend,
you knew it was done.
You knew, okay, we're getting to the end of this thing.
Yeah. And Bryce found, remember the vetters? Remember the audio we played of those people that vetted him?
This was back on the 9th.
Yes, the two people a month ago, where especially the man couldn't have sounded more pajama boy.
Oh, my God. When I ran across this, I was like, oh, dear God.
We didn't know about the tattoo.
Yeah.
Well, there was a whole lot of other stuff apparently you didn't know about either.
Yeah, listen.
What are we paying for?
At this point, you hadn't vetted Graham Plattner. You hadn't done a full scrub of who he is. How did you go about vetting him? And why did you?
We paid a nice firm a whole chunk of money and got some stuff back. Some of what you've seen on the news we got back. Other stuff we didn't.
Did the vetting process turn up the tattoo that became so controversial?
No.
The Reddit posts, did that turn up in the vetting process?
The firm sent us a thing, and it had some of the posts, but it didn't have all of them.
And what did you think about that? How did you think your way through the fact that he had posted these things on social media?
I said none of this will or should stop him from becoming a U.S. Senator.
Just his voice. None of the things.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Yeah, seriously, none of the things.
Stop him from becoming a U.S. Senator?
None of the things should stop him from becoming a U.S. Senator. Good Lord.
It's almost like you want to say it, you're also embarrassed to admit
to
say it.
Yeah, it's just because as a human being, none of this stuff is okay or right. So you're like, we need him, we need the seat, we need the power. And a lot of people are willing to admit that. That dude, to your point, is just like, I know I shouldn't be saying this.
That's like me on a college football weekend when my wife has asked, by the time we get to like the 7, 8 o'clock starts, how much have you had to drink? And I go,
One or two.
2 or 3 since the third one?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. 2 or 3 since the third one. That's a great way to put it. That's so good. Like you're not saying 6 or 5, but you kind of are.
Had a few since the 4th or 5th one.
I could be an alcoholic.
Way to go, Ben Burnett.
Yeah, I'm telling you. What a goal. What a goal to have. So he's out. And yeah, we'll see what happens next and see if they actually allow the voters. Because that's going to be, that's the next thing. Do they allow the voters to actually pick the person? And
no.
The answer, dude,
no.
There's not a chance. What are they going to? They're going to do a special election and have people come to the polls?
No.
Are they going to email? How are they going to do it?
They're just going to look at who polls the best against Susan Collins, and suddenly they'll say, we found our answer.
And who's communist enough.
But that was in his video. He seemed like he was very certain, because I was able to watch the whole thing, and I told Los on the way in. It took him 8 minutes into the video to say, I'm suspending my campaign.
Yep.
But he was very adamant, like, we have to do this through a democratic process. Like, he knows, what's going to happen.
Well, he knows the right thing to say. He knows what's not going to happen, and that is the democratic process. And do you suppose that he said that just to rub just to burn, almost like Biden did when they're like, "You're done," and Biden's like, "Okay, Kamala,
yeah, you're fine. You're making me leave the party. I'm leaving a turd in the punch bowl."
That's right. Yeah,
that's what that is.
That's what I thought too. Funny enough, Trump in NATO was. He's always good there. I loved when the lady from MS Now asked him a question, Los, and he was like, "What agency are you with?" He's like, "Oh, that one that's for sale because they're no good."
The one that NBC is trying to distance from.
That's exactly right.
And trying to sell and can't.
It was so good. And look, I love the fact that he's like, no, I don't think we should be trading with Spain. I mean, Spain is led by a Marxist dictator. They have, most recently it was 500,000 people that they naturalized that were from North Africa just to prevent a different party from succeeding because they were leading in the polling. So we'll naturalize 500,000 and let them vote, and then we win again. Amazing how that works. They're threatening to do it again with 1 million people this time.
Strange how we tried it with 20 million.
Yeah, I know, right?
Thank God for Donald Trump and this administration to at least slam the brakes on that for the time being.
Crazy thing is, in Spain, they're like, yeah, that's what we're doing. Here, they tried to lie to you and tell you that the border was closed. I mean, like you were a fool and couldn't see. They're just blatantly honest about it.
No, you have, across Europe, many of these governments that they're dictating what they want to do in order to secure power for all time. And it's against the will of the people. And it's the people that end up suffering from this stuff.
Well, but they don't care about that.
No.
They certainly, the Marxists do not care about that. And I think you're finding that out.
The more mayhem you cause, the more the government is able to control power, seize power, and be the answer to whatever the problem is, which they caused.
Yes. And so Trump also razzed all the countries about, not spending enough. The 5% that they're supposed to spend. That's when the discussion of Spain came up, and he said we're going to pull any sort of trade agreement, trade arrangements with Spain. If Spain doesn't ante up the way they're supposed to, finally the Spaniards, fold and said, well, we're going to. Now let's see if they do it. Different story altogether.
Well, it's interesting when you don't have to use bombs. You can just use economics.
Yeah,
and you can only do it when you're strong.
That's right.
And then as we move over to what is going on with Iran, all right, you get the bombs.
Yeah, there you go. I guess. Congratulations, I guess.
You called for it, but here's how it's going to go.
The worrisome part for me, I think, is all the activity at Pickaxe Mountain that we're seeing and Intel community is seeing, and that's, of course, where, one of the nuclear facilities, because during the memo of understanding discussion, they were saying, of course, we're going to let inspectors in. We're going to let U.S. inspectors and NATO inspectors and UN inspectors in. And I as I said on here many times, I don't trust them. I don't believe what they say. And finally, the administration was like, all right, we've had enough of this. And then they keep bombing ships that are running through the Straits of Hormuz and their neighbors.
I know we're up against it, and so we won't even jump into the audio, but I'll just kind of shorthand this. Donald Trump pointing out that, listen, you can't stop us anyway. It's like if we're going to take whatever we want to take. He brought up Carg Island again.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take it if we need to.
It's like, we'll take it if we need to. It's like, how far do you want to push this?
Yeah.
And apparently it is all the way.
Yeah, seemingly.
There's factions that's the way that they want to look at things.
Well, they think bringing the end of the world to the 12er Islam, they think that's the goal anyway.
That's the goal anyway.
When we come back at Extra 106.3, 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett, what the word racist actually means. Next.
If you listen to Extra, share it with a friend. It's how we grow and how we can reach everyone in the Atlanta community that believes in the American way of life. If you value the station, help us grow by telling someone about the Extra 106.3 app.
I'm so sick of all these cheesy lawyer billboards. You might be too. If you're injured in a car crash, you don't hire a lawyer because they're sweet or strong or the biggest. You hire a lawyer who is recognized by their peers as one of the top lawyers in the state. You hire a lawyer who's going to listen to you, fight for you, and has the case results to prove it. That lawyer is me, Bruce Hagan, the people's lawyer. I've been proudly selected by my fellow lawyers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state, and for 21 consecutive years as Georgia's super lawyer. Hagan-law.com, Hagan-law.com.
Your life isn't one size fits all, so why would your bank be? At Truist, you get a caring and knowledgeable team that really understands you. You get real talk about real life, tools that help keep you informed, and a plan that keeps you ready so you're confident no matter what comes your way. And when all that comes together, it makes you feel unstoppable. Get started today at Truist.com. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Don't believe this nonsense you see on TV commercials about how uncomfortable a CPAP mask is. Take it from me. You wear one, especially the nasal pillow I use, for one night, and you will fight anybody that tries to take it away from you. But if they do take it away from you, you can get more at cpapsetcetera.com, cpapsetc.com, with a store in Alpharetta, same-day shipping. To your health, cpapsetc.com.
Your yard, it stresses you out between the watering, the seeding, the weeding, and mowing. And no matter what you do, you're never satisfied. Have you thought about artificial turf? It's low maintenance, pet friendly, and looks amazing all year round. ATL Turf Co. is Atlanta's top choice for artificial grass installation. Let them build you a custom golf or putting green, outdoor kitchen, or pool deck. They even specialize in custom concrete and stonework. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at atlturfco.com. That's atlturfco.com.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org, helping warriors navigate to success after service.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Still on the fence about a fence? Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Protect your home, your family, and your pets with a brand new fence from Accent Fence. Whether you want the classic look of wood, the durability of aluminum or steel, or the affordability of chain link, Accent Fence builds it right the first time. And with no money down financing available, your dream fence is more affordable than ever. Read our 5-star customer reviews online and see why so many homeowners trust Accent Fence. For quality, craftsmanship, and dependable service, visit accentfence.net today for your free quote.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, July 9th, and here are your headlines. Graham Plattner is out of Maine's Senate race. The Democratic nominee suspended his campaign yesterday after new sexual assault allegations and growing pressure from the Democratic Party and their leaders to step aside. Maine Democrats now have until later this month to choose a replacement candidate to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins. The U.S. is intensifying its military response against Iran still, as Central Command says American forces struck another about 90 additional Iranian military targets, including missile sites, air defenses, and naval assets, after Iran attacked commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend. And finally, new numbers show Georgia's gas tax suspension came with a price tag. State tax collections fell nearly 7% in June, dropping more than $215 million after Governor Brian Kemp paused the state's fuel tax to provide relief to drivers dealing with high gas prices. There's a small chance of storms in the afternoon with another day of sun today. It'll be a high of 93 again and a low of 73. Your Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 Tug and Los until 10. I want to go by the numbers real quick.
But I'll be alright as long as there's light from a math dude. Most people don't like math, they run from the sun.
And I understand why. I do it all the time too. You learned earlier in the show that, it's not my forte. It's not what I'm real good at. But racism was a term that was meant to shut you up about what was happening in your community. I want you to hear the number of times the word racism was used over the past decade. And I'll tell you who from. Term frequency. I found a chart. Kevin Bass is the guy. You can find him at Kevin N. Bass. He's the person that posted it. Term frequency in popular in newspapers. Racists, racism. One form or other of the word. Since between I set it up this way, but between 2010 and 2020, the New York Times used a variation of racist, and the number of times they used it went up by 712% in a decade. 712%. The Washington Post, 361%. The Los Angeles Times, 756%. The Wall Street Journal, which is typically read by businessmen that are conservative. It doesn't change the fact that the Wall Street Journal used it. Between 2010 and 2020, up 468%. It's crazy how much that went up in the past decade. And the chart that they have goes all the way back to 1970. But it wasn't until 2010 that the numbers started jumping off the page. And in the last 10 years, I think, Los, that's probably when everything really started to simmer with the Democrat Party. They decided that this was the word that they were going to hinge every argument on.
Well, I think, and oftentimes this goes back to the Barack Obama administration. If you questioned a policy, let's just say, for instance, cars or cash for clunkers.
Oh, my gosh.
Which was a ridiculous policy.
So ridiculous.
Of getting these clunkers off the road. Well, it was a giant failure. But if in the moment you said, I believe this is a terrible idea from this administration.
Racist!
Are you questioning the first black president?
You can't do that.
You can't do, and it became this silencing weapon because, quite honestly, the very soft spine at the time GOP went along with it almost all the time. Remember, it took until we had, a representative from South Carolina that actually yelled at Barack Obama, you lie, at a State of the Union address for anybody to say anything ever?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you got to remember, they loved it in the last 4 years, too. When they would, at the southern border, take down the fence that had been laid by, the state of Texas to protect the border, they would drive a heister over there or some sort of heavy equipment and just lift it up so people could come pouring into the state of Texas and dare you to say anything about it. Dare you to point it out. Dare you to second guess what the administration was doing. And they use that word again. That way, maybe, just maybe, you would shut up.
Sure.
And you wouldn't say a word. And you would just go along to get along. And we're done with those days. It doesn't matter what they call you. If you're saying things from your heart because you care about your community, you care about the United States of America, say it. Do not fear. Say it without fear. Because I don't care anymore. Los don't care anymore. None of us should care because you know the game. I just gave you the percentages. They're off the charts. They figured out the game. Now you know the answer. Now you have the anecdote. Or not the anecdote. You have the whatever's going to wipe it away. I don't even think of the word I was trying to use there, but that will get rid of the poison.
Do you want? You want me to show you the real world example?
Yes, please.
Of how I've taken part in this, because early on, as I started to criticize portions of the administration, really as we got into the COVID era and then as it got into the Biden era, the response always was, well, we know what to do with this is the rise of the new right. They thought, we'll just call them racist and they'll go away.
And they did for a long time.
I was like, no, that doesn't work anymore. Not with the new right. In fact, I'll give you an example. This was 2025. I said, your favorite bigot will handle the mat roll today on Chuck and Chernoff, and I have all the football stuff and the football that the football gods have intended. Talk to you at 2. Another one. Your favorite bigot will host CNC today. How about this one from 2023? Ha, so tomorrow I'll host Morning Drive talking politics, and you can do nothing about it. I'll host Afternoon Drive, and you can do nothing about it. Doesn't matter what you think. No one cares, and that's how it goes.
And it's the absolute truth.
So the only response is, well, see, if you call them racist, or if you call them bigot, or you call them...
It's worked for so long. Continue it.
And
try it.
And my joke was, here's the phone number to the radio station. Call management. Call ownership. See what they say. But I'll be laughing, and when they hang up the phone, they'll be laughing at you.
That's right. Because it doesn't matter anymore. We're done with caring about that. And I don't know if I said anecdote or antidote, but antidote was what I was looking for a minute ago. Because you know the antidote now.
Here's another one.
Pay no mind to them.
2023, and this was me and Angela Morbido. I said, you should search my Twitter handle and bigot. It's hilarious.
Dude, she is, because she's had a baby. And I don't know what her schedule is, but we got to get her back in here because she is a fireball. She is a pistol. We got to get her back in here one day. Maybe we'll go through the bigot timeline.
Well, this is funny. One of the back and forth actually has an account that's been suspended by X. So I'm like, guess who's still here?
Yeah.
Your favorite bigot.
That's right.
Oh my God.
Your favorite racist.
I mean, according to their own rules.
Yes.
I can't possibly be a racist.
Dude, you check all kinds of boxes.
I know.
Me?
I say whatever I want.
I check no boxes, and I am the embodiment of Satan himself.
Yes, you are. You're the devil incarnate.
Freaking blue-eyed, white dude.
Former military.
Former veteran and Christian. Oh, my Lord.
You're awful.
Dude.
How will we ever escape Tug Cowart's wrath?
Rawr! Just come at you with claws and gnashing of the teeth, I suppose. So I remember when Candace Owens was not completely bonkers, BS crazy.
Time at Daily Wire at one point.
Yeah. And long time ago, something must have went off. There must have been an antenna that went up because they showed her the door. And I remember even thinking, why'd they do that? Now I think I know.
I do think this is a mix of maybe a little bit of madness, but to also go along with what is driving revenue when you're on your own. And Candace Owens is smart enough to know in order to drive revenue, you drive clicks, you drive subscribers, you drive what you need to, especially when you separate from Daily Wire. When you work for Daily Wire, they're paying you, you do your podcast, you do your broadcast, and you don't have to come up and be outlandish. But at some point, something happened. So Candace Owens started off with talking about the Macrons and did the whole becoming Bridget, and basically it's in court and it's going back and forth. But basically that the First Lady of France is a man. All right. Is it interesting? Is it kind of compelling? Is it kind of like, oh, okay. What? At the very worst, she groomed her husband. She was significantly older. Is she a man? I don't know. But that's what the whole talking point has been. Well, what she ran with after the assassination, the murder of Charlie Kirk, was like every conspiracy theory in the book. And what it really played into is crime. And when it comes to true crime, that is the area in the podcast world. It has more listeners, especially women, than anything else out there.
And a great example of that is our friend Phil Holloway got hired by Megyn Kelly and the Megyn Kelly Network to do true crime podcasts. Stories that they knew about, worked on, and or researched and have an opinion on, have some analysis about. And that specific podcast for our friend Phil is blown up, man. It's doing so well,
very popular.
To your point.
So I believe that Candace Owens looked at it, and from an intelligence standpoint,
she's a smart lady.
I'm going to play into this.
Yep.
And it turned into, I'm going to ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one after another, and she just strung along these people into these crazy conspiracy theories. And now that we actually have Tyler Robinson, the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk, on trial, let's just go through the first handful of stuff. You can obviously follow Liz Wheeler, at Liz_Wheeler, because she's there at the trial and she's been pointing this stuff out. For instance, Tyler Robinson is on video on campus 4 times.
That's right.
Because remember, some people he wasn't even there.
Yeah, but you heard that silly conspiracy theory a bunch of times. We know that's not the case.
How about medical examiner's report says the cause of Charlie Kirk's death was a gunshot wound to the neck. So no exploding microphone from Israel.
Which is, I remember, like, that one didn't even hit my radar screen. It was so dumb. I was like, that's silly nonsense.
Turning Point USA turned over HD video footage from their cameras of the shooting to law enforcement. So the videographer did not steal the footage to hide some secret reality about the murder. That was another one. Let's continue, shall we? I mean, because these just stack on top of one another.
There's a bunch.
The lead investigator testified that their big tip came when a person, Tyler Robinson, turned himself into Washington County Police. So he did, and as it pointed out, it's like when they go through the whole timeline of his family getting involved here and turning him in, it's different from what you were getting in the podcast world. And so you can go through all this. For instance, access to the rooftop. Easy. There was a staircase open to the public and a small guardrail that could be hopped over to gain entry to the gravel rooftop. And as Liz Wheeler says, so no Spider-Man ability necessary to get to the roof.
Right. But if you just read the facts of the story, you already know all of this. If you just use logic.
Tyler Robinson took a gun, went up to the rooftop, and shot Charlie Kirk allegedly, but that's what the state's going to prove. And all of this stuff, all this crazy conspiracy, all of this craziness of, well, look how he got hit. Yeah, I remember I was talking to a ballistics expert, and their point was he either got shot dead right in the neck, or he was shot in the chest and the ballistic armor ricocheted it right off into his neck. He's like, that's how you end up getting your chest crushed. Not from an exploding microphone from Israel.
There's nobody with any amount of sense in their head, any amount of common sense, any thinking ability, rational thinker that would think that the microphone exploded. That is so absurd.
All right. I will ask a question because this is how this works. Yep. This is how people play into this. And I don't think it works on Tug because Tug is from an area where hunting is very prevalent. Bryce, did you ever grow up hunting, deer hunting or anything else?
No.
Okay, so if I was to tell you, hey, there was no shell casing found on the roof, would you go, oh, compelling?
Not necessarily. Could pick it up.
Okay, that'd be your first.
But that's a logical
way of thinking. Here's what these people prey on, including Candace Owens. A bolt-action rifle doesn't eject the casing unless you choose to reload. You fire a single shot, the casing stays in the rifle. But you build podcast audience being like, no shell casing was found on the roof.
My goodness.
Bryce is like, well, you just grab it. But most people who don't have any sort of experience hunting with a bolt-action rifle would never know that there is no ejection of the casing.
But also, if you're just listening to it and you're wanting Candace's opinion or whomever the podcaster is, you just want their opinion, then yes, that could even be brought up. Or the conspiracy theory is, but what if that didn't happen? What if he didn't shoot at all? He's the scapegoat. You know what I mean? So you can address that and still go down the rabbit hole of crazy.
So This is what Liz Wheeler ends up kind of wrapping up her entire, as they, again, sitting in the courtroom, here's what's been going on. Says, what is the defense here? A mass conspiracy of Israel, Egypt, France, the U.S. military, Charlie's former security, Erica Kirk, Cabot Phillips, Kash Patel, the FBI, the ATF, Utah police, the judge, and TPUSA all in one plot together, only without a shred of evidence implicating any of them. She finishes up, if you believe that, you need to set down your phone, immediately go to confession, pray in humility for wisdom and discernment, and start reading a rigorous curriculum of the classics to train your mind to think rather than be swayed by cultish emotional groupthink. That's what Candace Owens has been feeding people with this stuff. And the amount of people that when you pointed out some of the more very obvious, well, you must be in on it too.
Yes, you're part of it.
Like you were waiting for the next episode of Game of Thrones and I told you it wasn't good or something. Like you were ready to fight about it. Do you know, Los, that they didn't find a shell casing? Well, I know the rifle that they're saying he used, and there wouldn't be an ejection of a shell casing.
I think just the facts being out there like they are and the cameras being in the courtroom should put an end to any of this silliness. Any of the crazy conspiracy theories, I think it's pretty cut and dry what happened, and I think you'll see that play out in court.
How about this that continued from Liz Wheeler? Somebody responded to her, you are really dumb as a shoe. The vast majority of what you said is factually wrong, but to a bimbo like yourself, the truth means nothing.
Oh,
She's like, specifically, what is wrong? Be specific.
Yeah, just give me one. Just give me one. What do we always say? Just give us one. Give us one place that we're completely wrong. And let's debate it from there. No, and most of the time they can't. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3, 6 o'clock hours, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. Remember this morning, a winning keyword that Kimmer gave you. We will ask for it. And if you know it, when we do, $250 is in your pocket. When we come back, Ebonics. Do you remember Ebonics? I don't expect it to come back. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, July 9th. The Atlanta Braves shut out the Pirates last night in Pittsburgh, taking game 2 of 3 in that series, 3-0. Grant Holmes threw 5 shutout innings before the bullpen took over. The rubber match goes down this afternoon. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound. He'll be opposed by Mitch Keller. First pitch is set for 12:35 this afternoon. You can hear the game's action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The quarterfinals of the World Cup begins this afternoon. France is going to match up with Morocco. That game will be from Foxborough, Massachusetts. Kickoff is set for 4 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This is Tom, the Honest Car Guy, and I'm here with Ron. And I'll let Ron tell you a little bit about his experience with us, and not only that, but the differences between a new car dealership and the Honest Car Guy, because there is a difference, with no doc fees and no addendums. It's kind of straightforward. They get to see what we pay for the car, and that's not something you get at a dealership.
Usually we're back and forth, and then you get like 1,400 pages of paper. And in this case, we did it all online. I mean, it was like, okay, I don't mind doing paperwork once I know that this is the deal.
And you got to see the financing, the numbers up front before you even bought it. You can make that call, and within hours, we can find you the car you want from your home. I mean, I had a customer call me up and say, hey, I bought a car in my pajamas.
If I'd have had some, I'd have been wearing them.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
You've worked hard to make your home energy efficient, but did you think about your garage door? It's the largest opening in your house. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of all Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. This summer, save money on your energy bills and replace your old door with a beautiful, energy-efficient garage door. We offer affordable prices on a huge selection of styles, colors, and custom features. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Summer is here, and hopefully vacation is on the horizon. Whether the beach or maybe you're more of a mountain person, you've planned and saved in order to take some much-needed time off. You planned your vacation. Shouldn't you plan your retirement? You planned for a week in the sun, but have you planned for decades of golden years? Master Plan Retirement works with you to create a holistic, comprehensive retirement plan in order to offer the one thing your time off needs the most: peace of mind. From income and growth, tax strategy, legacy planning, and more, Master Plan Retirement walks alongside you to help ensure your golden years stay golden. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Visit masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. or listen to the podcast anywhere. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
There's a lot riding on every digging project. You want it done and over with. And the utility companies want their underground lines untouched and intact. Georgia 811 helps connect the dots. If you're digging, submit your ticket to us at least 3 business days before the project starts. We'll notify our utility members, and they'll send locators to mark their lines at your site. Georgia 811, connecting the dots for safe digging.
Sponsored by Georgia 811.
Hey, I'm a dog. Every day, I dig. Every day, they fill it back in. It's a whole thing. But then my humans called Accent Fence and had a real fence installed. And now, I can't get out. But in the meantime, the family loves it.
Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Secure your yard with wood, vinyl, composite, aluminum, steel, or chain link fence. And right now, we're making it more affordable with no money down financing. Get your free quote today at 770-995-7463 or book online at accentfence.net.
Hey, I'm Tom.
And I'm Jerry.
And we are
Tom and Jerry's Roofing.
Yes, that's our real names.
And together, we have 70 years in the roofing industry. But taking care of you and your home is our priority and our passion.
But our other passion is taking care of veterans, and that's why every roof we do gives back to the vets.
That's right, Tom. First, we take care of your roof, and then we take care of the brave men and women who protect us.
So if you have roofing issues, from repairs to replacement, call Tom and Jerry's Roofing and help us give back to America's heroes.
Find us at tomandjerrysroofing.com.
That's tomandjerrysroofing.com.
Many Americans are afraid of freedom. Well, duh. I've been saying that for 40 years. It's reflected in the close polling between Democrats and Republicans.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Maybe I shouldn't have an opinion on this one because I speak my Southern English all the time, front office Los. And I can't say that I get it right all the time. Booty tang. You see, exactly my point exactly. But this is silly.
Let's talk about it from your perspective then.
Well, because I do find it interesting. But so what we're talking about is there's these activists that are demanding that Black English be taught to kids in California preschool. New York Post had the article. Los has pulled it for the show.
Yeah, it's from the group, the Black Californians United for Early Care and Education.
The difference, Los, is I was taught the correct way to say things, right? And my accent, it bends the language a little bit, but I know when I see and hear the way English is supposed to be spoken. I know it. And these people are like, no, we don't want to teach them the correct way. We just want to teach them the broken English way. We want to teach them some sort of slang. That way, when they grow up and go into the world, they're not going to be able to speak English.
So Nancy Mace had a post about it, and she was making fun of it because she was talking about pointing out some of the terminology that should be allowed to be used at the developmental age level. And as she pointed out, in other words, not proper English. All right, here is what is completely been ignored since the days of Ebonics and since the days that we're now rolling into. Because phonics learning does work.
Of course it does.
It works. The fact that you had a movement of, well, why don't we do Ebonics? It'll just be a different form. Language is a barrier.
It is.
All right?
It is.
For instance, if you don't speak English, you are treated a certain way.
Yep.
That's how it's going to be. And the same way that when Tug talked about being in France, he took French. He was able to kind of get through it.
It wasn't great, but I was able to order food. I was able to shop at restaurants. I was shop at I still have, some of the clothes that I bought there. And the French are not keen on talking to you and speaking to you in English.
No.
And so they did work with me knowing that I was at least putting forth the effort.
So with that being said, I've often pointed out that when it comes to our business, if you have a strong accent, then you will have only a certain region of areas you're going to be permitted to work in. Tug Cowart can go work in any country radio station in the country. If there was a sports talk radio station in New York, they'd run him out in 10 minutes.
They wouldn't even consider it.
They would be like, they'd listen to it and be like, that ain't going to work.
3 seconds in, they're like, ah.
In the same way that when we have somebody who comes down from the north, we all go, oof, Yankee.
Oof.
That doesn't work.
Yeah. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard for
Language is a barrier. The way you speak can not only give you access, but can also deny access. And to think that this movement out of California wants to instill in these children the inability to speak properly so that no matter where they go and continue to speak improperly, that is going to reduce their opportunities.
And follow them for the rest of their life. Set them up for failure. Everybody knows this. This is not like this is not even a hot take. This is not even, there's nothing to this except no different than you teach them basic math and fundamentals of math. You teach them the English language. There's nothing that should, shock anybody about this.
We use incorrect terminology and incorrect words to drive home points at times.
Yep, that's right.
For instance, if I think that there is a particular topic or a particular piece of legislation or proposal that sounds ridiculous to me, I will say, me thinks that don't make sense.
That's right. But to point out the absurdity.
To point out the absurdity that I'm not calling it dumb. My language is.
Yeah.
Methinks.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. So to see an organization trying to, once again, same thing as what we had, what was Ebonics? Maybe 30 years ago? 20 years ago?
Yeah, somewhere in that. I'll do a quick.
And it was soundly rejected, in part because you did not want to handicap children at an early age and to give them, we're already having problems with the education system, but the idea was, well, you'll pass more children if they're speaking the way that they speak in their home, and that's fine. No, it's a handicap. It's a long-term handicap if you cannot speak English correctly.
1996, so 30 years ago.
30 years ago.
Yeah. Originally, it had come up, and this is just the AI overview from Google, but the term was coined in 1973 by African-American scholars, a guy named Dr. Robert Williams. Distinct patterns of speech of Black Americans, and but then it got the big push. It got the big notoriety in '96 in Oakland, California, when somebody kind of like this activist group did exactly what they're doing. Isn't it crazy, dude, that everything in life is so cyclical? We're fighting against communism again. We thought the Cold War was. I never in a million years, dude. Call me short-sighted. I never thought this would be a thing again. And now this has circled back around.
It is why older generations, there is a wisdom that often gets thrown out the window because they're older. They've seen a multitude of cycles of this. They can tell you about it. They've experienced it. You and I are fortunate. We're at the age where we saw this when we were young, and now to see it as middle-aged men and go, I've already seen this before. I know how to fight it. I know what it is. This is just the next ridiculous idea from an academic in order to justify their grant, their next placement, the next money they want from the state, the next money they want federally from a system. That at some point we're going to have to put out the bat signal for the Angela Morbido.
Yeah.
To get into this because of her work in the education system to see how often this is tried.
Maybe even tomorrow. Let's see if we can get her tomorrow.
Common Core math was the same deal in my opinion. Here, let's have you do math differently to justify my position as the new person who knows how to do math. To think that if Tug Cowart was to walk into any academic institution and if he wrote down on a piece of paper, which we found out is a possibility, yaunt to.
Yaunt to. All right.
Fail.
But that's the thing. In my paper, I would never write it like that.
No.
Though because I've been taught the right way to do it. I recognize the right way to do it. Now, when I say it, it's just part of the access, part of the deal. But I've been educated enough to know.
But to think that these organizations are trying to turn in, now, this be coming from a black perspective, but to make it about you, they're trying to organize a situation in which if you wrote down yaunt to, the professor has to pass you. The teacher has to pass you.
Yeah. All right. Jeet yet? No, Jew. Yaunt to? All right. Yeah, it's the old Jeff Foxworthy kid.
Did you eat yet? Do you want to?
Jeet yet? No, Jew. Yaunt to? All right. Dude, I'm telling you, it's just guttural sounds at this point.
It's like Sling Blade. I'm living through Sling Blade.
Dude, I know. I just showed that to Bryce for the first time. He'd never seen it or even heard of it.
Great movie.
Academy Award winner, if I'm not mistaken. Plattner has made his decision. Next to Extra, I reckon.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Extra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Extra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
Hello, folks. This is your captain speaking. As we prepare to take off, I'd like you to draw your attention to the dimmed lights, lit candles, and soothing sounds of smooth jazz. We'll be making love shortly and taking off in just a moment. Please fasten your seatbelts and enjoy the ride. And this is your captain speaking again. As you can see, we're experiencing engine failure. Looks like we're not going to get this bird off the ground tonight.
Sound like your sex life? Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? If you're struggling with ED, we understand the feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there is help. You need Dr. Deal and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They specialize in treatments like the P-Shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimix. Schedule your appointment today. Call 404-777-1911 and learn more online at tbtofga.com.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House, and now the thought of the day. There's only a few things that a safe from the Safe House can't protect you from. The biggest one is socialist Democrats trying to steal elections. Does that really happen? Yes, it does. So for real security, drop by the Safe House and let us show you how to protect your hard-earned valuables from theft and fire. We are the exclusive Browning and Fort Knox safe dealer in the area. That's right, we're the only ones. So don't go unprotected. Go to AtlantaSafehouse.com. That's AtlantaSafehouse.com.
You know what you get back when you call the Trusted Toolbox? You get your time back, you get your family back, and you get your house back. No more spending weekends fixing loose doors, drywall cracks, or that list that never ends. With our handyman for a day, one skilled professional shows up, knocks out multiple repairs in one visit. Everything from drywall to ceiling fans changed out, painting, trim work, and so much more. Stop working on your house every weekend. Call the Trusted Toolbox, get your time back, and get it done right the first time. Book your appointment today at thetrustedtoolbox.com.
Some moments do not need a crowd, just two people and a question that changes everything. At Solomon Brothers, we understand what that moment means because for over 44 years, we have helped Atlanta choose jewelry that marks life's most important chapters. No high-pressure sales, just the largest selection, honest pricing, and the private time you deserve to get it right. Solomon Brothers, helping Atlanta say I do since 1982. Book a private shopping appointment online.
On the fence about a fence? Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Make the right choice and call Accent Fence. Whether it's wood, aluminum, vinyl, composite, steel, or chain link, Accent Fence can build you the perfect fence for your home. And with no money down financing available, now is the time to get your new fence. Explore fence options and read all of our 5-star Google reviews at accentfence.net. Then call and set up your free in-home consultation at 770-995-7463. For a fence that lasts, visit accentfence.net.
Dozens of targets are hit in Iran. I'm Chris Foster at Fox News.
Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20.
President Trump on Air Force One flying back from a NATO summit in Turkey, where he said he thinks the ceasefire with Iran is over, and it was another night of back-and-forth strikes.
CENTCOM saying some 90 sites were hit, including port cities along the Persian Gulf coast, an airport, and bridges further inland. And that was followed again by Iranian strikes against U.S. military locations in 3 Gulf nations, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. Missiles and drones used in those attacks.
Fox's Greg Palcott. Graham Plattner suspends his Senate campaign in Maine.
The 41-year-old oyster farmer and Marine veteran locked in the Democratic nomination to go up against incumbent GOP Senator Susan Collins in November. But he's faced a slew of controversies, including an accusation from a former girlfriend that he sexually assaulted her, which he denies.
The things that have been claimed did not happen.
Plattner says the decision to withdraw from the race is not an admission of guilt and addressed the Democratic scramble to replace him.
It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people.
Maine's Democratic Party announced it will hold a convention to select a new candidate. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
It's been a second fatal shooting in 4 days involving a crime-fighting task force in Memphis, Tennessee, made up of federal agents and National Guard troops.
The task force was created by the Trump administration as part of a larger effort to crack down on crime in Democrat-run cities. The probe comes after agents shot and killed a man while serving a drug warrant at a hotel Wednesday. The late suspect allegedly pointed a gun at task force members. The same task force shot and killed an armed 20-year-old Sunday during an encounter in downtown Memphis.
Fox's Tom Graham. A double murder suspect in Washington State is shot and killed by police in Seaside, Oregon. Hayes McLeod was wanted for separate murders in Puyallup and Tacoma, Washington, early yesterday. America's listening to Fox News.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your saving? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898.
This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Xtra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 1063. Welcome to the show. I just ran across this as we talked about the return of Ebonics. Or Black English, as it's being described by the group that would like to have it implemented for young children going through school. I saw this. It was posted on Facebook, and it's like, well, what are all the whitest of white terms that you can use?
I think we used a handful.
Yeah, God bless. God bless is good. Geez Louise is one.
Bless your heart.
That's more Southern. Bless your heart, Southern. But okay. Newsflash, buddy. Dude, there's a whole list of them, and it just made me roll my eyes and laugh.
I believe that when you're using words that are not words,
at least these are all words.
At least,
yeah.
But as we said, yaunt to.
Yeah,
is still my favorite one. I can still remember my college roommate, Tyrell Lowe, out of Little Alito, Texas. Everything was. Y'all too?
Yeah,
I'd be like, yeah, Ty.
Yeah,
I want to.
I want to. Yes, absolutely. It's so good. And that's the thing. It just goes back to the education. You can speak how you want. You have any dialect you want, whatever. But it does limit. I've been told my entire career. We've had a discussion about this. Even country stations, for a while, in like the early 2000s are like, hey, you sound too country for a country station.
When we were were we starting to get a little bit more into bro country? Do you think this was the start of
it was even before that.
Even before that.
Yeah. It was the what the consultants were like, you need to we want to hip country up, which probably led into, that was probably the precursor.
See what they tried to do? They tried to move you.
That's right. And
little did they know, the more country the country sounded and got back to storytelling,
right.
the bigger it would get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I remember going into Tug's country studio back when we worked in the old building, and I brought this very idea up with him, and he kind of looked at me like I had two heads. I didn't know what I was talking about. But once again, the Oracle of Atlanta came through for you, country fans.
See, that's all he does.
I helped change the industry.
That's all he does is help folks out. Freaking helping you out this morning, and anybody that's willing to pay attention. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3.
I don't know about this Florida Georgia line, Tug.
I don't know.
We got to fix this. I think that they're the imagined dragons of country.
They definitely were, and about to make a big comeback next summer.
Well, good for them. They'll sell out everywhere.
Everywhere,
They'll be huge.
Because it'll be at this point, 4 or 5 years later, it's almost a hint of nostalgia.
Yes, it is. We're getting near about 20 years of going. Oh,
dude, I'm
I
telling
remember
that. You can't just waltz in here. That's another one of the widest terms. So good.
You can't just
waltz in here and say that you're the Oracle of Atlanta. You can't do that. I love it. Let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
Get away, nonsense.
Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the Morning Xtra here, 'cause the
you're on thin ice, Buster. There's some more. There's plenty more. What are the whitest of white guy phrases? If we're gonna go just dialects, then jump in with that at 404-741-1230. Graham Plattner has stepped out and decided that he is not going to move further with his nomination to run for Senate for the Democrats in Maine. Suspended his campaign under pressures from all corners of his party after a woman accused him of rape. That's according to the New York Times, the way that they frame it. The first rape was, allegation of rape in the New York Times wasn't enough. The Nazi tattoo wasn't enough. Now, finally, it is enough. Now that, and it just kind of came to me as we were listening to that Fox News update, they say former Marine. Marines they're a tight group of people. Once a Marine, always a Marine. That's kind of the mentality.
There are no former Marines, really.
That's right.
You're
exactly.
just a Marine.
Yeah. However, do you notice there's not been one Marine
that has stepped up there? It's
they
to
all
say,
know.
That's our guy.
They all know. They would never. Why would you? Everything that we've learned about this guy has been bad, and they were okay with it because they thought they could win a Senate seat, enshrine themselves with the power that comes, that comes along with that. And there wasn't one Marine that said, yep, that's my guy. None of them.
I just want to point out the timing, because this is a factor. Graham Plattner had so much stuff on him in May, June, and July that we never even got to October. And that's when typically the big guns come out.
Yeah, that's the October surprise, as it's known.
That's when the nastiest of information comes out about someone. Strategically, politically, you hold the nastiest of stuff until the end so that ends up, whether it degrades the amount of people that want to go vote for him or they just decide, oh, that's too gross, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So to think that we had all of this in the summer, we didn't even get to the fall. That's how bad it is for Plattner.
Just a few weeks ago, I was seeing this video on X, and it said, despite knowing he had a Nazi tattoo, serial adulterer, had likely abused women, been accused of it now multiple times. The Democrats there in Maine gave him a standing ovation. This was just a few weeks ago.
Yep.
A standing ovation. And now all of a sudden, it's too far. All of a sudden, You're telling me just a few weeks ago, it was one more allegation. Maybe that's the straw that broke camel's back. I guess you could make that argument. I don't think that's the case. I think they thought the polling numbers are down. Los brought up the fact that he's not been able to fundraise. They never released the Q2 numbers of donation because they had dried up. They saw him now as a liability because he couldn't help them anymore. They were going to look over it otherwise.
See, 2 weeks ago, it was anything to curtail or to hurt President Hitler. And I use that term mockingly, but that is what they have built since 2016. You now have a Democrat Party that firmly believes that Donald Trump is a second coming of Hitler, of Pol Pot. It's every single dictator, horrible murderer, killer, anything you can come up with. They have convinced themselves and convinced their voters of such, so they will overlook anything and everything that would normally be an elimination point. A Nazi tattoo should be the easiest one. Yet when I brought that up months ago, it was, what do you call it? Do you think the Jolly Roger is a Nazi tattoo?
Yeah.
Yes. I actually confused the Jolly Roger with a Totenkopf. And I can go back into my Twitter. You know what? Today seems like a perfect day to give you the whole.
To pull the receipts.
I told you so.
Elizabeth Warren, if you recall, Pocahontas was like, that's my kind of man. She knew all those things. And she still said it. Because at that point, it was still in her best interest to do so. This guy's going to deliver us this seat in Maine. This is worth it. It doesn't matter about all the rest of the stuff. This is my kind of guy. When she said that, she was saying my kind of guy because my kind of guy is about to make me powerful. That's why he's her kind of guy. She didn't care about the rest of it. Didn't matter to her. None of it mattered.
In the interest of taking down President Hitler.
It's all that mattered. He's my kind of guy.
You have to build a mass psychosis in order to overlook what the Democrats were willing to overlook. And then for them to draw the parallels to Ken Paxton, who reportedly, allegedly had an extramarital affair. It's the same. It ain't even close. It's apples and anvils.
But if that's all you have,
then that's really just grasping at straws.
Then you just got to go with it. Yeah.
There's no use in pointing out the hypocrisy of these people because they're always going to be hypocritical.
Yeah,
when you're ruled by emotions, you have no standing in terms of, well, here's my North Star. Here's how I'm always going to be.
There's no, this is too far.
Right.
Ever.
And especially when you've built Donald Trump into what you've built him up to in your mind, the cult will find anyone and do anything in order to curtail him.
Crazy thing about that, Los, is I don't believe that anybody in D.C. really believes that about him. But they've conditioned their voters to believe it. That's the thing. They know better. They know better. I guess most everybody does. But if you take it to the airwaves and the internet and you say it over and over and over again, eventually it becomes true. All they did was use that to train up their army of voters. How do we get them on our side and keep them on our side? Even if Donald Trump does something that they like, they can't give him credit for it because they've been conditioned not to. Graham Plattner was just the next evolution of that.
You want the big secret that the Democrats won't talk about?
Yes, please give it to me.
They know they can't beat him in an election.
That's right. It's been proven.
So this is what they have to do.
That's right.
They have to galvanize their base in the hopes that they can make these people so fervent, so crazy that they will do the nuttiest stuff in the interest of, because people, I think, inherently have an idea that they want to be good.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's instilled in
good and evil. There's what they have galvanized their people to believe is that there is no limit of evil in the interest of what we're telling you is good, which is getting rid of President Hitler.
That's right.
I mean, they'll shoot at him. They'll do whatever they're going to. They will elect a guy who's been accused of multiple sexual assaults with the Nazi tattoo and Reddit and everything else, all that baggage. But they looked at it. It's in the interest of our good, of the good.
Just came to me. Everything that they said about Donald Trump and have said about Donald Trump is embodied in Graham Plattner. Everything, dude.
Every
assault.
thing.
They call him, the assaulter in chief or whatever.
All the silliness. Yeah.
They call him a Nazi. They call him all. Dude, everything they say about him, they wrapped their arms around with Graham Plattner. Dude, I mean, it physically just came to me as we were sitting here discussing. I was like, oh, my God. I was like, Kimmer, oh, my God.
It's what it is.
It's so true. They tell you every day that they're above the fray. They tell you every day that Donald Trump is the worst of the worst. And then they went out and actually found the worst of the worst. And we're going to make him a member of the upper chamber of the government that has decisions over everything you do in life.
Tug, oftentimes, if you want to fight a monster, you have to fight it with a monster. They have built Donald Trump into such a monster that they're willing to create their own, support their own, and be like, just go get him.
Whatever we have to do.
Whatever you have to do.
Like, back to the point about the North Star. There's no too far. There's no...
When you're ruled by your emotions, there is no North Star. There is no way where you say, all right, that's too far. The only reason Graham Plattner is out is he was losing in the polls.
That's it. And the money had dried up. An emotional Graham Plattner, will let you hear from him what it sounded like in case you haven't.
We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be made. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power.
Somebody else's.
And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are.
Crazy thing, Los, is you hear him say that, there's two things. The movement. What is the movement? Nazi tattoos and sexual assault? What's the movement?
What's the fight for?
Yeah. And then he said, I'm not doing this because I'm guilty. Well, then why are you doing it? If you're not guilty of any of it, why are you doing it?
Donald Trump actually went into a New York courtroom and the judge put a gag order on him and told him that he was not allowed to use his First Amendment rights to fight for his innocence. Remember when we talked about that? Your First Amendment rights do not end on a courtroom step.
That's right.
They do not. And yet that man would step out of the courtroom every single day and tell people about how this is wrong, here's the reason why. What I'm asking Graham Plattner is, where's your resolve?
Yeah, this dude went out and fought it when the judge suspended his First Amendment rights, like you're saying, and he found a way because he actually wasn't guilty.
And then got elected.
But then back to the movement real quick. The Nazis were socialists. What is Graham Plattner? He says he's a socialist, communist. Is that the movement that people really are rallying behind? I just struggle with the common sense of socialism, communism, what it's done historically. As we learned yesterday, I'm not the most well-educated man in the world. 3-time college dropout. But I've seen enough of the world and been around it a few times, and I've seen good, bad, and everything in between. And I can tell you, those people that are near socialism and communism are trying to get away from it so rapidly. And you have a person like Graham Plattner and an entire party that's now embracing it. Socialism is for you. Those people at the top, they won't live under it. Mamdani's another example. I mean, he's telling people, make sure you turn your AC up to 78 because we don't have enough power because we've chosen not to have enough power in New York. And now he's wanting to give everybody in his cabinet these gigantic raises.
18% raises at least.
And they just took a big bailout from the state.
Yep, $8 billion from the rest of the state of New York.
How do people not just do the basic math? This is basic math. This is not even algebra.
You just don't want to.
No, that's right. But how can you be so aloof and not pay it? I'm not saying you have to be dialed into politics every day, watch the news, none of that. But just the obvious should help you make and guide you.
What is it we talk about? The world to make a believe?
Yeah.
That is what often is created. I tell you, I'm the new mayor of Reelsville. I look at things and I go, okay, that's bad. Like when I point out, hey, war with Iran. What has been my point about this? No boots on the ground. And I say, nobody cares unless gas prices go up. That's the lesson we learned. So every now and then when we spank them overnight, if we don't lose any soldiers, no one is sitting back saying, like, what is it costing us to keep spanking Iran? No, nobody cares about that. What they care about is, what are my gas prices?
That's right.
So you can bring it up as much as you want. That's the reality. That's the real thing that's happening. And so to have these people that create this different version of reality in order for them to live, in order to feel comfortable, in order to feel justified with their thoughts, a strange place to be in. And that's how you end up with the Graham Plattners of the world.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. We'll continue to discuss this throughout the morning, 404-741-1230. And remember, we've got a chance for you to win $250 in extra cash. We will ask for the winning texting keyword coming up during the show, the one that Kimmer gave you yesterday. Next, Dr. Rich McCormick joins us. He is the U.S. representative in Georgia's 7th District, and he's got a big job fair that's coming up, and we want to help him promote it. And if you need a new job, are interested in making a change in your life, where you might go to get that done. Next on the Morning Extra.
Hey, let's talk about Howard Brothers and Kawasaki. It's your mid-season check-in, everybody. How's your lawn equipment doing? All right, if we're having some struggles, get on over to Howard Brothers. Don't wait for your machine to slow down. Stay ahead with repairs and Kawasaki Genuine Parts. From oils and filters to full-service kits, Kawasaki Genuine Parts deliver the reliability that your equipment needs and deserves. Get your parts at Howard Brothers and trust Kawasaki Genuine Parts to keep your machines running and working as hard as you do. Find a location near you at howardbrothers.com.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Did you know that over 70% of all Porsche vehicles ever built are still on the road today? That's because Porsche Certified Pre-Owned designation is not easily earned. Every Porsche Certified Pre-Owned vehicle undergoes a meticulous preparation process to ensure it's worthy of the Porsche name. At Hennessy Porsche North Atlanta, factory-trained technicians perform a comprehensive 111-point mechanical, cosmetic, and visual inspection while using only original Porsche parts. These rigorous standards guarantee a vehicle that delivers the exceptional quality and performance you expect. With a Porsche Certified Pre-Owned vehicle, you'll enjoy worry-free driving pleasure. Find your Porsche online at HennessyPorsche.com, or better yet, visit us in Roswell to explore our exceptional inventory in person. Hennessy Porsche North Atlanta, where you will always experience excellence.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hi, I'm Tom Stratton from Tom and Jerry's Roofing, a 10-year veteran of the U.S. Army. When my best friend Jerry and I opened Tom and Jerry's Roofing, we wanted our company to be an outlet for good. So with every roof we do, a portion goes to various veteran services and charities. Tom and Jerry's Roofing is passionate about giving you the best service and quality work possible, and that work turning into service for our heroes. So if you need a new roof or a repair, call us. We're Tom and Jerry's Roofing, where every roof helps veterans. TomandJerry'sRoofing.com.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, this milestone is also a time to reflect on the enduring relationship between the U.S. and Israel, our greatest ally. President John F. Kennedy once said, "Israel is not created in order to disappear. Israel will endure and flourish." These words captured the spirit of a young democracy determined to survive. Two nations, thousands of miles apart, yet united by a shared value of democracy, faith, freedom, and resilience. That's flagpinifcj.org. As America celebrates 250 years of independence, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews turns to God in prayer, asking that his wisdom will guide elected officials and lead America and Israel to moral clarity and national unity. Sign up and receive a free U.S.-Israel flag pin when you go online to flagpinifcj.org. That's flagpinifcj.org.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, July 9th, and here are your headlines. Graham Plattner is out of Maine's Senate race. The Democratic nominee suspended his campaign last night after new sexual assault allegations and growing pressure from party leaders to step aside on the left. Maine Democrats now have until later this month to choose a replacement candidate to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins. The U.S. is intensifying its military response against Iran. CENTCOM says American forces struck about an additional 90 Iranian military targets, including missile sites, air defenses, and naval assets after Iran attacked commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend. And finally, new numbers show that Georgia's gas tax suspension came with a price tag. State tax collections fell nearly 7% in June, a drop-off of nearly $215 million after Governor Brian Kemp paused the state's fuel tax to provide relief to drivers dealing with high gas prices. Coming up next, Dr. Rich McCormick will join Tug and Los right here on the Morning Extra. Small chance of storms in the afternoon, but another day of sun today with a high of 93 and a low of 73. The Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10, and Dr. Rich McCormick does join us on the Morning Extra. We're going to be talking about his job fair that is coming up. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. A guy that is out of a job is now Graham Plattner. This is a discussion that we've been having. And I know this is, you're in the House, he's in the Senate, but everybody seems to have an opinion on it. Everybody seems to have a take on it. So I figured I would give you a chance to let our listeners know what you think about this whole Graham Plattner debacle.
Gosh. Well, good morning, guys. Great to be with you today. This goes to show you how unhinged the left is. And when I say that, think about this. They chose to get rid of Joe Biden last second, put in Kamala Harris to take his place, somebody who finished sixth in a primary previously. The Democratic Party has been selecting communists and socialists and unhinged people left and right in their primary system, throwing out moderates. They are getting more and more extreme. 66% of all Democrats now either identify as socialist or communist. Think about the things that they're fighting for now. Men in women's bathrooms, men in women's sports. It doesn't sound very feminist to me. It actually sounds deranged. The fact that they're fighting to keep children from their families so you can transition them behind their families' backs. The fact that they believe in equity, which is a model that doesn't matter how hard you work, you end up the same as everybody who doesn't work. That is as anti-American as you can get. 52% of all Democrats now believe that they would rather live in a different country than America and see the flag as something negative. That's where their party is right now. And the fact they selected a guy who basically has a Nazi tattoo, who's been accused of significant abuse of his partner, just doesn't surprise me at all anymore. It's just a sad state of affairs. Look what they selected for their gubernatorial nominee. Probably the worst, if not the worst, one of the worst mayors of all time for Atlanta is now overwhelmingly selected as their gubernatorial candidate, which gives them great hope that we'll defeat them this coming November.
Dr. Rich McCormick is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. I want to ask you about the rise of the communist movement on the Democrat side. And I bring up your own district, largely Republican, but you talk to both ends, the Republicans and the Democrats that you represent. How weird must it be, especially for people that have been sitting in Congress, often, multi-term, and yet they're seeing a rise of Democrats coming to take their seats in the primary process, seeing those communists continue to move up. That's got to feel very strange to suddenly have people that say, hey, I was trying to represent this portion of my district. Now it's turning to where communists are actually rising up in my districts.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate cyclical thing in politics where people forget how bad it is. And it's ironic. It's ironic that the Democrats have tried to paint us as the fascists. I don't even think they know what fascism is, but when you talk about government controlling businesses, over-regulating it, taxing it, making sure that they choose who you hire and fire, that is fascism by definition, and yet they have this deranged idea that Trump is the fascist, that he's the Nazi. They don't even understand what it means, and that's a problem. I was called a fascist recently at an event I was doing. I was thinking, gosh, I wish you knew what that even meant. And that's part of the educational system that we have, that they've idealized, killed millions and tens of millions of people. If anybody's ever read the book Gulag Archipelago, would know that about 60 million people died from 1917 to 1957 in Russia because socialism almost always leans towards communism and fascism, which becomes basically a dictatorship, because the more and more people rely on a government, the more and more disappointed they're going to be, which means the more and more you have to take power to remain in power. And that's the scariest thing of all, is to think what America means to the rest of the world and how it's been a beacon of light and so successful, has a $30 trillion GDP, far eclipsing any other country in the world, regardless of the size of their population. And yet we are trying to lean away from that with that left side of our politics, and people are embracing it openly. That shows you how far off our educational system has gotten now, where they don't understand the ills of socialism and communism, where it's as anti-American as you can possibly get, and they're embracing it.
Crazy thing is, Dr. Rich McCormick joins us on the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10. Everything that they said about Donald Trump was embodied in Graham Plattner. Now, as we see these socialist candidates continue to gain momentum, for the people that say it can't happen here, what do you say to them, and what's the message you would leave them with? How do we stand up? How do we defend American values?
Let's start with Bernie Sanders, by the way, a guy who's done nothing but talk politics his entire life. He's a multimillionaire who has 2 homes, both worth millions, and thinks that's normal to serve in the government, and that's how you get rich. That there's an aristocracy built in. He came in second to Hillary. He almost beat Hillary in a primary system for the left, and that was a long time ago. Think about that. Think about AOC, the rise of AOC, Ilhan Omar, and how popular they are in their party. They're going to be fighting literally against themselves when it comes to the mainstream left versus this rise of this very alluring idea. Look at Mondavi. Look at the people who are winning in these primaries. That does not sound like a party who's coming to Jesus. That sounds like a party that's going to hell.
Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick is our guest right here on the Morning Xtra. Let's talk a little bit about Georgia, because you have given your endorsement over to Rick Jackson. And we've been fortunate enough, he spent a couple of hours in studio with us. And one of the areas that he talked about quite a bit was business development and the growth of the Georgia economy, which is obviously great for everybody who works here. How much confidence do you have? Because his story is great, but his business acumen has been really impressive over his career.
This guy is one of the smartest guys I've ever met. Whether when you like his personality or his business is irrelevant. I listened to him recently speak at basically an event, and he had such an amazing grasp of the broadest scope of. You couldn't stump him. I was listening to him get all kinds of peppered, non-prepared, and he could answer everything. This guy is going to be a student of the game. I think he's going to work great with Greg Dolezal, who's our lieutenant governor nominee, who's also an ideas guy, a super conservative guy, and I think they're going to work well in tandem to do a great job for Georgia. I mean, this guy literally came from rags and has made it to riches through hard work, through perseverance, through intelligence. This guy is going to learn very quickly how the government can kind of create conditions for your businesses to thrive. Government should never pick winners and losers, but if you can stay out of the way and create an environment where people are allowed to succeed, you'd be amazing you'd be amazed at how successful Americans can be. That's what's been our heritage. And as Calvin Coolidge said 100 years ago as president, the business of America is business.
That's right. It's 100% correct. And look, to Donald Trump's credit, that's something that he does very well in reindustrializing the country and putting people in a position to be successful here in America. And he's speaking out against some of this craziness too. I got this random email from an organization called CARE, which out in Texas, I know the governor out there, Governor Abbott, has put in CARE on their terrorist watch list. Essentially, they were mad at you, Dr. McCormick. Something you had said about Muslims believe that I can force you into heaven. You have to wear a burqa, and you're not going to say and you're not going to do anything. I believe that CARE is a bad organization. They have partnered with communists and socialists to undermine everything that is America. How do you respond to a statement like that from an organization like them? And how do we, again, I always go back to, how do we fight this red-green alliance that's happening?
Well, I'm going to practice what I preach here for a second, because, as you know, I'm never going to win somebody over by vilifying them. So let me assume that their criticism was fair for a second. I'm going to put it in context. What I basically said is, I was at a Faith and Freedom event, and I was talking about how realize you can outlaw abortion, but that doesn't necessarily make those people moral. It doesn't get the mom or the baby into heaven by making an abortion illegal. So I just getting back to the morality side of saying, look, this is still a spiritual choice. This is something we can't just say, hey, these people are bad, and expect that all of a sudden everything good is going to happen in the spiritual world. And I was using a theocracy in this case, where they say, if you teach your kids to read, I'm going to kill you. And where they've warped this religion of Islam into something that's purely evil. And quite frankly, I also made the example of anybody who thinks in the Christian world they can make a law and make people moral doesn't understand that the Constitution is based on a moral people already. The Constitution only works for a moral country, and I would say even a Christian country is the ideal, because it is about the community taking care of itself, so the government doesn't have to step in its place, because the government does everything expensive. And I'm not exaggerating that. Read anything from Milton Friedman or any of these great economists throughout history. The government's the worst kind of way to take care of people. And you can even be, by the way, you can even apply this to parents, that if you are looking to make your kids moral by following them around, make sure they make no mistakes, being a hover parent and making sure that they can't do any wrong, they'll never learn. And they'll never make the right choices. And you have to choose your fate in your spiritual world. And that's kind of what they're referring to. I don't want to vilify anybody. I'm not going to win them over. And I do believe that we need to proselytize. And I do believe we need to have these discussions with people who have different opinions. And I'm not going to speak ill of anyone. I actually called up the head of that organization here in Georgia, who I'd met previously at an event run by some Christian Palestinians who are concerned about what was going over in Palestine, where I met with them. I say, hey, look, I get what you're getting after, and we're talking about all things Israel and Palestine, because I do want to talk to everybody. And I'll do my best not to vilify a religion, but certainly any theocracy that believes they're going to force people to be moral and all of a sudden it's going to get them into heaven, that is absolutely evil and contrary to almost every religion out there. And that's what I was speaking to.
Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick is our guest right here on the Morning Xtra. Let's talk about what we have going on at the end of the month at the Atlanta Marriott in Alpharetta. It's the Georgia 7th District Job Fair. Now, we've gotten a chance to promote this quite a bit. Again, on the 30th, it's going to be 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern. And what you're bringing together, Congressman, are not only job seekers, but businesses in the area. And that face-to-face opportunity is huge. Given the rise of AI and how difficult it is to sometimes get in front of people, this is that opportunity.
I'm so pumped about this. I think this is as basic as it gets. Kind of like when I mentioned, 435, and it gets frustrating being in Congress sometimes when it comes to legislation and passing great bills. But this is one thing we can do. Constituent services is as meat and potatoes to any service we do as you can get. You call my office, I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, we're going to help you. I love that. And this is one of the greatest things. This is our first one. We're going to make it an annual thing, and we're going to get bigger and better every single year. I'm really excited. My staff has been phenomenal at getting, I started counting all the businesses. Now, I'm a Marine, so I have a hard time counting, but I made it up to around 40 businesses that are going to be there offering a lot of jobs. There'll be probably hundreds, maybe thousands of people showing up from all over the area. It's at the Marriott Alpharetta. I'm super excited about it. There's going to be some great jobs from the big hitters as big as, Northside Hospital, Coca-Cola, all the way down to kennels and sheriff's offices, not to be associated with each other. But you understand, it's going to be an amazing opportunity for so many people who are looking for jobs. I hope as many people come as possible. I think it's from 11:30 to 3:30, and I'm super excited about it.
And by the way, for the audience, whether you are a business trying to find some more people or you're a job seeker, it's free. The best word, free.
That's right. Not only is it free, but also there's going to have veteran services there. We'll have my staff there. If you have a constituent service, you have a ton of politicians. They're going to be there from your local reps and state senators. You're going to have myself there, and you'll have Secretary of Labor Kelly Loeffler there to talk about creating jobs, job opportunities. I'm just really excited for it. Once again, if you're thriving, if you're earning a living, and that's what's going to give you value, this is a really good thing. Sitting at home is the worst possible thing you can do for your mental health, as well as your physical health, as well as your financial health. So come on in. If you're looking for a job, it's going to be a great opportunity.
Dr. Rich McCormick doing good work, and we're always proud to call you our representative because both Los and I live in your district and know you're doing good work and heart of gold and a good man of faith and a good man of principle, man. We appreciate you. Go to Dr. McCormick's website. Do you have that pulled up right quick?
Yeah, McCormick.house.gov. You can go to the About Events section. Again, McCormick.house.gov, right under the About Events section, and you will find the job fair coming up on July 30th.
It is also linked up at extra1063.com. So if you want to go to either one of those websites, you'll be able to find out about Dr. McCormick and the job fair that he's put together. Dr. McCormick, thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for serving God and country and my constituents. You guys are the greatest.
All right, buddy. Thank you, sir. A good man there in Dr. Rich McCormick.
Again, 11:30 to 3:30.
Yeah, that's
coming up on the 30th. And
that's a full day.
Free. In fact, if you go to that portion of the site, McCormick.house.gov, and it's under the About Events section, it actually has a QR code. So if you're a company, you want a space in order to be able to find some potential employees, or you're somebody who's seeking a job, either way you can register, and it's completely free.
That's what you need to do. Go do it today and be successful. Dr. McCormick certainly is setting up an environment so you can do that. And I would imagine, especially if you have kids that have just graduated college or getting ready to graduate college, they're home for the summer, this would be perfect.
It's hard to get in front of people these days.
That's right.
To get that phone call.
Because nobody uses the phone anymore.
Nobody wants. You have AI that scans your resume for keywords.
That's right.
It's a lot better when you can shake some hands and meet some people.
Absolutely. Networking's where it is, and it's all about, when we come back, two things Trump needs to do in the next 2 years on Extra 106.3 Tug and Los until 10.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, July 9th. The Atlanta Braves shut out the Pirates last night in Pittsburgh, taking game 2 of 3 in that series, 3-0. Grant Holmes threw 5 shutout innings before the bullpen took over. The rubber match goes down this afternoon. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound. He'll be opposed by Mitch Keller. First pitch is set for 12:35 this afternoon. You can hear the game's action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The quarterfinals of the World Cup begins this afternoon. France is going to match up with Morocco. That game will be from Foxborough, Massachusetts. Kickoff is set for 4 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This is Tom, the Honest Car Guy, and we got a surprise call in from a customer of ours, Travis, out in Jefferson, Georgia. Travis, good to hear from you, buddy. You want to tell a little bit about the experience you had with me at the Honest Car Guy?
The whole experience, honestly, was one of the smoothest car experiences that we've ever gone through, meaning that there's no pressure. There's no runaround. It's just straight up honest service. The price that you guys present or find for you, that's what you are going to pay. And you just get a great deal. I've been educated to a newer process of the car dealership game. You guys have not come in and you're setting the benchmark for how car dealing and car buying and car selling really should be.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Got a home project coming up? Don't miss the All Four Seasons Home Show, hosted by Dan Watkins of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors and Chris Lalamia of the Trusted Toolbox. Every week, they talk with experts from Atlanta's top home improvement companies, sharing tips on plumbing, roofing, landscaping, and more. This week, we have Mike Rawlings from Atlanta Painting Company. So don't miss the All Four Seasons Home Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Extra 106.3.
Summer is here, and hopefully vacation is on the horizon. Whether the beach or maybe you're more of a mountain person, you've planned and saved in order to take some much-needed time off. You planned your vacation. Shouldn't you plan your retirement? You planned for a week in the sun, but have you planned for decades of golden years? Master Plan Retirement works with you to create a holistic, comprehensive retirement plan in order to offer the one thing your time off needs the most: peace of mind. From income and growth, tax strategy, legacy planning, and more, Master Plan Retirement walks alongside you to help ensure your golden years stay golden. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Visit masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Calling all contractors. Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supply is here for you.
We've been family owned and operated for more than 75 years, and we just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia.
We are proud to provide all your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs.
We are partnered with Keystone Hardscape to offer a wide variety of products to enhance any outdoor living space.
Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com or visit any of our convenient locations throughout North Georgia.
I'm so sick of all these cheesy lawyer billboards. You might be too. If you're injured in a car crash, you don't hire a lawyer because they're sweet or strong or the biggest. You hire a lawyer who's recognized by their peers as one of the top lawyers in the state. You hire a lawyer who's going to listen to you, fight for you, and has the case results to prove it. That lawyer is me, Bruce Hagan, the people's lawyer. I've been proudly selected by my fellow lawyers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state, and for 21 consecutive years as Georgia's super lawyer. Hagan-law.com, Hagan-law.com.
Have you downloaded your mobile driver's license yet? If no, why not? The Georgia Digital Driver's License and ID is available in your Apple, Google, and Samsung wallet. It's free, secure, and easy to use. Download it today to skip the line when you visit a DDS center. To learn more about Georgia's digital license and ID, visit dds.georgia.gov. That's dds.georgia.gov. Sponsored by the Georgia Department of Driver Services.
The Braves are turning up the excitement this summer as the Rangers come to Truist Park July 17th through the 19th. Come celebrate Christmas in July on the 17th, complete with a summertime spin on your favorite holiday-themed festivities. And yes, Blooper Claws will be there. The fun continues Saturday with the pregame block party and the Braves Country Talent Search, where fans take the stage and compete in the spotlight in front of a panel of local celebrity judges. Then bring your girls as the series warms up with the Kids ATL Clear Purse giveaway on Sunday. The perfect purse to bring to game days. And then the Braves battle the Padres July 20th through the 23rd. The series begins with a special themed Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood Kids Club Day featuring meet and greets with your favorite characters, a Daniel Tiger's Ears headband giveaway, and more fun. To round it out, the legendary Jermaine Dupri bobblehead giveaway is on the 22nd. So visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets today. Atlanta Braves Baseball, we are Braves country.
The American dream is alive and well with the Victor Armendariz Show. Raised a first-generation American, Victor is a Mexican who grew up witnessing his father achieve the American dream. You will not get spin here, just the facts and opinion from someone who absolutely believes in American exceptionalism. The Victor Armendariz Show. Always available at thepodcastpark.com and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Always good to have Dr. Rich McCormick on. And if you want to learn more about that job fair that he is doing, and it's obviously going to be in his district, in the 7th district. It's over off of Windward Parkway in Alpharetta. But it's open to anybody. Anybody can go. Any business can participate. If you're looking for employees, good employees, or if you're a job seeker, it doesn't matter if you live in his district or not. It is open for everybody.
And considering the heavy hitters that are going to be there, we have just been told that they will also have an opportunity for you and I to be there.
Yeah.
The heaviest of hitters.
That's right. Absolutely. They got to bring out the big guns. Come on.
You know, there's one thing I've learned in this world so far. The only way through this world is through the Morning Extra.
That's right. If you're seeking that next position, your way in this world is through the Morning Extra.
And it doesn't matter if you're running for office or if you're just looking for a
maybe Northside Hospital is saying, hey, we need to add some staff. Your way in this world is through the Morning Extra.
We're kind of like, you know, when the guy at the airport, he's kind of pointing in the direction.
Oh yeah, we've got the light up tools.
That's right. He's pointing you in our direction,
and we're just trying to bring you in. We're saying, hey, come on.
That's all we're doing. We're just.
By the way, another offline topic that I have to bring up. So I've been going back with our good friend Stephanie. I think we're going to try and line out Friday. Her and her husband. I've just got to talk with my wife about, hey, let's go do this. And I think we will finally procure the fanny packs that we have.
Go.
I've been busy for like 6 months.
I know, you've been
every
traveling
weekend
a ton.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Tug doesn't have an excuse.
Yeah, what? I don't know.
Tug just sits around after the show and doesn't.
He's like, just from 10 o'clock till 6 a.m. the next morning, just nothing.
Stephanie reaches out and he's like, Jeopardy on.
Yeah, right. Can't move now.
Can't move now. Jeopardy on.
But
sleep. Couch.
Tied to table. Can't get up.
So
can't leave.
Hopefully, I think our next round of giveaways as we get ready to conclude, coming around the corner, are 250 giveaways, which be listening.
Dude, I'm going to wear one.
The fanny packs along with the yard signs. Because we're gearing up for the fall. We've got to have you with a yard sign in your yard.
Your 250. I mean, your 250 would look good
in the fanny pack.
In the fanny pack. That's right.
That don't get on MARTA because it's clear.
No, right.
Clear fanny pack.
Somebody hit you in the back of your head.
Is that their $250 from the Morning Extra? I'm gonna get that.
That's $250. I think I'll have that. Come here, sir. It's terrible. It's just the worst thing. Don't get on MARTA. Just don't get on MARTA.
Yeah, just avoid if you can.
Absolutely. All right, there's a couple things that President Trump needs to do, Los. 2 big pushes that he needs to do in the next 2 years.
I don't believe he's going to let this go. We talk about birthright citizenship and the ruling that went against him from the Supreme Court, which clearly, when you start getting into the background of what was, why did you have this amendment on the books and the laws on the books to then see people using the anchor baby system and the birth tourism. This was from Nick Sorter. And Nick Sorter had this news from yesterday. It said, President Trump announces he's filing for a rehearing with the Supreme Court. And what is the reason why? Well, according to the document, it says signs and billboards are now being put all over the southern border and Mexico advertising birthright citizenship with delivery starting at $4,000.
Which is the whole point of taking this argument to the Supreme Court. And I was reading about this last night.
Ending an industry.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. You're trying to, and that's not what the founding fathers intended. It's not.
Well, it's not what after the Civil War the intention was for slaves that were born in this country had immediate citizenship, and so did their children. Right. That was the basis. It was not for anyone who was visiting this country who was here illegally.
That's right. 100%
That was
correct.
That was what the congressman and the senator, both from Michigan and Ohio, who wrote it. That's what the intention was.
So when the Trump administration asked for this to be re-reviewed, like they're going to, What they have to get is someone in the majority. I would assume it'll be Kavanaugh if they're able to bring this. And they had to do it within 25 days of the original decision that came down from SCOTUS. And then they have to get a judge in the majority to say we need to re-review this. I would imagine Kavanaugh is the guy because Kavanaugh gave the wiggle room in there. He's the one that said, hey, we can get around this. Here's how it needs to be done. Has to go through Congress. And so I bet he would be willing to because they're going to bring it all because of what's happening in Texas.
And I believe between that and the SAVE Act, these are going to be like the two things he's going to – it's like dog with a bone. Like he is not going to take no for an answer because it really dictates, in my opinion, the next 50 years of this country. That if you have made it to where it is not incentivized to show up here and have a child, and you've made it a point that only people that are here legally can participate in our elections, well, that changes the entirety of the game for the Democrats. That's like the final two legs of the table. I just cut them both out. See you later.
Got my fingers crossed, man.
He's just not letting it go.
And he shouldn't.
No.
Because that's what people voted for him to do. That's what he was elected to do. Everybody knew that this was a big deal because of the open borders that the Democrats rally around, the Democrats are in favor of, and will do again if they're ever given power, if they're ever given the reins again. So I think this is one of those, for anybody who is not on board, questioning, has problem with the fight in Iran, this is red meat to those people. Hey, I haven't forgotten about you. I believe this is a moral cause. I believe this is something that needs to be done. And this is for you. I'm going to continue fighting over here for you too.
Because there will be another Democrat president at some time.
It's going to happen.
Now, will it ever be a Democrat that is surrounded by enough wackos that they reopen the border completely in this way? Because even Barack Obama made it a point to have a secure border. Now, was it as secure as this one? No. They weren't interested in a wall or anything else. Donald Trump has taken border security and ramped it up to steroid level. But there will come a time where there will be a Democrat president that may go right back to Biden-era crazy leftist politics. And one of the only ways to protect yourself is with having a restriction on voting to legal citizens and by making sure that anchor babies do not exist in this country.
100%, man. And I do believe that the people that are in favor of the limits on this are going to be satisfied that Donald Trump has not let it go and that he is trying his damnedest to keep this in front of the Supreme Court because it's worth it. America needs it. It's so important that you have people that have a connection to the country, that care about the country, that are citizens here, and not people who are just dropping babies because they know they're going to get the benefit. They're going to suck up resources from the country. That's America first right there. When we continue on Extra 106.3, Donald Trump is done. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, so New York has elected a socialist/communist mayor. But how, you may ask, is he going to really take New York toward socialism? Well, here's one way how. You might not have known it, but there is a law in New York, a state law from 2019, that limits the rent increases that are needed to recover the cost that a landlord might spend for repairs and upgrades. It's a disaster. Landlords can't afford the repairs because they can't recover the money with raised rents. So the apartments are sitting empty, they don't meet code, and this leaves it wide open for Mamdani to take action to seize those properties by claiming a first right by them if they go on the market or seize them outright. So here are the steps. Number one, a rent freeze. They've done that. Number two, landlords don't have the money to repair and certainly not money to improve these rent-frozen apartments. Next step, the units fall into disrepair. After that, the city will be free to seize them because they're uninhabitable and the owner won't do anything about it. These units now become government property. The city spends some money to fix them up and moves the government tenants in. By the way, you need to know that a lot of these rent-controlled apartments are owned by middle-income New Yorkers with limited assets. They will be helpless to stop Mom Danny and his communist buddies. You don't think he can make these changes? You think that Democrat socialism is a toothless tiger? Yeah, right. You just wait. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
John Ossoff is part of that socialist movement. John Ossoff is part of that communist movement. If you want to see Georgia stay in a place of success like we have been as far as business and just good living standards, you better not invite a socialist.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Another night of explosions in Iran. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Strikes have resumed in full force in response to Iran attacking tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Fox's Alexandria Hoff.
U.S. Central Command confirms a second consecutive wave of strikes targeting military infrastructure in southern Iran, also coastal Iran. These strikes have been described as more aggressive than the initial wave, marked by attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has responded by targeting neighboring nations, including Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar.
Sirens have sounded in Jordan as well. A hearing resumes this morning in Utah for prosecutors to present evidence against Charlie Kirk murder suspect Tyler Robinson.
As prosecutors argued for complete use of recorded statements from Tyler Robinson's roommate in an interview, defense attorney Robert Novak pushed for redactions to not convict his client before trial.
This is another opportunity to violate Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights.
Redactions were opposed by a lawyer for the media and by attorney Jeffrey Nyman, who represents the Kirk family.
If the evidence is being admitted in this preliminary hearing, it should be made public for the world to see.
Prosecutors did agree to some redactions. Day 4 of the hearing today will reveal how extensive those edits are. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
33 people are reported injured when a public transit bus smashes into a FedEx store in Pikesville, Maryland.
Authorities say several civilian vehicles were also involved, including one that overturned. Rescue crews freed one person that was trapped inside the bus, another from a car, with at least one patient reported in critical condition. Officials declared a mass casualty incident as first responders rushed to the scene. The governor, Wes Moore, says the state's coordinating with local leaders as the investigation continues.
Fox's Ted Linder. The Maine State Democratic Party says it'll hold a convention to replace Senate candidate Graham Plattner on the ballot now that he's suspended his campaign after a rape accusation. America's listening to Fox News.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your saving? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898.
You may have seen the Bortz billboard all across town. Let everyone know Bortz is back and his new home is Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. You're close enough to the weekend to touch it. You can't quite yet. You get there soon. Got a little poison this morning. A little early poison gift. Okay. I like it. Here a little later this hour, Tom the Honest Car Guy's in. We've got an extra flashback coming up. There's a lot to do. And at some point there's going to be a request for a winning keyword that will give you $250 in extra cash too.
250?
250.
Wow.
Yeah,
you can do a lot with $250.
You could. You absolutely could. That's right. You could buy I don't know, maybe vote Tug and Los for morning's yard time. So you could buy that. You could buy.
I would say you would donate to that, right? I mean,
well, yeah,
we'll give it to you for free.
Yeah,
if you'll put it in your yard and take a picture.
I was just thinking of things that we might do with $250.
Could get you a song played on the radio.
What now?
Could get you a song played on the radio.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe make it.
Sir, that's called Plugola Payola.
It is. You get yourself in trouble doing that.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe one.
Poor Bryce.
Yeah,
Bryce he's like, Bryce, I got this genius idea. You pay me money. I'll play music. Oh, like every DJ that got in trouble with the federal government.
In the
okay,
50s.
but technically we're not a music station.
You know,
so.
Are you saying like a bumper song?
Yeah.
Like if it were, Talk Dirty to Me or something, they want to hear that.
Why'd you go there?
Why?
Well, it's just,
Well, it's just a Poison
song. Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking like the Jason Derulo.
Oh, no. No, I don't even know that one. Oh, wait. Maybe I do. But still, so I'm trying to help you weasel your way out of
Tell me about
Plugola Payola.
Tell me about this Plugola Payola. And how long did they go to federal prison for?
Quite a while.
How big's the fine? I think I can say it.
You're gonna need the 250.
You're going to and more. That's not going to do it.
All right, I think we'll back off that.
Yeah, just maybe that.
I just love that you and I have been in this business so long that as soon as Bryce said it, we're both like, that sounds like payola.
I don't know about you, buddy. I've seen the way this plays out before. It's like earlier, last hour, we were talking about things being cyclical. It's coming back around.
I tell you, Bryce,
with the younger generation.
There was a time, Bryce, when these DJs had so much power that they were bribed with money, sex, drugs, everything to play records. And so they would build shows around who is giving me the most.
I do it for World Cup semifinal ticket.
I mean, we're trying to help you get out of it, dude. You just keep walking right back into it. Here, there's the poop. I think I'll stand in it.
Oh, look at that. Hey, do you want me to just give you the name?
Yeah.
The 250's yours as long as we exchange some World Cup tickets.
Yeah. Deal? Yeah, I mean, those things are probably going for
$2,500.
Okay, yeah. So,
yeah,
that's
they're getting ramped up as we get closer to the final. Quarterfinals begin today.
Yeah. So who's playing and where are they playing?
France and Morocco, and they'll be at where the Patriots play, Foxborough, Massachusetts.
Okay, up at Gillette.
Yeah.
Or they? I guess it's probably not. It's Massachusetts Stadium or something.
Stadium.
Yeah. With the way they're doing.
It was interesting. The numbers came out, and I don't think it's officially out yet for the U.S.-Belgium game, but the Mexico-England game was the most watched game in America, like history, like across all sports. It had like 44.8 million viewers.
It was crazy. I think, if I remember correctly, the early numbers when it came to the United States and Belgium was approaching the 40 million mark.
Wow.
So, yeah, huge numbers.
Dude, absolutely. And, the folks at Fox are thrilled that America is now, or at least has been not, traditionally a soccer country, but now it is.
They've got to be thrilled that, because if we were talking about France and Morocco, and this was 4 years ago, it's going to do a number, but it's different, in my opinion, when it's in the United States. Like, there's more of an interest because we're the ones hosting this thing along with Canada and Mexico. But as we get closer to the finals, it's in our backyard.
What do y'all think the finals? I mean, like the truly the final game of the World Cup. What do you think that number will look like?
Worldwide or U.S.?
Well, both.
Worldwide, I think it'll be in the hundreds of millions for sure, if not billions.
Yeah. Well, here in the U.S., what's your guess?
With how popular, I think it all depends on who's in it.
Yeah.
I think if you see Messi in it again, it'll be up there pretty heavy.
Oh, you want to know your 2022 numbers?
Yeah, please.
So the average live audience for the 2022 final hit 571 million.
Good heavens.
The 2018 final with France and with Croatia was 517 million on average, and it reached. Now here's the crazy number: the amount of people that checked into it. Because remember, a lot of these numbers are put together of, hey, there were 20 million TVs on, but there was probably more people. The reach was believed in 2022 to be 1.5 billion. Watched at least part of the match.
And now, roll in the excitement, the interest in the United States, that number, I think, is going to be eclipsed by, what will happen here.
Well, they already said, and you have to take this with an asterisk, but the record, they set the record attendance for people attending games. Granted, now they have a round of 32 again, so it makes sense that they broke it. But they broke it pretty early on. I think it's like 5 million fans have attended matches already.
Wow. Yeah, it's a big number, man. Again, nobody can ever say that America's not a soccer country, because it clearly is. There is a market for it when it's good. I don't know that, like we were discussing, I don't know that MLS has it. Maybe they grow some because of it, but once you watch the best of the best, then it's like watching minor league baseball versus Major League Baseball. I mean, I don't know that people are going to be just okay with watching it just be okay. When they could watch the world's best.
There's early conversations of 2038 back in the U.S.
Be crazy not to. Now, I know the America haters will hate it because it'll be more, look how great America is. Everything has gone incredibly well. And can I point out, too, down at Centennial Park.
Our city's been amazing.
It's been extraordinary. That I know of, there's not been a lot of craziness, crime I'm referring to. I don't remember hearing anything recently that is made worldwide headlines because people acting a fool down at Centennial Park. Everything seems to be going really smooth, and everybody's cool, and everybody's had fun, and it's just been that. So I'm proud of that in and of itself, and I see it, in the other host cities. It appears, or at least it's not been in the news cycle that I remember anything crazy happening as far as crime goes. So that's encouraging. When the Knicks won the finals, they set half the city on fire. We've had people from all over the world, and it's been relatively normal.
Yeah.
So it's just chill. A mentality, I think.
It's just chill.
Yeah. I don't think the people in New York have the chill mentality. They're like, oh, let's set cars on fire. Which
just a bus or two and some cars and some other public transit issues.
Did I overemphasize it? Just a couple buses.
I tried to. I talked about this in the past. This was back in the 2005 NBA Finals. San Antonio saved the city of Detroit. Because Detroit was ready to be like, we're going to do it again. Like, no, we saved you.
Yeah, if nothing else.
Saved Cleveland in 2007.
Gosh, man.
Saved Miami. Miami didn't burn anything down.
You did your best to save New York. And
tried to.
Couldn't. Because those fools had to set it all on fire.
Couldn't make it happen.
Tug and Los until 10, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, Tug so bold, deep in the stories, breaking news that's bold.
Sorry, I became Mumbles the singer.
Yeah, I heard that.
It's felt like mumble singing.
Yeah, right. It happens once in a while.
It's inspired. Let's talk about Donald Trump, because while doing the tour, while working and getting all around the world, you want to talk about a guy who ends up basically celebrating July 4th, and then the next thing you know, now he's in Turkey. And now it's a trip with NATO. And he was asked about what is going on with Iran. Now, again, last night we had more bombings. The Iranian point seems to be that they use their time to try and fortify themselves a bit. It's not going to work. You don't have any you don't have a Navy, you don't have an Air Force, you don't have any air defenses. At this point, it's just saber rattling. And if you choose to fire on ships in the Strait of Hormuz, well, then this is what you're going to get. And so Donald Trump was asked about the status of the war with Iran. My point has continued to be no boots on the ground. And as long as fuel prices don't go up, nobody cares on our side. It's not an issue that's going to determine an election. The left is somehow, between Reddit and everywhere else, thinks like, oh my God, it'll keep people from going to the polls. If our gas prices stay low and we don't have boots on the ground, it's just not going to matter.
I'm with you.
It's just not a factor. But this was Donald Trump yesterday while he was on the tour talking about how he now views Iran.
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success. Tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
And they love him.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But
in business, when you can ascertain what the other side's goal is, then it makes it much easier to get to a deal. The deadlines make deals. I know what you want. You know what I want. Let's find a path forward. The issue that I believe that Donald Trump has now gotten to the point is that you have slaughtered, appropriately, as much of their leadership as possible. And yet, whether it's because of their independent network of how everyone operates there, as far as you cut the head off the snake, something else pops up. I believe we're at a point now where he's just saying, if this is institutionally who you are, then we're going to treat you like animals.
Yeah, and rightfully so. But we've known that. I admire the fact that he tried. I wouldn't be terribly upset if he just said, you know what? I've done everything I can for y'all. We're out. Y'all take care of it. Y'all handle it. We've done everything we can. I'm not saying he's going to do that, but I would be just fine as a guy that has sailed through those waters if he said, you can have it. I've done everything. I've given you every opportunity. The Middle Eastern countries even encouraged us. They said they were on board. Then they got weak-kneed. I would be just fine if we pulled everything out and just let them have it, dude. I'm to that point because I don't trust Iran at all, and I would be just fine.
What do you mean by let them have it?
Let them have the Middle East. Let them have the Persian Gulf. Let them have the Straits. Let them have it all.
Iran?
Yeah. No. Well, I'm just saying, let the Middle Eastern countries handle it.
Okay, that's
Israel.
What I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
When you're like, let them have it, I'm like, let the Iranians run the thing?
No, of course not. But I'm saying, turn it over to the Middle Eastern countries. This is your backyard. Just like we're handling the business in our backyard with Venezuela, and at some point Cuba will be taken care of, I do believe. I'm just saying, if he gets fed up to the point where he's like, we cannot do anything else. These countries are not willing to stand on their own to defend their own backyard. I would be fine with him just saying, we're out. Y'all handle it.
Now, granted, the Iranians are Persians, but there is a shared religion. And I don't believe that we have really seen a major conflict between two established countries since Iran and Iraq in like the 80s. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't happen in that way. And so I don't believe anybody else can handle it. And I certainly don't want, because you want to talk about a regional issue, once the Israelis get involved, that's when people start kind of falling back into their own belief system of,
sure,
yeah, not the Israelis. So I think for the time being, we're the only ones that can spank them. And I believe that's just what you're going to have to do. The problem ends up being when you're ruled by ideology, a fanatic ideology, how many people do you have to kill before at least that ideology is less fanatical?
Lots.
Yeah.
And lots and lots. And that's why I say that at some point I would be fine with him just turning over all of the responsibility to those countries that live in the neighborhood and let Israel, lead the charge if they want, or let the Middle Eastern countries lead the charge. But we are done. We're tired of wasting our assets, our money on something that is just not. With the Iranians, they're never going to work a normal deal because they're insane. They're fanatics.
I do believe that what the long-term prognosis for this, I believe, is going to be this. That, yeah, we'll scale back our operations, but there will always be a presence in the area to just every now and then, oh, you're looking to dig out your uranium? here's a cruise missile.
Yeah, tomahawks to follow.
Tomahawks will follow, and that's how. And every few months, it'll be, oh, look what they're doing. Tomahawks to follow.
Right. And then the special operators are going to be involved. The CIA will be involved. It'll be covert. And another thing that I would be just fine with seeing is more people that are, and anybody that's been in the delegation, they clearly know where they came from. Disappear those people. Fix whatever you need to covertly, and just be like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not exactly sure what happened to those guys. They just weren't there. They were supposed to meet with them, and they just didn't show up.
Strange how it happened.
It's exactly. I'm telling you, with covert operations, I think that has, because they know where it's coming from. You've got plausible deniability, and then they recognize the power. They recognize that, hey, these dudes are not messing around. They're not talking on on world news at night, talking about how we're going to bomb you. They're just often the people that are running this, and that's IRGC and whomever else. Start with the most senior IRGC officer. Done. Fix that. Then you do. I feel like you start shaping the way at least they behave a little bit.
Well, in the way that Donald Trump brought it up, he's like, you had a funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini. He goes, we could have hit you.
And we didn't.
We didn't. And then as soon as you're done with it, you start firing on ships in the Strait. It's like, well, okay. That's who you are. I could have hit you, decided not to. You immediately started doing what you're not supposed to. Fine. Now you're going to and that's where I believe he is the civility factor. I don't believe we're going to go after civilian targets at all, not one bit.
No, we're
but this is going to be anything and everything is going to catch a tomahawk or a bomb.
We did hit some infrastructure. We hit some bridges in the north of Iran in this and I think that's more of a, dude, that's all that's left. If we need to make a move like that, we will. It's not what we want to do. But if you continue to do these things, we're going to have to make it very difficult on you.
In my opinion, because this is how militarily this stuff gets planned out, I believe that if we're hitting any sort of targets like that, bridges, roads, whatever, it's so if we ever decide to take Carg Island, there is no response from them.
That's right.
That they cannot roll any sort of armor or anything into the area. That it's just, sorry, we isolated it. It's now ours. Here's what we're going to go ahead and take from you, and then we're getting out of here.
Because we went after air defense, and we went after the commercial boats that they have 50 cal strapped to. That's the other thing. You know what I mean? They have that. And those are the things that we shot at and went after yesterday or the day before. But Randall's like, why don't we just take Carg Island?
That's funny, Randall. It's right where we're going.
Might be.
Good thinking, Randall. Randall, you and I, cycle sisters.
Yeah. David, same way. He was like, we may just have to take Carg Island.
Thank you, David.
And that was what, I had told you months ago when they brought that amphibious naval ship into with that Marine battalion on board. They had at least considered it. So the plans are there if they ever get to that point and need to.
I believe that with what they're doing and what they are setting up that is going to be the decision that if you force them, at least the Iranians, to know you fully lost, it's because we just took your biggest asset and there's nothing you can do about it.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. Liberal John did call in and said said the city of Atlanta has done an amazing job with the World Cup. And he's exactly right.
Oh, no, he said great. He missed us, too.
He did? Where's
he?
He was
like, with no school, I can't listen to y'all as much.
Oh, yeah, it's true. No, he does. He's dropping the little ones off. That's when he catches us.
Yeah. Well, always welcome. Love to hear from you, John. Thank you so much for calling in. I agree.
We're an outstanding host city.
Yeah. We've proven that over and over.
There's just issues when you live in the city.
Yeah, no doubt. Super Bowl, national championships galore, and now World Cup. World-class host city for sure. When we continue on Xtra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. We do a little flashback to when Bill Maher gave the left some solid advice that they just couldn't take. Next on Xtra.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Extra 106.3 app.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. or listen to the podcast anywhere. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
It's Toyota's Big One sales event at Marietta Toyota now through August 3rd. And if you commute every day, the 2026 Toyota Camry may be the one to see first. It's now all hybrid with up to 53 miles per gallon city, an easy way to cut fuel stops without giving up comfort. And with 50 Camrys in stock, Marietta Toyota has the selection to help you find the trim and color you actually want. Every new Toyota includes our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty, limited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own it. And we've been voted Best of Cobb for 2026, Best New Car Dealership, and Best Service Center. For well-qualified buyers, special financing is available on the new 2026 Camry Hybrid, as low as 4.99% APR for 48 months through August 3rd. Visit us on Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota, since 1975. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
4.99% APR for 48 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers qualify. Offer ends 8/3/2026. See dealer for details. All prices exclude tax, tag, and title, and include $699 dock fee and $257 electronic tag fee.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, Trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED, Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
Moments last forever. Since 1982, Solomon Brothers has been Atlanta's trusted destination for engagement rings, wedding bands, and fine jewelry. With the largest selection, a price match guarantee, and one of the strongest trade-up policies available, we make buying jewelry feel personal, not pressured. Because for over 44 years, we have helped Atlanta choose jewelry that marks life's most important chapters. Solomon Brothers, helping Atlanta say I do since 1982. Book your private shopping experience online.
Stovall & Company is a locally owned and operated family business that has been around for 75 years, offering quality wholesale landscape supplies to North Georgia. We just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia at 9500 Union Hill. Stovall provides contractors with personalized expert service from special requests to direct job site delivery for hassle-free jobs and quality relationships at competitive prices. From plants to irrigation to hardscapes, Stovall truly has it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, July 9th, and here are your headlines. Graham Plattner is out of Maine's Senate race. The Democratic nominee suspended his campaign yesterday after new sexual assault allegations and growing pressure from party leaders to step aside. Maine Democrats now have until later this month to choose a replacement candidate to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins. The U.S. is intensifying its military response against Iran. CENTCOM says American forces struck about 90 additional Iranian military targets, including missile sites, air defenses, and naval assets after Iran attacked commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend. And finally, new numbers show Georgia's gas tax suspension came with a hefty price tag. State tax collections fell nearly 7% in June, a drop-off of more than $215 million after Governor Brian Kemp paused the state's fuel tax to provide relief to drivers dealing with high gas prices. There's a small chance of storms in the afternoon with another day of sun today. It'll be a high of 93 and a low of 73. Here's your 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert 770. Get heat, centralheat.com. Coming up before the end of the show, a winning keyword for $250. It's the one that Kimmer gave out yesterday. We'll ask you for it coming up before the end of the show. And if you have it, 404-741-1230 and $250 will be yours of extra cash.
We're going to give it to you in dinero, which is just as good as money.
Yes, it'll be great. And we'll give, I mean, it'll even sound, because dinero's value is quite a bit less than the dollar. It'll sound like even more than $250. It'll sound great.
We'll be like, whoa.
Man, who saw that coming? They're giving all kinds of dinero away over there on the Morning Extra. Want to give a country call out to my buddy John, who shot us a note and just like, I love the fact that y'all just call the Democrats communists, because that's what they are.
Been doing it for the better part of 5 years.
That's right.
I'm just glad more people have actually come around to this mentality that has been percolating and growing within that side of the aisle.
They tell you. It's not like they're hiding it. It's not like they're running from it. They tell you who they are. And all you have to do is say, okay, then if that's what you are, that's what I'm going to call you. It's not like you're speaking out of turn.
This goes back to the Obama era and what really got started with you didn't build that. Your business, that thing that you built, you didn't build that.
That's right.
Elizabeth Warren followed it up.
Joe the plumber, he told that too?
Joe the plumber had asked him the question about spreading the wealth around, but it was Barack Obama who started pointing out when it comes to the use of city services, roads and bridges, everything else. And same thing was Elizabeth Warren. She went down that road of basically telling you that your success does not belong to you. In part, it belongs to the state, which is basically communist belongs to us.
So when we call the Democrats communists, it's with intent. We understand, you understand what they're doing and why they do the things that they do. Now, Bill Maher, he had some really good advice for the left, but they just couldn't take it. Let's flash back.
We said all there is to say, baby, flashback, go ahead and give it to me. Flashback, honey, take us through the night. Flashback.
Bill Maher is a liberal. Let's not pretend that he's not, but at least he does call it like he sees it. And the other day, Los had the story of him saying, yeah, my vote is actually up for grabs, which was a bit surprising to hear from him.
He said that while he had J.D. Vance in studio, and again, he started referencing the direction of the party that it was going. And Bill Maher is much more of a traditional liberal. We talk about it all the time. Bill of Rights, free speech. And to see the rise of communism on his side, that was the part where he told J.D. Vance, my vote is up for grabs right now.
Unreal. I never in a million years thought I would hear a guy like Bill Maher say that. But he had this advice, and they won't take it.
If the thought leaders in the Democratic Party keep encouraging and not rebuking the idea that America is cringe and the people who run Gaza are great, the Democrats are doomed. Alyssa Slotkin's right. Liberals are weak and woke, especially the white ones, and they indulge all sorts of nonsense from their kids, a pattern that then continues on in the Democratic Party. Last election, it was all the gender stuff, the insistence that men can have babies and such, and now I fear that we like the terrorists is the new that. Liberals need to push back on the dumb ideas that come from their children. The Democrats' problem is the energy of the parties with the young and the young are with the terrorists. That's not good. So talk to your children and remind them, you don't really want to live like your heroes in Hamas. All the you do all day, it was all made in America. Your smartphone, your Grubhub, your freedom to bitch about America, it's all American stuff. You tell your phone you want a milkshake and a guy brings it to your house. Please, you couldn't survive a week living in Intifadaville.
All that is so spot on. And yet, the Democrats, because they are communists, they're not changing their point of view. It is the destruction of the United States of America. You've heard it from Mamdani's team most, and he's the de facto head of the Democrat Party at this point. He and AOC, and what do they talk about? Bringing the American empire to its knees, fundamental change. In the last DNC, when they did their party, what the heck is it called? When
their land acknowledgement?
Well, no, but I was
their platform.
When they did the convention. Sorry, yes. I don't know. Couldn't remember convention. When they did a convention, they talked about how they hoped America fell so something else could spring up. Now, they didn't at that point, in that moment, tell you what it was that they wanted to spring up, but all you have to do is listen. And you can fill in those blanks.
I like that Bill Maher went after what essentially is his own audience and talked about you're playing into the whims of children because that's where the energy is. And for some reason, you're falling in line with it. I talk about this with my wife, maybe once every couple months. Every now and then I have to tell her, we're the adults. We're not supposed to be their best friends. And I think she's got it. She's got daughters. And as a mom, at times she wants to have daughters that are best friends. And I try and remind her there's a lot of time for that. Right now, as their kids, our job is not to be their best friends. But that's the mentality, I believe, on the Democrat side that is creating this scenario by which you go, well, I don't want to fight the kids and tell them how it really is. I don't want to have to be the mature one. I want to be the best friend.
But you need to. You need to tell them. You need to guide your friends or your children along. When they're 25, then you can be best buds. Because you've already done your job of rearing them and pointing them down the path of success, giving them the tools to be successful, whether education or trade school, whatever it is. Just the wisdom that you have that they'll implement the rest of their lives. You have plenty of time. I'm starting to see that with my own son at 22, but there's still those times, even at 22, that I'm like, hang on, dude.
Time out here, buddy.
Yeah, let's make sure we're all on the same page here. And I don't have a good example right in front of me, but I remember recently, maybe it was the way he said something to his mama that I didn't care for, and I was like, dude, we don't do that. And you're not talking to my wife that way. She's your mother, but she's my wife. She is my priority, and you will not. And I don't even think it was anything, super dry, but it was just the willingness, the fact that he felt comfortable saying it with that tone. I was like, no, even at 22. So you definitely can't do it at 12.
I do have those moments with my 15-year-old where there has to be the reminder of you are not speaking to your mother that way because you are not on the same playing field as us.
That's right.
We're not peers. All right? And I think that's what is largely happening when Bill Maher brings up the issue of you're letting these young people that are decidedly leaning with terrorists because they think that's going to bring on some global revolution, which the communists are always talking about the revolution. The revolution is always the goal. Never ends. It just keeps revolving around. That's all it does. When you don't have an adult in the room to tell you this is ridiculous and here is why, well, then that's how it festers and it becomes to the point where now you have, especially people coming from other countries or young people, voting for revolution.
And why does this matter so much? That Los would stop his daughter at 15 and say, you're not talking to your mother that way? Because one day, he don't want her being spoken to that way by her own kids. The example will have been set. And Los has this thing where he says, love, if you meet the guy of your dreams and he loves you like I do and he treats you better than I do, then that's the guy to marry. And when they do, that man is going to step in and be like, you don't talk to my wife that way. And she'll expect that. It's an expectation of respect, and I think there's so many layers to this of rearing children and how they turn out, and the things that they're exposed to, and giving them good guidelines, giving them good guardrails, and it doesn't even always have to be political.
So, give them a history book.
That's 100% right.
Yes. Yeah, one of the things I do appreciate about my oldest daughter, she's big into history in the same way that you were big into history growing up, Tug, in the same way that I was the super nerd of History Channel. I couldn't wait. Time Life history books, I'm like, let's have it. Can't wait to read about all this stuff. To know the inner workings of how things happened, and then to dig a little deeper and find out, all right, so what was the story about this? In fact, we talked about this with our friend Kelvin King. Talked about during the American Revolution, it wasn't a majority of the country that wanted to stay with Britain, nor was there a majority of the country that wanted to be independent. It was much more convoluted and much more difficult, where it was almost thirds of people. Third didn't care. Third were loyalists. Third wanted revolution. Yep. When you start to know history, I think you start to get a much better idea, and it makes it easier for you to see the right path rather than the one that's being propagandized to you.
100%, dude. And I think that if you, probably listening now, rear your kids that way, they're going to grow up to have a healthy respect for the things that matter in life. They're not going to get tossed around on whims. They're not going to be at school when they see these people protesting in favor of Hamas. They're not going to be out there with them because they're going to see how ignorant that is, because you've taught them, you've given them the right path.
And let's just talk about the data. We brought this up yesterday. I'm not telling you that your job is to raise conservative children. Not saying that's the job. What I'm saying is that, statistically speaking, those that are like us in terms of how we think about the world, how we think about our country, how we think about religion, the importance of family, statistically, we are significantly happier than those on the other side.
Dude, you teach your kids, if you teach
you want to have
them,
kids?
Yeah. Well, that too. But if you raise them up with a healthy respect for life and their parents and the things that are good in the world, they're naturally going to be conservative. It'll just happen. I mean, it's because they lend themselves to each other. If you have respect for people and you treat them the right way, they're most likely going to turn out to be conservative. You don't have to bring politics at all into the conversation. It's just common sense.
I'll give you the 3. You want the cheat code?
Give them to me.
Graduate high school, stay off drugs, get married.
Yep. That's it, dude.
That keeps you statistically way out of poverty. Those are the 3 easiest things that you want to have your kids say, well, how'd you do it? Graduated high school, got married, stay off of drugs. Ta-da!
It's super simple. And I think everybody in this listening audience, for the most part, is nodding right along going,
and you know the person that did not do one of the 3.
We all do.
And hopefully they got their life together and things, but you know that there was that time where you went, uh-oh, things aren't going well for Dave, and it was probably one of the 3.
When we continue on Extra 106.3, we're going to
you married the wrong woman. Wrong.
That's right. We're going to teach you how to not get ripped off when you are ready to make a big purchase with the honest car guy. Tom Mitchell joins us next.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, July 9th. The Atlanta Braves shut out the Pirates last night in Pittsburgh, taking game 2 of 3 in that series, 3-0. Grant Holmes threw 5 shutout innings before the bullpen took over. The rubber match goes down this afternoon. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound. He'll be opposed by Mitch Keller. First pitch is set for 12:35 this afternoon. You can hear the game's action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The quarterfinals of the World Cup begins this afternoon. France is going to match up with Morocco. That game will be from Foxborough, Massachusetts. Kickoff is set for 4 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Your yard, it stresses you out. Between the watering, the seeding, the weeding, and mowing. And no matter what you do, you're never satisfied. Have you thought about artificial turf? It's low maintenance, pet friendly, and looks amazing all year round. ATL Turf Co. is Atlanta's top choice for artificial grass installation. Let them build you a custom golf or putting green, outdoor kitchen, or pool deck. They even specialize in custom concrete and stonework. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at atlturfco.com. That's atlturfco.com.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy. the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hey, it's Kimmer. How's it going? If you spent the last 20 years maybe making memories in your home, maybe it's time to prepare for the next 20. That's why you can trust Jeff Shea and the team at Peach State Windows. They're helping Georgia homeowners protect and improve their homes for more than 50 years. How about this? 8 double-hung vinyl replacement windows installed for just $39.95. 0% financing for 12 months and a lifetime warranty. PeachStateWindows.com, 770-485-8011. Peach State Windows, ready for the next 20 years.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org. Helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Summer is here, and hopefully vacation is on the horizon. Whether the beach or maybe you're more of a mountain person, you've planned and saved in order to take some much-needed time off. You planned your vacation. Shouldn't you plan your retirement? You planned for a week in the sun, but have you planned for decades of golden years? Master Plan Retirement works with you to create a holistic, comprehensive retirement plan in order to offer the one thing your time off needs the most: peace of mind. From income and growth, tax strategy, legacy planning, and more, Master Plan Retirement walks alongside you to help ensure your golden years stay golden. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Visit masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Oftentimes you hear front office Lowe's talking about Tom Mitchell, and you're like, maybe, yeah, who is this Tom
Who's that
Mitchell?
honest car guy?
Who is this fella that we keep hearing about?
How honest can he possibly be?
What in the world is going on at Extra 106.3? And Tom, the honest car guy, joins us every Thursday, and we just found out, Tom, that you're the whole brand is expanding.
We're trying to expand. We're going to. We're looking at going into other markets right now. We're going through a scaling process, which is brutal. Trying to scale this thing and this business model because we had such great reception from it. I mean, everybody's loving what we're doing, and we're getting, we sell one car and we get 2 or 3 referrals off of it, and it's just going crazy, and I love it because it in a way it tells me I'm doing the right thing. We're doing the right thing for people.
So this is Tom Mitchell, and if this is the first time you're catching one of these segments, Honest Car Guy, honestcarguy.com, 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME the number 1. Tom is remaking the model here. That is what he's doing in terms of transparency, in terms of finding the car that you're looking for. You give him the make and model. He goes to work. He avoids all the crazy dealership fees. And so I got to ask you about that. What part is it? Because obviously, when you're selling cars until 10 o'clock in the evening, when you're working for clients, what is it about this business that has you saying, I want to expand, but also this is challenging for me too?
It is. And what I tell you, the one thing that I feel like I don't like about this business is what got me in this business. This business is it's kind of deceptive. It's dishonest. And we were at a young age, or when we get into business, we're taught to act, so to speak, that way.
Yeah, when you're in a traditional dealership, and this is how it runs,
and that's how it goes. And I was there. I did this stuff. It was laughing and joking and having fun and seeing who could be the most deceptive person in the business. And having fun and making a lot of money in the meantime. But it never really did sit well with me over all those years. And I found an opportunity to get away from that. And when I did, the Honest Car Guy kind of birthed. And when it birthed, it's been taken off. And we love that part of it, of showing the transparency and giving the people a copy of that bill of sale, proving what we paid for the car, and helping these people. That's what's fueling me. It's kind of like a advocate, so to speak.
Well, because as you were talking about being in dealerships the way you were, before you launched Honest Car Guy, and everybody's, kind of going with the flow, doing what the dealership wants them to do.
You get wrapped up in it.
But bucking the system, they're just going to show you the door.
Oh, yeah.
You decided to buck the system. You showed yourself the door. You went on and said, I can't do this. And that's how, like you said, that's how this all launched. But it's all about doing it differently than you did at a dealership, and then making that rapport with people, showing them the transparency that doesn't exist anywhere else.
That's right. And what hurts is so much. I'll give you an example. Nick and Carrie, great people that bought a car from me.
Shalini that worked down the hall.
Exactly. And believe it or not, he's referred 2 or 3 people to me, and I've sold them cars already in such a short time. But there's this one customer, and I hate it for these customers. I feel for them because they look at the Car Guru's ad, or they look in all these different advertising agencies, and they found a truck in Birmingham, Alabama, right? And it's a low price truck. So low that this dealer could take that truck to the auction and sell it and make more money than he has it advertised for. Now, why do you think he's doing that?
I would imagine, just from my perspective, there's some damage that's not being disclosed on that vehicle.
No, really. I looked at it as a clean Carfax and everything else. So,
loss leader?
No, it's a loss leader. It's get you in the door, and good and well when he gets in the door and you say, well, I'm going to pay cash for it. Then they sit there and say, oh, if you're going to pay cash, we have to add another $2,500 because this is our financing price, because they want to sit there and make more money on the financing of the car. So they're putting that low price out there, and dealers across the United States are doing that right now. They're sitting there and advertising low prices. Then when you get in the door, they got all these addendums and all this other stuff. So the part I hate about this business, getting back to that question, is I hate that this customer is going to drive 4 hours. They're going to go there, get treated like that. Get the runaround. They're going to sit there, and if they got to have enough self-esteem to sit there and say, I'm not doing this, and drive 4 hours back with no car.
Well, and you had told us before, months ago, this is Tom Mitchell, Honest Car Guy, honestcarguy.com, 844-SHOW-ME-1, 844-SHOW-ME1, that you'll have dealers that'll tell you, well, no, that's our in-state price. Exactly. Or that's our promo price, but it doesn't apply to you that got you in the door here.
Yeah, that's the one from New York that did that to us. And so, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, because a lot of times you see it in an ad. It used to be in newspapers. I don't know how many people see car ads in newspapers these days, because not a lot of people picking up newspapers anymore. But it was my understanding that all they had to have with the promo, the gimmicky price, but they had to have one, and they could have it in the back, so nobody even ran across it. It was bringing people in under the guise of, hey, we have a lot of cars like this. Turns out it's just one, and it's parked in the back, so you can't even find it.
And a 5-speed manual with no air conditioning. Exactly. We did back in the day. We did order that 5-speed manual with no transmission. I mean, with no automatic transmission, with no AC. And it was a promotional car, and we put that in there. And
did you ever sell it? Ever?
No, we tried not to.
Well, of course,
because we wanted to keep it as our loss leader.
Yeah, that's right. So you keep advertising.
So we sell the air conditioner and everything else with it.
Upgrade.
And I'm learning so much about this business from you for the better part of the last year. Was there ever a point where it's illegal
Oh, it's all illegal.
Well, I'm just saying. Let's just say if I happen to be in the traditional dealership and I had that promo vehicle just as you described, and somebody showed up, is there anything against me saying, "Oh, we just moved that, but I have something similar for you to look at"?
And that's exactly what they did.
Right.
That's exactly what they did.
Maybe unethical, but not illegal.
No, it's not so much illegal
Is that
as
the
long
bait
as it
and
was
switch
there.
maneuver?
Yeah.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah, probably. That's what this was best known as is the bait and switch. But you feel bad, and I do. And this customer, I'm helping her, and I'm saying, look, let me tell you what to do. I hope you can get that car because you know what? If she can get that car, I want to help her. And if I can get that vehicle for her, I'm going to help her. We don't care about not making anything or not selling that car because she is a referral to me, and I want to take care of her because of Nick and Carrie and all
And it's
them.
a referral down the road.
And it's a referral down the road. And the part that I feel bad about, she's going to drive all the way up there. They've been looking for a truck for 2 months. The son's beating them up every day. I got to have a truck, And I just hope they don't give in when they get there and say, well, you know what? Okay, it's only a couple grand more. I already drove 4 hours. That's what they prey on, is that you're going to give in and do that. And we don't, that's where I feel bad about it. So
when she inevitably comes back, unless she overpays, when she inevitably comes back, where do you pick up? How do you help?
It kind of, and I hate this, but you do get a smiling face because I was right, and you sit there and that really shines the Honest Car Guy's business model, because we know those things are happening, we know what's going on, but it's hard to prove it to somebody until they experience it, and once they experience it, then they come back and they say, okay, I got you. And we've done this multiple times, and we've explained to the customer what's going to happen, and they've actually came back and said, you were on point. Everything you said happened. Everything you did, they did it to us.
How hard is it not to go, I told you?
Oh, no. I still want the sale.
I'm sorry.
I do still want that sale.
I am the awful person that starts everything with, I told you so. I would not
those
be
got the receipts usually.
Let's point out one of the key differences, and I think this is a huge factor. Because you are not carrying inventory, obviously you'll have some vehicles every now and then are rolling through. You don't deal with what the traditional dealership deals with how much they have to just make in a month to cover what's on the lot.
That's right. I mean, as I mentioned before, and being in a franchise store, my expenses started out at $350,000 a month. So on day one, I'm trying to make that money. So I can't wait till the last day and say, okay.
Hence the tinting fee or this fee or every single fee that gets tacked on.
Yes. And, the ceramic coats that don't cost $2, $3, $4 grand that actually cost anywhere from $800 to $500 to $1,500.
Is that even a real thing? Because there's been times that I was I don't even know if I believe that that's a real thing.
So here's the deal. Ceramic coat is a great thing, okay, if it's applied correctly. But the truth is it takes more than one day or more than 30 or 45 minutes. Do you go there and they spray it on? That's not a real ceramic coat. Now it may have ceramic in it, but it's not. It's not a real ceramic coat. If a real ceramic coat takes 2 days probably to get it done, they have to break it down, tear it out, break all the paint out, do the paint corrections, let it harden, and then put it back on. And that's a correct one, and that's the one you really want to pay the money for. But they're charging $1,800 or $2 grand for a $49 spray bottle ceramic. And it's done in 45 minutes. That's not a real ceramic coat.
See, there you go. It's things like that you learn. When you hear from Tom, the Honest Car Guy, as we wrap up here, Los, it's so easy to get a hold of him, and I know y'all have been working together for some time now.
HonestCarGuy.com. HonestCarGuy.com. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1. 844-SHOW-ME-1. And when Tom's the one, a lot of times, who will be answering the phone, or they'll get you in touch with Tom very quickly, don't be surprised when you're like, I'm talking to the guy on the radio. Yes, that's typically how it works.
That's me.
Tom, we wish you nothing but success, and hopefully the lady on the way back from Birmingham will pick up the phone.
Hopefully we can get her before she goes there.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, we still got that chance.
Even better. That would be even better. So make sure you reach out.
And remember,
Tom, we just want politicians to be as transparent as Tom are. Tom is.
Don't you wish they were?
Don't you wish they were? Because we ask it, and they usually aren't. But that's a story for another day for sure. 844-SHOW-ME1. When we come back on Xtra 106.3, your judge that was hiding illegal aliens, man, did she get off with just a smack on the hands? Next on Xtra.
It's time for for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, so New York has elected a socialist/communist mayor. But how, you may ask, is he going to really take New York toward socialism? Well, here's one way how. You might not have known it, but there is a law in New York, a state law from 2019, that limits the rent increases that are needed to recover the cost that a landlord might spend for repairs and upgrades. It's a disaster. Landlords can't afford the repairs because they can't recover the money with raised rents. So the apartments are sitting empty, they don't meet code, and this leaves it wide open for Mamdani to take action to seize those properties by claiming a first right by them if they go on the market, or seize them outright. So here are the steps. Number 1, a rent freeze. They've done that. Number 2, landlords don't have the money to repair, and certainly not money to improve, these rent-frozen apartments. Next step, the units fall into disrepair. After that, the city will be free to seize them because they're uninhabitable and the owner won't do anything about it. These units now become government property. The city spends some money to fix them up and moves the government tenants in. By the way, you need to know that a lot of these rent-controlled apartments are owned by middle-income New Yorkers with limited assets. They will be helpless to stop Mamdani and his communist buddies. You don't think he can make these changes? You think that Democrat socialism is a toothless tiger? Yeah, right. You just wait. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
The Morning Extra, every weekday morning from 6 to 10 on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station, Extra 106.3.
The fight's back on. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. There'd been flare-ups during the ceasefire with Iran, now 2 nights in a row of heavy U.S. airstrikes since Iran targeted commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
The U.S. attacks came hours after President Trump declared the ceasefire over in his mind. The United States military says it struck some 90 targets, some near the Strait of Hormuz. An Iranian official accused the U.S. of targeting the area around the country's only nuclear power plant. Authorities in Tehran say 14 people have been killed in the past 2 days.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Iran responds with missiles fired at countries hosting American troops in the region. The supreme leader killed on the first day of airstrikes in Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is buried today after a 6-day funeral procession. In Maine,
we are suspending campaign operations.
Graham Plattner drops out of the Senate race 2 days after being accused of rape. The state Democratic Party has until July 27th to pick a new candidate to face Republican incumbent Susan Collins in November.
In an 11-minute video, Graham Plattner remains defiant, saying his suspension should not be taken as an admission of guilt. Instead, he's blaming what he calls the political establishment for pushing him out of the race. He says these, quote, outside forces have used the allegations against him to kneecap his ability to run his campaign.
It's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The singer Bonnie Tyler died. She was 75.
Total Eclipse of the Heart made her the first Welsh person to top the charts in the U.S. Another 80s hit was originally recorded for the film Footloose. Holding Out for a Hero also appeared in Shrek 2 decades later. Tyler, the daughter of a coal miner, was born Guiner Hopkins. She continued touring into her 70s.
It's Fox's Lillian Wu. America's listening to Fox News.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your saving? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group by diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SHELTER to the number 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898.
Support conservative conversation on the radio in Atlanta by emailing us at sales@xtra1063.com.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to the Morning Extra. If you ever miss anything, go back and listen to it on the Extra 1063 app. You know what we've not done yet? We've not given away $250 in extra cash. We've not done that yet. So
this hour, I promise, we'll do it.
It's definitely this hour, definitely, because it's the last hour of the show. I mean, I'm just connecting the dots for you quick.
And they won't let us do it during Glenn Beck,
or we would. We'd break the rules. We don't care.
You know, I'm down for it to break the rules.
Oh yes. Am I sure about that? I don't know if I believe that.
We were talking earlier.
What were we
taking
talking
bribes?
About what now?
Taking bribes.
Taking bribes. That was the yeah, that was the pay for play thing. Yeah, get yourself in trouble. I don't think you realize the trouble that you could have got yourself in there.
We say
with the payola
young
and
Bryce.
plagola. Yes, that's right.
I wouldn't have told on you.
No, of course not.
But you also got to remember, there are a lot of people out here who hate listen to this radio station and hate listen to the radio show. They would have been the one to report you.
Yeah, man, you got to be careful.
They would have been like, that Bryce, I'm going to take down that guy on that conservative radio station for his plugola payola scheme.
Don't I have to get reported?
Well, not for that. I think. Well, I guess. Let me restate. Yeah, but I mean,
I'll play it safe.
Yes, just don't do it.
But yeah, it seems like the best way is just to not do it. Yeah, and not get in trouble. And here's the other thing: you do sign a paper. I think it's once a year. It may even be twice a year that you have to commit that you're not going to do those things. So you not only be in trouble with like the feds.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get fired.
You'd also lose your job.
For instance, when we have Tom Mitchell, honest car guy, and he comes in, it's readily put in all the advertising. Tom advertises with the station, advertises with the company. I get to go ahead and endorse based on my work that I've done with him and the referrals we've given to other people and cars that he's gotten other people with. Like, we've had all this experience. But let's just say that if Bryce lined out a friendly deal with a local bar and they weren't paying the radio station and they were giving Bryce all of his free drinks and free dinner and free everything, well, that's payola. Now, if you can line it out, good for you.
If you figure out how to do it and avoid the potholes, then have at it. But aside from that, if you just want $250 and you don't have to worry about plugola and payola in your everyday job or everyday life,
you're good here.
You're all set.
This whole hour is a potential $250 moneymaker.
In extra cash, it was the key word that our buddy, the Kimmer, Kim Peterson gave you yesterday. We'll ask for that.
It was tonsillitis.
He's lying.
Oh.
He's like,
Dang it.
It's not tonsillitis. It's something way different than tonsillitis. The fact that that's the word you came up with is fantastic, though.
Call up when we call for it. Just call up Bryce and say the word scurvy.
Actually,
that's what that sailor was concerned about.
Now that because that one makes me laugh even more. We might actually take that one. Just whatever. Just say scurvy.
I was told to say scurvy.
Yeah, that's right. If they give you the correct one, yet also give you scurvy, that's a winner there in my book. Morning Extra and Extra 1063. Dude, the Braves got a win last night after a 3
nice shutout win.
Yeah, 3-0. I was watched the entirety of the game, and I thought for sure because the Braves had a couple guys hit doubles to start the inning. And they just could never push them across. And then finally, Bart comes up. I think it was maybe Michael Harris hit a double or whomever it was. And anyway, Bart comes up and pops a home run. They score another and then go on to win.
Yeah, Bart had actually gotten robbed earlier in the game where it looked like he had gotten just enough of it in that. Listen, I like PNC Park. I think
beautiful.
It's a beautiful looking
I want to
place.
go. I'd love to go see a game there.
I'd love to see a game there.
Catch a night game. Night game is the way to go.
Night game with the city. The bridge illuminating the city.
Yeah, lived there for 4 years. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd
good
love
tip.
to go
That's
there.
what we'll do.
Yeah, I'd love to go there.
But yeah, the left fielder makes a catch against the wall where he just raised his glove up about 2 feet, and you're like, that's should have been a homer. Well, it's not. But I'm glad that Bart was able to come back and get himself one, and the Braves were able to get that 3-0 win, and the bullpen stood up after the 5 innings from Grant Holmes. And you want to talk about a guy that danced around a couple innings?
Yeah, he did.
There was a couple, 2-on, 2-out situations, and he got the right pop-ups and the right plays to happen for him.
Dude, I'll take it anytime we get a Braves win. That's what I want.
It's the first time the Braves have won and the Phillies lost on the same day since June 6th.
Sounds about right.
6th? Good Lord.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's down to two
games, something like that. Yeah. It may
Two and a
maybe
half.
4. I thought it was like 4 over the Phillies and then 2. No, I'm sorry. 2 Phillies, 4 maybe the Marlins. That's.
I thought the Marlins had caught up.
Well, I have this Google machine.
Well, then there you go.
And let me help you with that.
That'd probably be the best.
Yes, the Braves are 3 games up on everyone.
Okay, there you go.
But you are 4 games up in the loss column on both teams.
Let's keep winning. How about that? Let's just keep winning. Okay, here's the other question, because me and Jacob got into it before we get to first thing to know this morning.
Did y'all fist fight?
We're close. Because he's hard to watch a Braves game with.
Is he emotional watching?
Yes.
Oh, man.
So emotional. And he's like, dang it.
He's the worst team ever.
Yes. All the and I see me in him because I used to do the same thing in the silliest of ways. And I'm hoping he'll grow out of it like I did.
He just starts lighting stuff on fire because he's so mad.
He's not got there, but I
starts dragging the couch outside. You're like, stop it, son.
That's right. I see the lighter. I see the matches, so I know the thoughts crossed his mind a time or two.
I've punched my fair share of couches watching sports.
Okay, yeah. Or just...
There was a time. There was a time for me, yeah.
But I grew out of it a little bit.
I still do it.
That's fine. You got time.
Moves at the trade deadline. Anything? Do you think we will actually make a good move? Do you think they'll make any move? Big splash, small splash?
Here's your problem. The trade deadline is, I believe, August 2nd or 3rd this year.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to get through, but you've got to still... Here's the problem you run into. There's still a little bit of summer left in the Northeast and a handful of other markets. They do not want to signal that the season is over until it's time because you still want as many fans to come through there as possible. It's different when the trade deadline comes down just after the All-Star break. That's not how it is anymore. And with a second wild card in every single league, it keeps more teams in it for longer. So you have to be terrible in order to signal the white flag and have players available.
So I'm guessing the answer then is probably no.
I just don't think it's a significant move.
Yeah.
I would like to see Scooble, but that's dreaming. It's not going to happen.
Oh, let's look at it like this. If you want to talk about Detroit right now is 4 games out of the second wild card in the American League. And they are sitting at 42-50. If they go on a one week of good baseball, they're right back in it. That's the problem you run into. The only teams that are really out of it at this point, Los Angeles Angels are 9.5 out. San Francisco is 12.5 out. The Mets are 12 out. The Rockies are 12.5 out. Everybody else is still in this. So you're picking from the worst teams in baseball.
And they probably don't have much to offer up. So there you go. Just kind of idea. I just want to prepare people for what's down the pike because there's going to be people that are mad that they don't end up with Scooble or whomever else.
You will end up making a deal. For instance, like a Logan Webb from San Francisco. And then you'll be surprised when you're like, oh, he's 5-7 with a nearly 4 ERA. Well, that's what's available when teams are out of it.
Yeah.
He's a pretty low IQ individual.
I don't know if that's true about
that was a
Logan
misclick.
Webb.
I apologize. That's on me.
What were you trying to play?
I was trying to just switch tabs. And I apologize.
He's a low IQ individual, that Logan Webb.
Now I got to look into it.
Yeah, where's he from? If he's from here, that's going to be the worst.
Let's see. Born in Rockland, California.
Okay, all right.
Let's see.
Well, he might be a low IQ individual. It actually could have actually been deadly accurate.
It looks like he. Oh wow! Look, he had an international career as well.
Big time. There we go. That's not the most flattering picture they have up on him.
No, he kind of looks like a guy that drives in a windowless van with getaway speed.
That's right. Morning Xtra and Xtra 1063. Let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
You dumb person.
Maybe I'm just a fan of deterrence. because they work in my house. And a lot of times in society, if you make something a big enough deterrent, well, people won't do it. For instance, on the big scale, if you kill 5 million people worldwide with the release of a virus, then maybe somebody should go to prison for that. Because you keep the next person from having any interest in gain-of-function research. Just hypothetically speaking.
Yeah,
just saying out there. In the same way that in the 90s, we had the 3 strikes and you're out, and there was quite a lot of people, they caught cases that put them in jail for much longer than they probably should have been in. Back then, it was like, okay, it wasn't that much marijuana. It wasn't like you were going to distribute it, but catch a case. Here's what it is. But you have these as a deterrent. Well, that's where I bring up Judge Hannah Dugan. Now, you might remember that name.
I do.
Because this was the story that would get Tug not hot and bothered, hot.
Dude, it pissed me off so bad.
That a domestic violence case.
With the victim sitting in front of them.
That included an illegal. At one point, when the judge found out that ICE had entered the building, she personally escorted the illegal out of the building. Now, at that point, I don't believe you can be a judge any longer.
Agreed.
Let's face it. I think that any part, as far as law practice, has to be out the window. But you also want a deterrent. Because if a judge at the highest level is willing to take an illegal who is on trial for domestic violence, it wasn't like it was a jaywalking offense, it wasn't like a speeding ticket. Okay, it was a domestic violence issue. And to personally walk them out of the building because it probably agrees with her politics.
Oh, it definitely does. She's an avid Democrat. She's out front with her politics.
Well, in this case, what did Judge Hannah Dugan get? She was spared prison time and was sentenced $5,000. That's it.
This woman was put in position to call balls and strikes, to be a fair arbiter of the law, and chose to throw it all away because her politics told her to. So now it tells me that the person you sit in front of, and I don't know what you're, accused of, but you better know the politics of the judge that you're sitting in front of, and so should your lawyer, because now the politics of the judge is in play in the American judicial system.
And let me point it out this way. If Tug Coward had been sitting in that courtroom as some sort of observer, and he did the exact same thing, that is the obstruction of federal law enforcement, and Tug would be looking at 15 to 21 months. And I'm willing to bet, depending on the administration, he probably gets it.
Absolutely would get it.
Whoever's making that call. In this case, Hannah Dugan gets a $5,000 fine. And all I've been told is, well, there's no two-tier justice system.
Oh, yes,
no
there
one's
is.
above the law.
Dude, they just, it was several years ago before Trump was reelected, we talked about the banana republic that we seem to be living in. This has solidified it, dude. Your legal system is no longer blind. The veil has been lifted off of the Lady Justice.
The politics is a factor depending on the case.
And maybe even the most important factor. According to Hannah Dugan, it is.
And Hannah Dugan was willing to do this with a person who was charged with domestic violence.
And as I thought about it more,
she got away with it.
She totally got away. 100%. She got away scot-free. And what you've done is shown other judges, oh, look what we're capable of doing. Look what we have now precedent to do as well in our courts. Do they handle it just the way Hannah Dugan did? Probably not. But do they handle it in a roundabout way to do the exact same thing? You're damn right they
Probably
will.
so.
All you're doing is showing them. You're giving them the blueprint of how to break the law, and nothing happened.
That's why I believe that when you actually have repercussions for your actions, they can work as a deterrent. In this case, unless she ends up losing her position completely and she can no longer practice law or be a judge, or if she has to go work in the civilian sector, if she has to sell shoes at Foot Locker next week, maybe she might say, that was a terrible idea. But only if she's selling shoes at Foot Locker next week.
The judge says, Hannah Dugan has lived a life of public service, and is not a risk of reoffending. Well, not if she's on the, she's not on the in courts anymore. Yeah, I guess she can't reoffend that way. But it would not surprise me at all. At some point, if they don't expunge this from her record and she goes right back on the court, I would not be shocked at all.
And by the way, the judge who made the ruling here is also a Democrat appointee.
Of course he is. Of course he is. That's why you need to know who appointed and what the politics of the judge you're going in front of. We no longer have an actual judicial system. We have a politically active judicial system.
Well, what does the system do? Protects its own.
Itself. And this is an example of it.
It's a perfect example of an activist judge protecting an activist judge.
Violent criminal history, the person that was in front of her. Violent criminal history, including strangulation and domestic abuse. That's what he was sitting in front of her for. The victims, as I said when we started this, were sitting in the bench right in front. And they saw it all come down. Why was their rights not protected? Why were their rights not protected? Why, Hannah Dugan? Why?
Because the illegal takes precedence.
That's right. The politics of it all matters. You don't matter anymore in the United States judicial system. You don't. Because politics matter more than anything else. And 50% of our judges are Democrats. So you're going to get this same behavior out of all the judges because you just told them it was okay.
So I had to secretly watch on my phone Citizen Vigilante. You want to talk about taking these scenarios and pushing them to an extreme? It's basically corruption porn.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you watch it going, yeah, the system ain't helping me. This guy's fixing it.
Is this the movie that was banned in Germany?
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Trust me.
Oh, yeah.
I get why when you're trying to run a society where you're allowing illegals to run wild and do whatever they want to do and the system's protecting them.
I'm not encouraging citizen vigilante.
No, but I get why the art is now going that direction.
Art imitating life, life imitating art.
And by the way, one of the aspects of that film is judges protecting illegals or new immigrants, new migrants. And it's an extreme. I get it. But now that I've seen it, and then we get this Judge Hannah Dugan deal, I'm like, that's what the system does.
If you
politically protects itself.
If you ever hear a Democrat say no one is above the law, again, laugh in their face. Because Hannah Dugan is above the law.
Yes. And protected by the system.
And so is the illegal that didn't face the charges that he should have for strangulation and domestic violence. They're above the law. It just depends on what letter is beside your name as to whether you're above the law or not.
Oh, yeah, but I did watch it on my phone going, oh, I get why some countries didn't want this thing out here.
Yeah. Oof. Especially in Europe. Holy cow. And dude, we're not terribly far. We're usually about 10 years behind Europe, depending on what it is.
It's a giant illumination of, hey, this is what you've done to your continent, and this is how you need to fix it. And I'm like, oh, whoa, whoa.
All right. So if you need some extra cash, I would advise sticking with Xtra 106.3.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Xtra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Xtra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Xtra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
It's Toyota's Big One sales event at Marietta Toyota now through August 3rd. And if you commute every day, the 2026 Toyota Camry may be the one to see first. It's now all hybrid with up to 53 miles per gallon city, an easy way to cut fuel stops without giving up comfort. And with 50 Camrys in stock, Marietta Toyota has the selection to help you find the trim and color you actually want.
Every new Toyota includes our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty, limited time, and unlimited mileage for as long as you own it. And we've been voted Best of Cobb for 2026, Best New Car Dealership, and Best Service Center. For well-qualified buyers, special financing is available on the new 2026 Camry Hybrid, as low as 4.99% APR for 48 months through August 3rd. Visit us on Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota, since 1975. We've been here and will be here for you.
4.99% APR for 48 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers qualify. Offer ends 8/3/2026. See dealer for details. All prices exclude tax, tag, and title, and include $699 dock fee and $257 electronic tag fee. For the purpose of this commercial, we'll refer to erectile dysfunction as ED. This is the story of Ed. No one likes Ed. Ed can be a real problem, a real downer. Ed can come between you and your partner. And if you let Ed go unchecked, Ed'll continue to destroy your hanky-panky plans. Ed has taken over your life. On date night, all you can think about is Ed. When you roll over in bed for the morning smooch, there's Ed. And when you're cooking a romantic dinner for your wife, there's Ed in an apron. So how do you get rid of Ed? Kick him to the curb with Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They're Ed experts. They understand what causes Ed to be Ed, and they know how to get Ed going in the right direction. He'll learn to stand on his own with proven all-natural therapies that don't require surgery or downtime. So if you've had enough of Ed, take matters into your own hands. Call Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911. Learn more online at tbtofga.com.
Georgia is growing. That means more jobs and more economic opportunity. As we enhance the electric grid to power this growth, we're working to minimize disruptions in your community. Our crews always put safety first. Please watch for them working alongside the road and move over if you're driving. We will make every effort to choose the least disruptive route for new power lines while balancing community and environmental impact, costs, and reliability. Watch your mailbox for letters or postcards from Georgia Power. We're proud to be here for Georgia and here for you.
Sponsored by Georgia Power.
Bicycles, pool toys, sports equipment, all this stuff is moving in and out of your garage all summer long. Ugh, your poor door. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. With all this summer abuse, your garage door system has a lot that could need repair. Springs, cables, tracks, even the opener. All Four Seasons services all major brands 24/7. Our products are warranted. Our work is guaranteed. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, July 9th, and here are your headlines. Graham Plattner is out of Maine's Senate race. The Democratic nominee suspended his campaign yesterday after new sexual assault allegations and growing pressure from party leaders to step aside. Maine Democrats now have until later this month to choose a replacement candidate to take on the Republican Senator Susan Collins. The U.S. is intensifying its military response against Iran. CENTCOM says American forces struck about 90 additional Iranian military targets, including missile sites, air defenses, and naval assets after Iran attacked commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend. And finally, new numbers show Georgia's gas tax suspension came with a hefty price tag. State tax collections fell nearly 7% in June, a drop of more than $215 million. After Governor Brian Kemp paused the state's fuel tax to provide relief to drivers dealing with high gas prices. Coming up next, a chance to win some extra cash with Tug and Los. There's a small chance of storms in the afternoon with another day of sun in store and a high of 93 and a low of 73. Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. It is time. We've been telling you about it all morning. It is time to pad your pockets.
Tonsillitis.
Maybe you can use that. What was the other? Scurvy? Scurvy. But if it's not one of those, there was one that Kimmer gave out yesterday, and we'll take it. 404-741-1230, and we'll put $250 in your back pocket, $250 of extra cash in celebration of 250 years of America.
We finished off last segment by talking about Citizen Vigilante.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I get why it's been banned in several countries, especially those that have had a whole ton of immigration, illegal and legal otherwise. So I was just kind of curious in Rotten Tomatoes, which gave it a 6% from their 16 reviews on the tomato meter. Do you see what the audience is?
93. Isn't that the way it always works, though? It's not
that extreme.
Well, yeah, right. Well, But it usually is a relatively big swing when we've looked at it before. But yes, not
a political film that skews far too away from illegal immigration.
Yeah. 6
That's about as strong as it gets. 6% from the professionals, 93% from the audience.
Well, the professionals are fools most of the time anyway. You know, and I was reading about the new Odyssey movie, and the reason that they chose to make it as woke left crazy as it is just to be in consideration for an Oscar.
It's like we brought up. I said they want to win an Oscar.
Yeah.
It's shot in IMAX, which is expensive and painstaking. You can shoot, I believe, the numbers at 30 seconds at the longest because of what is required. Christopher Nolan, if he's going to do it this way, wants an Oscar out of it. And in order to be Oscar worthy, you can't just have a bunch of white-looking Greeks.
And the actual Greeks are pissed because there's no Greeks.
Because there's no Greeks.
And then they're really pissed because you made the biggest hero not a dude. This is insane. All of it's insane. So anyway, 404-741-1230 with that extra keyword for extra cash in celebration of 250 years of America. 404-741-1230. Good luck.
You know what? I still keep thinking to myself, I don't believe that Ellen Page / Elliot Page is actually going to be Achilles.
Well, what's it going to be? What do you mean?
I don't. The only reason I'm saying this is because you can go to the cast list, and she is not listed as that particular character. I think a lot of it was we'll see, but I believe it was a controversial tool.
Just to
create buzz.
Make people pay attention.
Yeah.
Maybe. Could be.
I'm just guessing.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. But when I look at that list of people that are in there, God.
Listen, John Berthal is in here. He's playing Menelaus. All right, if there's a bigger, legit badass in all of Hollywood right now, show him to me. Because John Berthal is a dude that his career was almost over because he was kicking legitimately too much ass.
Yeah.
He's like, I got to stop drinking. I got to stop hanging out in the bars.
The woman to his left, at least in this lineup, who I think is one of the most stunning women on the face of planet Earth, but she's equally as crazy as she is attractive.
Charlize Theron.
I mean, this woman's got, what is it, 3 kids now that all are trans? They're all I think it is. It's 2 or 3, whatever the number is. She's certifiably crazy. So because of that, I find her far less attractive. But if you just take, her in the picture, she's a stunning woman, but absolutely bonkers. I can't. For whatever reason, I would a million. You couldn't pay me enough to go see that.
Did you ever see Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes.
Okay, did you not think that John Berthal's character, when he's the common street dealer?
Yeah.
Like, say hey to your sister for me, tell her to come on over?
Yeah.
And how he actually, punches people. Okay. If you ever, not that you would, but if you ever want to go watch on, it used to be Netflix. I don't know where it's picked up now. Did you ever see The Punisher?
I didn't. No.
Did you ever know the comic, The Punisher?
I know what it is in the logo and the mask logo, whatever.
Most of the time, The Punisher's kind of cheesy. All the movies they've tried to make of The Punisher. No, John Berthal as The Punisher for the 2 seasons.
That's badass. Oh. So you said 2 seasons, so that's a TV show, Punisher. 2
seasons, what they did. And you will see him. He is reprising the character in the Spider-Man movie that you'll see this month.
The Punisher character in the new Spider-Man?
And it's him. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you got
just a little movie tip.
Got some reason to look. Oh, look what we have.
Who's our champion?
Look what we have here. Leanne Lipinski. Leanne is our big winner. Congratulations, Leanne.
Good for you.
Absolutely. Oven countertop ice machine. Oh, she's going to get her a pellet ice machine. That's why because you can get them for about $300.
Yeah.
I bet she's found one.
That's the way to do it.
Oh, nice. she's one of our extras on YouTube.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Good for her.
That's 2.
That's
had it was Tuesday. Had
perfect.
One as well.
Perfect.
So if you watch on the YouTube, I guess you just have a better chance to win.
It seems like it. Leanne, what's up? Cut your call out. I love the fact that she's going to get one of those ice makers. I love it, dude. That's freaking awesome.
That's my plan. I'm trying to finish a portion of the basement in time for football season so that I can get my next indication of true wealth. Tell you, living around people that share your values, that's wealth. True wealth, ice maker.
Yes, without a doubt.
Because the nicest house I've been in quite a while,
same.
They have that pellet ice maker on their bar in the basement, and it's awesome.
Dude, I would just sit and chew on it all day long. I'd be like a horse with some hay.
The only criticism I have of it is it melts a little quick.
That's the point, because it's soft. It's supposed to.
If I want ice, I want it to hold.
Right.
Well, it also depends on what you're drinking with it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Like if you're having a really nice bourbon, well, then you want
but you wouldn't use pellet ice for that.
No, not pellet ice for that.
Yeah, you'd never use pellet ice.
You
Works
need to
great
have
for sweet tea.
Yes,
Yeah.
you want something that it won't
Lemonade.
water it down, but it's still going to add a little bit. You know who's the best ice you could possibly get when it comes to a fast food chain?
Not Chick-fil-A, because they got the pellet ice.
Well, they are there, but the originators, Sonic,
yes.
Sonic went with the pellet ice long before. They were the originators of the pellet ice, and it was like, man, everything you got from Sonic, that was amazing.
That's top of the line. And there are some Zaxby's around town.
Zaxby's. That's the one I was going to say.
Yeah. 'Cause I know there's one, the one up the road from us has pellet ice too. Because occasionally I'll be like, hey, if my wife's coming home, like if it's on a Friday night, I'll be like, you run through those Zaxby's and get me a Dr. Pepper. Because I'm going to mix it with some rum with that pellet ice. This is going to be a good night. Come on.
Do you get a large?
Yes. What? Of course.
Couple shots.
That way you have the extra ice. God, love it, dude. This is the best. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I want to tell you something that I saw, and it was an article. In this article, they tried their best. They tried their best to slam Donald Trump. And this is an article written by someone who writes at the Washington Post. The left tries to slam Donald Trump by saying he's a poor person's version of a rich person. And the problem is they got it exactly right, but they didn't even realize it. And it wasn't a slam. He's brash. He's unapologetic. He doesn't try to pretend he's an elite. He doesn't do that. He just says it like it is. He's not afraid of the fact that he's got money. He doesn't run from it. His base, working class folks who respond to that over somebody who is an elite. I think this is great because they wrote an article that is correct, but unintentionally.
So this is what I would argue. If you're trying to put Donald Trump into one box from a personality standpoint, you're going to miss every time. Because, yes, the way Donald Trump talks appeals to the working class. And the way he was brought up as far as you're going to be at these building sites, you're going to be around this, is very working class oriented.
You're going to roll them sleeves up.
At the same time, nobody throws up gold and everything else like that and has the most luxurious stuff as Donald Trump, to the point where the hip hop community has been writing songs including Donald Trump to show off your wealth for the better part of basically 3 decades.
Yeah, that's right.
All right? It's like, so you can't tell me he's this while also, well, he's also this too. It's like, no. It's all of it. But the issue I would take with them is that's how you build a big tent. That the community that appreciates wealth and success and also having, for lack of a better term, FU money, you can talk however you want.
And
he does.
The flip of this, Los, is they're trying to recreate a Democrat in his image, essentially. Right? They're trying to create the rich person's version of a poor person. They're trying to do the exact opposite. And yet, what do they do every time when they try to make that creation? They get a Graham Plattner who is rich, but he's a working guy. That's what they present it to. And it doesn't work because it's not real.
Well, it just happens to be a sicko. When they tried Gavin Newsom, the issue was, and this is why you still have had this with the polling, Kamala Harris still continues to lead. She doubles up the number on Gavin Newsom. I think the latest I saw was 2 days ago. It was like 28-14. Gavin Newsom comes across as so phony that not even the Democrats will go along with it. And he has that family wealth, and he and his wife have enriched themselves. No one made more money, in my opinion, off the fires of California than he and his wife. They're like, the NGOs just keep sending us this cash. She runs one. Paid herself quite handsomely from it. So you have to find someone who is independently wealthy, but yet can speak commoner language.
Which is exactly what he is. He's the poor person's version of a rich man. That's the thing they got right. in this article. In the recreation, in the way of Plattner, in the way of Gavin Newsom, Tallarico's another. They try to tell you he's just a regular old dude. He's just a regular Christian man in Texas. He wears, blue jeans and cowboy hats and all that. And he's everything but what they say he is. Jasmine Crockett's another. They try to tell you what you used to say. She's from them streets.
She's from dem streets, even though she went to private schools and everything else.
To the point. It's exactly what they've tried to do. They tried to recreate what Donald Trump is, but go about it the exact opposite way.
See, here's the problem that they've created for themselves. And so much of this. Yeah, you know the term, you ever heard how we create our own demons?
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats have created their own demons because they have vilified wealth. They have turned it into something that the state should seize, and that anyone wealthy is evil, and that if you have success, it's built off of the fact that you screwed a lot of people to get it. So when there's a guy like J.B. Pritzker, who is wealthy, he can't tell you that. Gavin Newsom can't tell you he's wealthy. Most of these guys, Ro Khanna can't tell you he's wealthy.
He is. Bernie.
But yet, Donald Trump can be like, yeah, I made a lot of money, very wealthy. And we look at it as, cool.
Good.
All right,
God bless
good
America.
for you. Thank you. This is what I wanted. They have so built their own demon that they can't create another Donald Trump, at least from their version.
And yet they continue to try, and they continue to fail, and they will continue to fail.
Here's what they don't understand. You will never be able to reach the working man, the common man, until you get to the point where you're not vilifying success and wealth.
Well, they can't. They can't do anything but that. Dude, how am I going to take from them to give to you if I don't vilify the wealth that I'm taking?
Because for those people that I know out there who want to talk about, and first off, there's a man who's ultra-liberal out there. These days, he ain't much of a man.
Mm-hmm.
But when they are the ones who are first and foremost about, well, you should provide me with health care, I'd be saying, well, I kind of think that your lifestyle and maybe the way you've grown up and maybe the way you think about stuff is chicken ass. Because my family has taken the view of we have to provide this for our children. And we do so based on our work ethic, and the quality of jobs that we select. What's your problem? And so the fact that there are rich people in this world, I'm like, good. I'm glad you're rich. At no point did I look at Rick Jackson and think to myself when he sat in that chair, I'm angry at your success.
How could you?
I was like, good for you.
That's right. Dude's awesome. He came from nothing.
Right. You can recreate that on our side, the Donald Trump end. You can't do it on the left because you vilify wealth and success.
The one thing I can't turn off on TV. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, July 9th. The Atlanta Braves shut out the Pirates last night in Pittsburgh, taking game 2 of 3 in that series, 3-0. Grant Holmes threw 5 shutout innings before the bullpen took over. The rubber match goes down this afternoon. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound. He'll be opposed by Mitch Keller. First pitch is set for 12:35 this afternoon. You can hear the game's action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The quarterfinals of the World Cup begins this afternoon. France is going to match up with Morocco. That game will be from Foxborough, Massachusetts. Kickoff is set for 4 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. or listen to the podcast anywhere. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us. then need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
We've cooled off a couple degrees here in town, but the humidity is not going anywhere. They're famous in Georgia for just having the most humid summers ever, which I love. I've told you about it all the time. I know I'm a unicorn. I like it to be hot and humid. We've had a bunch of rain, a lot of excess moisture that can leave you with some problems at home, sticky and muggy, and then your air conditioner is doing all it can to keep up. That's why Central Heating and Air Conditioning recommends a whole house dehumidifier. It works with your AC to remove that excessive moisture throughout your home, improving your comfort, getting rid of those musty odors, and creates a healthier indoor environment. Chuck and his team got you set up with a qualified rebate that you can get $1,700 carrier rebate, 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. What you do is call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. That's 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Delivering carrier comfort for the world we share. That's how they partner with Carrier at Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
Of all the radio ads I've ever done, I only advertised one thing that I think saved my life. My CPAP machine, sleep apnea. And I found the best CPAP dealer out there ever, Roddy, at CPAPs, etc., in Alpharetta. CPAPsETC.com. Everything you need, all the supplies, shipped anywhere at a price that often beats insurance. CPAPsETC.com. Go take a peek now.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
Who just purchased a new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent, honest way to buy your next vehicle. Terry, tell us about your experience.
I have a son serving in the military. He's active duty with limited time to look for a car. My son was looking for a used Hyundai Veloster, and I had heard about the Honest Car Guy on the radio, decided that might be a route to go, and we made a phone call over the weekend. He screen shared the information with us. We looked over the vehicle, and he took the reins from there, and they were able to walk us through the process of buying the car. We're very clear and transparent, and next thing we knew, we had a car in the driveway.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
I knew it. I knew I was getting scammed. End quote. That's one of my listeners, Linda. She said this to her chapter Medicare advisor. On a single phone call, she learned that the Medicare broker had talked her out of a Medicare plan she should have never left and has cost her thousands more. Unfortunately, stories like hers are not unusual. In fact, the DOJ recently sued 3 major Medicare brokers for allegedly claiming to be unbiased while secretly steering seniors into plans with the biggest kickbacks. Fortunately, however, for Linda, Chapter helped her get back onto the right plan, restored all the benefits she had lost, and saved her thousands of dollars on dental care alone. And she's not the only one. Chapter's helped thousands of people in this audience understand their options and find Medicare coverage that actually fits their needs. When you call Chapter, you're going to speak with an unbiased and licensed advisor right here in the U.S. who compares every Medicare plan available to you. No pressure, no sales pitch, just honest guidance about whether you're on the right plan or not. Talk to Chapter today. Dial pound 250, say the keyword Chapter. Pound 250, Chapter.
Neil Bortz is live every day on Extra 106.3.
I read a headline in the digital Atlanta Journal-Constitution talking about MARTA and the World Cup crowds coming to Atlanta. This MARTA official was saying they have to manage the public perception of danger on MARTA. Have you ever heard that perception becomes reality? The World Cup ought to be interesting. Too bad we don't have Bill Campbell around to really screw it up.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3. Or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Get ready for the summer celebration with purpose, Governor's Gun Club, Christmas in July, Beach Bash, Law Enforcement Gala, benefiting Cobb County Public Safety Foundation. July 17th, Dueling Pianos by the Andrew Brothers, VIP Cocktail Hour, silent auction, and 5-star dinner at the Grand Banquet Hall. For tickets or to be a sponsor, visit ccpsf.org. That's ccpsf.org today. Should be a fun time. And we love supporting just all the area law enforcement, first responders, and those public safety foundations. We try to be involved with them, as many as we possibly can. Here on Extra 106.3, Tug and Los until 10. It started on Monday, and my wife walked through the living room Monday evening and just kind of rolled her eyes and kept walking. Because I was planted on the couch. It's the one time of year that I just kind of sit on the couch.
Greatest week of the year.
Kinda. It kind of feels that way, yeah.
May I point something out before you continue?
Yes.
So you got fooled into the counterfeit?
There's a counterfeit?
Yes. But it also speaks to your love because Shark Week starts July 26th.
Well, what have I been watching?
Nat Geo Shark Fest.
Oh, damn. They got me.
Because it's sharks. Tug is like, I'm in.
They got me, dude. I've been watching every night.
I didn't know you were a shark dude.
I love sharks. I'm so fascinated.
I've been watching every night.
I have.
Shark Fest and Tug is not.
It didn't even occur to me.
They must have changed the naming and the branding.
I didn't even notice. All I noticed was the big jaws coming down eating, people and whales and seals and whatever.
The cool thing about Shark Week is that Discovery will record and produce all new stuff that week. And so they'll show you like some of the things that they've had in the past, but every evening there's at least a documentary or two that are brand new, a brand new study. And so that's the fun part about Shark Week is that if you haven't ever seen the content, it's all new content in the evenings.
14th annual Shark Fest started on Monday. I had no idea. I just saw big jaws. I was so happy.
I'm sorry I had to slam on the brakes for you.
I'm glad you did. I had no idea. So that means that this is big enough that enough people are fascinated by sharks, like I am.
Sure.
That Nat Geo's like, we got to rob this.
We got to get a hold of we got to get a piece of this.
Good
I mean, it does a big number every single year.
I don't know why I'm so fascinated with sharks. I don't know why.
So, Bryce, this is where Tug told me something a day or two ago. And it's in Tug's nature. Tug has bungee corded off a bridge in Argentina. He's wants to jump out of planes.
I did that in Florida.
Sailed all the oceans and shot tomahawks at Al-Qaeda.
Come on.
He's done all this stuff, right? He told me that he wanted to get into one of the cages and do a dive to see sharks.
Can I go with you?
Yeah. Come on.
All right, so here's where I make my point. I said that I will never die in a hot air balloon accident because I will never get in a hot air balloon. I've said that I will never die in a bungee cord incident going off a bridge or otherwise because I'm not doing it. And at the same time, my very nature that's been built into my brain as far as being human and avoiding being eaten by an animal, beast, or otherwise, I will never have to worry about being eaten by a shark while being in a cage under the ocean because I'm not getting in a cage
and going under the ocean.
And
then watching great whites swim by.
I think that'd be so cool.
Dude, it'd be unbelievable. I just want to touch one.
I just want to be there to see Tug's reaction because I know he'd be like a little kid in the candy shop.
Dude, I just want to touch one of them. I don't know why. Just on the tail, not near the mouth.
Worst case, just punch in the nose.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Super sensitive. All the receptors are there. You just pop them in the nose. And the thing is, when they go to bite you anyway, they roll their eyes back in their head, and you can dart out of the way best you can.
Bob and weave.
That's right. Like, was it Piston Honda back in
the day?
Yeah, you would bob and weave. I don't know if that was him or not, but I remember somebody doing that. Dude, I'm so it's the only thing that stops me in my tracks that I will turn away and go and not watch the Braves is Shark Fest, apparently, and then Shark Week 2.
As a Navy man, I mean, aren't you all told like a bedtime story, like when you're getting in the bunk and you have your commanding officer tell you about the USS Indianapolis? that after dropping off Little Boy, the atomic bomb, secret mission, they were torpedoed. They were in the water for hours and hours and hours.
Yep.
And the sharks just kept eating them.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough news. And let me tell you, we've seen sharks. When I was in the Navy, we saw sharks. Saw giant manta rays. One time we did a general quarters drill. No, I'm sorry, man overboard drill. And we're stopped in the middle of the ocean wherever we were. I mean, no matter where you looked, it was just all ocean. And for whatever reason, just by happenstance, there was a giant shark that was dead, upside down. And nobody knew what it was. Initially, you just had that stench. So my man overboard station was up on the bow of the ship. And as soon as you walked up there, you're like, oh, God, what? And what's this horrible odor? And we all just kind of looked over the side, and there was a giant dead shark carcass just rocking and bumping into the boat and into the ship, in the USS South Carolina. Thing was giant. I mean, I had never seen anything that big in my whole life. I thought it was a whale at first. It was that big. And turns out it was, it was a shark, but still. We've seen manta rays. We've seen all kinds. We've seen whales. Dude, I'm fascinated by all that stuff. Do you like aquariums and stuff? Because I love
that I do like.
Yeah.
Because I'm not in a cage
with
an animal that is
do that at the aquarium though.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And there's a dude that I know named Mr. Berger. That he.
I wonder what he's going to turn out into.
Well, he's a retired guy, but is a scuba diver, whatever. And I think they pay him to clean the big tanks, and so he goes down there and cleans the tanks.
Does he have all of his appendages?
He does, yeah.
For now.
Yeah,
Mr. Berger, we'll see about that. Also, that story that I told you about that woman who, while hiking, she decided we're going to swim across this river. We're going to swim in it. And they were told there are alligators in there because it's wet. And, well, state of Florida recovered a 12 and 11 footer.
Yeah.
But which one of them took both her arms off?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And she bled out.
Yep. It was,
I will not be worried.
Yeah.
About entering into alligator-infested waters and losing both my arms because I ain't doing it.
That one I'm with you on.
We would down in Fripp Island, South Carolina. It's it's a place and it's kind of an animal sanctuary. Deer by the thousands, and if you stop your golf cart, they will surround you. It freaked my wife out a little bit because they're just expecting you to feed them because that's what everybody's done for so long. And they surrounded our golf cart, and she was like, just go, just push the gas. She was ready to get out of there. But also, alligators everywhere. People lose dogs occasionally because the gator was just, unfortunately. There was this one mama, she was about, I bet she was 8 feet, maybe 10. And she was laying next to the water trap at the house we had rented from a friend who has a house over there. And I mean, it was clear, she was right there in the fairway next to the water trap. Me and Jacob did get on a golf cart. We didn't get close enough for, to probably even sense us, but.
Get your selfie.
Yeah. Well, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. We just wanted to see her. I just wanted to see it. Has she slimmed back down? She had not. And there were, I bet there was 25 little bitty alligators in that water trap that were laying on anything and everything from the bank to in the middle. And they was, do that just a little chirping sound that they do. Dude, it was so cool. Dude, we love it. And every time we've been, which is, it's been a year since we've been there, but we used to, we would just go and count how many we could see.
I wish that there was a sanctuary where all there were feral cats and Tug would just take balls of yarn.
Dude, that's my mama's house now.
He'd be so happy. He'd be like, look at them play.
That's so fun.
Look at all these cats play. I'm surrounded by feral cats.
I love them. Don't let them scratch you. They'll give you some sort of disease. You'll have to get shots. It's terrible. And that's, look, Mama's house. She's probably got.
He would just YouTube it and just watch them all day long. Dude, look at the feral cats play.
Just happy. Just happy. Not having to worry about Democrats trying to ruin the country. I'm just paying attention to these feral cats playing with a big ball of yarn.
That's where we're going to know that Tug has officially lost it when all he does during the show, we're like, what's Tug doing? He's just watching feral cats on YouTube, jumping around.
Again.
Wait, so do you believe in the megalodon back to the sharks?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I got
it's got to be out there.
Well, I don't know if
it's out there, but we have. We have proof that it existed.
Yeah, that it existed. Yeah.
You don't think there's another one still out there somewhere?
Look, could be. I mean, there's parts of the ocean.
A lot of ocean.
Yeah, that we don't. I mean, some of those. That's the creepiest thing in the world. I think I brought this up the other day. Those fish with no eyes, those big, huge, big teeth, no eyes.
Well, most of the really weird stuff, though, are bottom dwellers and can get to crush depth and depth that none of us can get to. I have a hard time believing that a megalodon would be able to exist that low where the ancients are.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Where the aliens are,
or the aliens living down there. Would the aliens just ride on the back of the megalodon?
That's their car.
Prove their point.
That's right. That's their fun times. I love it. Oh well. So if you've fallen for it, like I have, Shark Fest continues. If you've not,
got him.
Shark Week starts on the 20th. You said 23rd, right?
July 26th through
26th.
I think it's August 1st or 2nd.
There you go.
Stephanie just reached out, Tug. You're in luck. There's a big cat sanctuary in Gulf Shores.
Let's go, dude. Go down there and just, watch cats play like I do cat videos. I'll be sitting on the couch at night just giggling to myself. Laura's like, "You watching cat videos again?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh, man, there's a Taming Feral Cats Part 1. I'll send this to you.
Oh, good. I don't want to tame them. I just watch them do funny things. That'll do it for us. Thank you for being here. Beck is up next. Don't forget this afternoon, another winning keyword for $250 in extra cash from Extra 106.3 for
Oh, my
listeners.
God.
I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
Need more than just headlines on your ride to work? It's the Morning Extra, live from 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Back to a trickle. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Just two now oil tankers are reported to have moved to the Strait of Hormuz today, one of them loaded with Iranian oil, as U.S. airstrikes resume in response to Iran attacking tankers in the Strait.
Iranian state media reported explosions in southern port cities, explosions in Bashir, home to that massive nuclear power plant complex. Iranian counterstrikes went into Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain. Kuwait says they shot down 3 ballistic missiles, a cruise missile, and 10 drones. For the first time now, Iran has fired into Jordan. The U.S. Embassy staff was ordered to shelter in place. Jordanians now say they've intercepted some 8 missiles that were fired into Jordan. No injuries from that. Now, this follows a night in which the U.S. fired on some 90 targets that were hit in Iran last night. That's an increase from 80 the night before. Airport runways, missile launchers were among the targets, and we know that a railroad bridge was hit.
Fox's Mike Tobin. President Trump's back at the White House after a 2-day NATO summit in Turkey. He flew there on the new Air Force One donated by the Qatari government. He left on one of the old ones.
He said the new aircraft was being sent to the UK to stop at military bases so the soldiers could see it before switching back to it in England, telling reporters they were, quote, on a dangerous plane due to the threat from Iran.
I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
But was there a specific
perhaps someday you want to change professions.
The New York Times reports that the Secret Service is said to have asked the president not to use the new jet, fueling questions about the retrofitting of safety measures on it. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A man accused of deliberately damaging the D.C. Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool pleads not guilty to a charge of felony property destruction. David Hearn's supporters there outside the courthouse is accused of causing more than $1,000 in damage by ripping newly installed blue sealant. He says all he did was touch a chunk that was already peeling. He's 67 years old, a canoe racer in 3 Summer Olympics. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250. Say micro and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Born on America's darkest day, September 11th, 2001, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, they have been helping American heroes ever since. Heroes like U.S. Army Sergeant William Bernard McKenna, exposed to burn pits. McKenna later died from T-cell lymphoma, leaving his wife, Dina, and 2 daughters. Tunnel to Towers honored Sergeant McKenna. They paid off the family's mortgage in honor of all of his sacrifice. Donate $11 a month. If you have a car to donate, if you have land to donate, go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org today.
A hearing resumes next hour to decide if there's enough evidence to try Charlie Kirk assassination suspect Tyler Robinson for murder in Utah. Prosecutors today will play video of investigators interviewing Robinson's ex-roommate and romantic partner. Oil prices are about the same as yesterday when there was a spike due to the resumption of strikes in Iran and President Trump saying he thinks a ceasefire is over. Jet fuel spiked too, and fares have already been staying high even after fuel prices went down.
Jet fuel prices are significantly down from their April peak, but they jumped 20 cents per gallon, or about 10% from Tuesday to Wednesday, and that's leading to concerns that airfare could remain high. U.S. airlines spent around $6.7 billion on jet fuel in May. That's about 84% more than May of last year. At the same time, airfare rose a lot, but not nearly as much as the increase in jet fuel costs. Airlines have been trying to offset the jet fuel costs in other ways, like cutting routes, retiring less fuel-efficient planes, and increasing checked bag fees.
Fox business correspondent Grady Trimble at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. It's down to 8 teams in the World Cup soccer tournament. It'll be 7 after today.
The quarterfinals begin today at 4 p.m. Eastern on Fox as France takes on Morocco. The 2018 champs looking to get back to the semis. Kylian Mbappe has 7 goals in this World Cup so far. Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, Spain faces Belgium. Belgium eliminated the United States, but will go toe-to-toe with a Spanish team that has not conceded a goal so far. Then a doubleheader on Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. England squares off with Norway. Erling Haaland has led Norway with 7 goals, but England's Harry Kane is right behind him with 6. And at 9 p.m. Eastern, Argentina faces Switzerland. Lionel Messi has 8 goals so far for the defending champions. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
On Wall Street, the Dow's up 62. The Nasdaq's up 172. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News.
of entertainment, enlightenment, and empowerment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Glenn Beck is on.
I got an email in, and one of the more disturbing emails I have received from anybody. They're a new Torch member, just joined last night, and I got this email this morning. And she said, Glenn, I've been a listener of yours for many, many years. I joined tonight because something my 14-year-old said to me. I want to explain I want to share this email with you, and then show you what's happening in the country and show you why it is so important we all stick together and work together towards one cause. I think this rest of this email will connect with most of us. And it's funny it came in because last night I made a decision myself in my own family to do something because I'm so worried about my kids who are college age. And I'll go into that coming up in just a minute. First, let me tell you about Super Sure. Almost every business owner eventually has that moment where something completely unexpected happens. And the first thought is, please tell me we're covered for this. It's not the kind of question you want to be asking in the middle of a crisis. The time to know you have the right insurance is before you ever need it. And that's why I like Super Sure. They help business owners find the coverage they need, but it doesn't stop there. They also make it easy to manage the coverage that you have as your business changes. They have an online dashboard, put your policy certificates, all the important documents right at your fingertips. If you ever have a question, you can figure it out quickly because they have AI that translates everything into English, out of legal speak. But also, you have somebody with you all the time that knows your business. You don't start from scratch every time you call in. You got a problem, you're dealing with the same person, okay? So they know you and you know them. Insurance should not be complicated. It should not be something that bogs your business down. Go to supersure.com/Beck and see the difference they will make. And they'll give you a free report on all your current policies, no obligation. Find out if you're overinsured or underinsured or somewhere in between. Go to supersure.com/Beck. One super agency, one powerful platform, and all of your policies in one place. Supersure.com/Beck. That's supersure.com/Beck.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
So page 6395 wrote in, she just joined Torch, became a member of Torch. She said, Glenn, I have been a listener of yours for many years. I joined tonight because of something my 14-year-old just said to me. She said, Mom, America is not a great country. Look at what they're doing to the immigrants. No one's illegal on stolen land. That's in quotes. We've always been a conservative household. I've discussed many of these things with her, and I'm not even sure where I've gone wrong. I want her to love America and to understand where we came from. I'm hoping to use some of your material to help with this. I don't even know where to start. If you have any advice where I should start, I would be most grateful. I would start with the American story. That's the first thing I would do, is start with the American story. That's a podcast. It's all commercial free. There's going to be 20 episodes here by the end of the month. They're hour long, and they are really well done, and they are captivating. I would start there. But there's many other things, and the great thing is Torch is a community. We were just talking about that a minute ago during the commercial break. The Torch is a community, and they'll help you because we're all working towards the same thing. And I will tell you that I made a decision last night. I'm taking 2 weeks of vacation, which I never do. I don't take 2 weeks of vacation. But I'm taking 2 weeks of vacation because my children, who are 19 and 20, or 19 and 21 now, are struggling. They're college age. One's in college, one's not. But they're both hearing the same thing. It's all coming from social media. And they're coming to me with questions. I spent a few days with them in Washington, and I could see the drift. And they're both fighting to understand, but they don't know it. In my household, they don't know it. And they have been with me, and they have seen things, and they have history. I mean, they've been in my vault. They've seen the documents. We were just at the National Archives, in the vault of the National Archives with my kids, looking at documents and explaining history to them. If my kids struggle with this, God help you. What is it like to be a parent in your house? It is overwhelming what's happening to them on social media. So I'm taking my kids to class for a couple of weeks, and I'll explain that, later in detail. But, and I just decided this last night because my wife and I were driving, and my wife said, I feel like we failed in so many ways. And I said, honey, I say that to you, and you always say to me, stop it. You didn't. We did the best we could.
And I said, I want to give you that advice. And she says, it's not helpful. And I said, I just want you to know that's kind of what I say to you when you say it to me. But it's true. Do the best you can. The Lord will make up for the difference. But you have to engage in different ways. I was in Washington, D.C., and I went to the Smithsonian. And I have to tell you, I am so glad that next year we are opening the American Journey Experience, because I went to the Smithsonian, and while they have billions, they have everything on the American story. The way they tell it is A, boring, and B, so skewed now. I don't even recognize my country. And this is better than it was under Biden. Okay, they've made a lot of changes. But I went into the Smithsonian, the American History Museum. It's not even worth going to. It really isn't. It's not worth going to, because I don't know any kid that's going to connect with it. And some of the things that they're showing are just, horrible. James Smithson is the guy. He was an English scientist. And he was the illegitimate son of a duke in England. He was locked out by the accident of his birth and from the titles and the inheritance in England. And he died in a rented room in 1829. He had never come to the United States, ever. He had no American friends. No one in America he knew or could name. No businesses here. There's no reason. And yet that guy is the guy who left us everything. There was this strange little clause at the end of his will that if his nephew died without children, his entire fortune would cross the ocean to a country he had never been to the United States of America, to found at Washington, under the name of the Smithsonian Institution, an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men. What made America different? Well, his nephew died young and childless. So 1838, an American ship comes home to America with 104,960 gold sovereigns in giant crates. A stranger's whole fortune handed to us when we're barely 50 years old. Here's the amazing thing. We almost threw it out. We almost didn't accept it. John Calhoun rose on the Senate floor and said, "This is beneath the dignity of the United States to accept charity from a foreigner." Others just wanted to sweep it into a general spending and forget the man's wishes entirely. It fell to one man, one of my favorite presidents, John Quincy Adams. Someday I'll do a quick podcast on John Quincy Adams, because he's one of the most important presidents we've ever had. One of the most important citizens we've ever had. This guy was amazing. Anyway, he's a former president. He's finishing out his life as a congressman. And he is fighting and fighting, and he fought for years to keep that gift from being squandered. To what nobler object could he, ask his colleagues than to take this donation and devote that donation to the spreading of the American secret. He won. And this is the only reason why the Smithsonian exists. A stranger who never saw America, but saw us from afar, believed in her enough to leave everything. And a statesman who believed that the stranger's faith was warranted because he could see the goodness of America as well. And he defended the pirates, if you will, in his own government. So last week, I'm at the Smithsonian, and I'm seeing some beautiful things, some really remarkable things. And then I also see some horrible things. And I had told the president, I was in the hall, the portrait hall or portrait museum. And there are parts of it that were beautiful and have all the portraits of, all the presidents and everything else, and some really great stuff. But then when I was there for his inauguration, I went there, and it was awful. It was awful. The things that they were highlighting made no sense, all tearing America down. Well, he took this seriously when he got into office, and the White House Domestic Policy Council has just put out a 162-page report on the crown jewel of that stranger's gift, the National Museum of American History. I was just there. Whatever you make of the messenger, I want you to listen to what is drawn from the museum's own materials. There is an exhibit on Benjamin Franklin. Now, Benjamin Franklin was adored the world over. They made plates that hung on the walls of homes in Paris with his face on it. They said he was like the Elon Musk, except more mysterious at the time. He was the lightning genius, okay? And when there's this article in, I think it's the the London Times, from in the 1700s, right about the time we're starting to break away, and he's coming to town to talk to the king, and they said, be careful, everybody in London should leave because he's been messing around with lightning, and we think that he's bottled it, and he's come up with a lightning gun, and he tends to burn down the entire city of London. Okay, the guy was a genius, and nobody understood him. He was a diplomat. He helped bind France to us to help win the revolution. The exhibit on Ben Franklin gives a fifth of the space on Ben Franklin to the enslaved. Now, he did own slaves. He did. But at his time, that was normal everywhere in the world. But he evolved and became a massive abolitionist in the end. He fought against slavery. He's, again, a very complicated guy at the time for us to look back because we don't understand this was normal at the time, okay? So as you're going through this, if you're going with a guide, you're seeing, and they focus a fifth of the time on slaves with him. Okay, all the other things he did, no, a fifth of it goes to slaves. Then they ask the question, and they just pull it, pull it out. Let me ask you, do you think Ben Franklin ever used enslaved people in his electric experiments? Wait, what? Now, they concede in the text, there's no evidence he did any of that. No evidence. There's no hint of that. All of a sudden, he's Dr. Frankenstein. Okay. It's not a fact. Of course not. I'm just asking questions. Have you ever heard that before? I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing is asking questions. Yeah. What is the purpose of your question again? This is a suggestion with nothing underneath it. And your children are walking through, and as they're walking to the water fountain, they're thinking, wow, did he do experiments with electricity on slaves? There's no truth to any of that. Okay? The museum guidance, drawn from a document a sister Smithsonian hung on its wall in 2020, that files hard work, nuclear family, individualism, and rational thinking under the heading of whiteness. Hard work, the family, the individual, and rational thought. Those are that's the engine underneath every person who ever climbed out of nothing. It's been reclassified as a racial trait, something that should be examined and unlearned. The material that the families drive across the country to see this. It's now full of sexual content, gender content, aimed squarely at your child. As you're packing your minivan to go to Washington, you don't expect to find that. I mean, I can get that on social media. I need that from my government. I have said before, a nation dies when it forgets who it is. Rome didn't fall in an afternoon because the barbarians at the gate. It rotted from the inside long before that, when it stopped remembering what had made it Rome. That's the usual lesson. People forget. But this is worse than forgetting. And let me explain how and why in 60 seconds. And strangely, I'll do it with history because it's a lot better than my opinion. Let me tell you about Patriot Mobile. There's an old principle I'm sure you've heard before. If you want to see what people really care about, don't just listen to what they say. Watch what they support. That applies to not just people, but it applies to companies too. I've been telling you about Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless phone company for a long time. They've built an entire business about supporting the values of faith and family and freedom. They don't talk about it. They spend hundreds and hundreds, thousands of man hours every year volunteering their time to do it, and they contribute millions of dollars every single year to organizations that are defending them on the front line. I believe when it's all said and done, Patriot Mobile is going to be a company that probably might even have a hall named after them for the American Journey Experience, our new history museum. They are engaged. Every time we have called them and said, hey, we need help. We need to do this. We need to rescue these people. We need to help with the museum. They're there every single time. It's an amazing company. Please do business with them. They are working on your side, and it's a great mobile service. It is. PatriotMobile.com/Beck, 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code Beck. Get a free month of service. PatriotMobile.com/Beck, 972-PATRIOT. Promo code Beck. Make the switch today. 10 seconds, station ID.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM.
You asked, we answered. Glenn's book, Chasing Embers, is now in audiobook format, and Torch Insiders get an exclusive sneak peek. Taunt your ears today at torch250.com.
Okay, I've told you before that a country loses itself when it forgets its story and forgets who it is. But this is worse because forgetting is passive. This is worse. This is not passive. This is active, and it's being funded by you and your tax dollars. Let me show you what happens. Let me go back to Moscow in 1953. Stalin had their secret police, and the secret police chief was arrested and shot. And at that moment, the great Soviet encyclopedia that was sitting on the shelves in homes all across the Soviet Union, it had carried many pages in the encyclopedia praising this guy. So what do? We got to erase him now. We just shot him. He was a bad guy. So the state publishing house mailed its subscribers an envelope, and inside were new pages and instructions. And honest to God, this is what they said. Take a razor blade, cut pages 21 through 24 out of your encyclopedia, and paste the new pages as its replacement. And just like that, this guy was gone. Millions of citizens sat in their own kitchen tables with their own hands and sliced a guy out of history. That's a state rewriting its memory in real time. And it's chilling because that was 1953. They don't need to do that. They can do that with a stroke on the keyboard, and all of it has gone overnight, and you have no idea it was edited. The Soviets edited to make themselves look better. They cut the villains out so the regime would shine. It was a lie, but a flattering one, self-glorifying. What we're funding now runs the other way. It's saying, take a razor blade to all the good things in your history and cut these pages out and put these things in. The edit doesn't remove the villains to leave us as heroes. It turns heroes into villains. It makes the founding a crime scene. The founders, the accused, the whole inheritance, something to apologize for, right there. It's a self-loathing lie. The Soviet citizen was compelled to do it. This is the big difference here. They were compelled to do it. A regime pressed the razor in its hand. Nobody's pressing anything into ours. We're doing this and paying for it. We're mailing in the check and we're doing it, not even thinking. This is what separates us and this from any private outfit with an axe to grind. The Smithsonian runs on $1.86 billion a year, and close to $1 billion of that comes straight out of the Treasury, out of your pocket. Smithson, his crates of gold, they were the sea. The tree grew on public money. This is not a fringe group you can scroll past. It is the flagship carrying the trust of a foreign stranger and the labor of 180 years, and you're paying for it. Teach your kids not to hold their own country in contempt. I'm going to give you more on this and what to do in just a minute. Stand by. First, let me tell you Relief Factor. If you're dealing with pain in your own life, you know that the thing that it loves best is to overstay its welcome. Whether it's mild or severe, it's here and it wants to stay. I've had horrible pain in my hands all of the time for, it was probably 2007 up until 2017, 2016. I was in so much pain. I told my wife, it was right around Thanksgiving, next year is going to be my last year. I have to retire. I can't work with this pain. I want to spend the time that I do have left with reasonable pain, because it kept getting worse, with my family, and I want to enjoy it. So I was going to retire. And my wife said at Christmas, she said, "Have you tried Relief Factor?" And I said, "No, it's all natural and it's, advertised by radio people. What does that mean?" She's like, "Are you kidding me?" And she said, "Take it." I wasn't endorsing. I wasn't taking their money for anything. She heard about it. I took it. I became a fan because it wiped my pain out in my hands. 1776. Try it for 3 weeks. Pain-free? Possibly. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4-RELIEF.
Chasing Embers audiobook is officially here. Every purchase brings a story to someone new. Get it now at glennbeck.com.
So we were talking about what's happening in the Smithsonian, and I started with this letter that I got from an insider who just joined us at Torch because her 14-year-old said, "Mom, America's not a great country. Look at what they're doing to immigrants. No one is illegal on stolen land." Our kids are buying into all of this stuff, and it is so dangerous. And there was a 162-page report out about what the Smithsonian is doing. In 2008, I started a personal project called the Clay Pots Project in my own head, in my own family, and it is based on what happened with the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have the can verify from an outside untouched source that's 2,000 years old, because a community knew that people were coming for those documents and they were going to destroy them. So they took all their scriptures, rolled the scrolls up and put them in clay pots, put them in the back of a cave, and they left them there, forgot about them for 2,000 years. In the 1930s or 40s, a kid, a shepherd boy, was throwing rocks at a cave, expected to hear the rock hit the back of the cave. Instead, he heard a crack of a pot. Went in. That's how we discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those things are so important because they verify as a separate source that these things happen. We are getting, and I said this in 2008, the people we are fighting against, should we lose, they will erase our history. They have all of these documents. I was just in the National Archives. They have all these documents, and they started under Biden putting disclaimers on the Declaration of Independence saying that it's a triggering document. That is the first thing that happens when you're getting ready to destroy them, okay? So I started preserving documents. David Barton is doing it. I'm doing it. And American Journey Experience, which is a subsidiary of Mercury One, started doing it. And we're all putting stuff together, and we're building a museum coming next year. We are putting our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We are putting our fortunes in these. Just this summer, I don't say this to be grandiose. I say this to show you the commitment level that I and my family have to this. And it is all going to be going to a museum. But just in this summer, because some really precious important American things have come up, I've invested over $250,000 in just like 5 pieces for the museum. And there were so many pieces. There was this unbelievable letter from George Washington to Thomas Paine that explains and corrects history. I just couldn't afford it. And there's all of this stuff coming up all the time, and it must be in private hands, because the institutions that have it now, they are corrupted, and they can hide it. They can bury it. You know, the National Archives said something really interesting. They said, we never lose anything, but we're constantly discovering stuff because they have billions of documents, literally 13 billion pieces in the collection. Nobody can keep up with all of that. So they're constantly going, oh my gosh, I just found this in the archives, blah, blah, blah. So these last 10 or 15, 20 years of my life, that's why I started the Torch. I am dedicating my life, my fortune, my sacred honor to preserve American history and to teach American history. And we're only at the beginning of this. So that's how your dollars go. If you join the Torch, some of those dollars go to me so I can take and buy American history, and I can put it on display and travel it. We have pieces that are in museums all over the country right now. We have it traveling to schools and to churches, another set of documents and pieces of American history. And we've only just begun. And next year, we're opening up a brick and mortar museum that hopefully will be very different than anything you've ever seen, because I'm going to tell the story of American history. And that's important. So when the insider last night, Paige 6395, wrote in and said, Glenn, I've been a listener of yours. My daughter, 14-year-old, just said we're not a great country. I joined the Torch, but I don't even know where to start. She said, I don't know where to start. If you have any advice as where I should start, I'd be most grateful. Yes. First thing you're doing is you're gaining access to a bunch of information, but please help us do this. Please help us by we monitor what people are watching and what is working and what's not. And if it's not being consumed, we try to find another way to tell that story, so it will be consumed. So by trying everything on the torch and letting us know what's working, what's not, what's connecting with your kids and what's not, helps us. One of the things that is really connecting with people is the American story. And it is it'll be by, in a couple of weeks, it'll be a 20-hour documentary, cut in hour pieces, all audio right now. It's produced, these things, 1 hour takes us a total of man hours of about 70 man hours to do 1 hour. And they are produced unlike anything you've ever heard before. And it's a compelling way to learn history. I would recommend you start there. And the New York Times came out last night with a response to this 167-page memo that says, we have a problem with the Smithsonian. And they come out with this deal and they say, no, we've talked to all of these history experts. And all of these history experts say that's not right. We're telling American story. Oh, so you got the experts, like the experts that told us the Hunter Biden laptop, like the experts that told us that it was Russia that was behind Donald Trump, like the experts that told us to mask up and to take the 6th booster shot. Really? But this works on people. And people don't know why. Why don't you listen to yourself? Why do you listen to experts? Why do you trust the expert on raising kids, in many cases, more than you trust your mom? This is new, by the way. It's never been like this. There is a series on the torch called Control Freaks, and it explains how this happened and how well thought out and how coordinated it was in the 20th century to get you to disconnect with yourself and the people in your own family that had the answers, because they wanted and needed to shape the American people to do certain things. And so they needed to introduce experts. And when you hear how crazy they were and the crazy things they did, you will see, no, I'm sorry. There are experts that are required, but I'm not letting experts run my life. So that's called Control Freaks, and that is available now. Michaela, who is one of my staff members, she wrote this great series, and we just did book 1, and it was a New York Times bestseller. And we have had so many requests over the last couple of years. I just haven't had the time to do it, or quite honestly, the money to do it the way I wanted to do it, an audiobook that is an adventure that takes and is vivid in its storytelling. There is a new study out that, by the way, that is available for audiobooks, wherever you get your audiobook. It's called Chasing Embers. It's out today. Please go get it. But there is a story out now. There's a article out in the Atlantic called The Death of Reading. We are literally losing the ability to read anything longer than an Instagram post. What was the thing that was punishable by death if you did for a slave? During the slave trade, what was the one thing you could not do? Teach them to read. Because being able to read is the key to freedom, okay? The number of Americans who read keeps going down. Less than half of all adults in America read a book in 2022. Just one book, less than half. Every year that your child gets older, the likelihood that he or she is going to read goes down. 30% of adults can't read multiple pages and paraphrase it or tell you what it means. 30% can't tell you what they've just read means. There's a staff member at Harvard who said that asking students to read is like arbitrarily withholding information from students by forcing them to get it through its more difficult medium. Go home and read this. He's saying that is like withholding information because they don't do it. So here's what we're looking at if we don't start to read. We're going back to the time when the elite read for us and told us what it was all about. And then I guess a government agency or AI can tell us what the Declaration says or the Constitution, and they can paraphrase it and post it on X. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? This is what William Tyndale, this is why he was burned at the stake. By the way, you don't know who William Tyndale is? Read or listen to Chasing Embers, because we've put him in there. Chasing Embers is this dystopian story about the future. It's written for young adults. It's really great. And it buries certain things. They're trying to piece history together and remember it. And so there are pieces there that we hope your kids will learn and go, wow, I didn't even know anything about that. Who is this person? William Tyndale is one of them. He fought to get the Bible to be in English so the average person could read it and decide for himself. Because if you go to the church and if the church is corrupt and they're the only ones that can read it, they can say, yeah, no, God said he's really pissed at you and you need to pay me some more money. You need to do exactly this or you'll burn in the fires of hell. He knew this was wrong. He risked his life and died printing the Bible, pages of the Bible in English so people could read it for themselves. Revolutionary idea back then. Absolutely revolutionary. He gave his life for it. Today, there's a Bible in every nightstand at every one-star hotel. Access is no longer the problem. The Bible is on your phone. The books are there. We just don't read them. We find no value in the books. That's why we're forgetting our own story. And that is the heart of most of our problems today. But the answer isn't to chain kids to books and force them to read. That'll just backfire. They'll hate it. Our kids have to fall in love with good stories again. You know, so they can compete with the influencer giving them constant dopamine hits on YouTube shorts. It's a really hard task, but there is a gateway, and we're trying to do it with our podcasts that are storytelling podcasts to tell us our stories, all available with your Torch membership, okay? And today, our audiobook, Chasing Embers. We still listen to long content, and we still take it in if it grips us. And if it grips us, we'll actually pick up the book. You know, I read when I was 18, the first book I read for my own pleasure was Sherlock Holmes, The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. I must have read The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes between 18 and 25, maybe 5 times, because I didn't think there could ever be a book as good as that one. Boy, was I wrong. But it took one story to get me there. Maybe Chasing Embers will be that story. We release it today as an audiobook, as a gateway to this and every story that helps us remember who we are. Listen to your kids. Listen with your kids. Your kids are struggling right now. You most likely are struggling. It's amazing to me. I was telling stories in Washington, D.C., and I would be in one of these museums, and people would start to gather around me, listening to me telling stories, and I could see it on the faces. I would say something that I thought was really, that everybody knew, you know. Well, you know, Ben Franklin, he was the guy, and people would look at me and go, like, I could just see, they had no idea who Ben Franklin really was. That can't last. It cannot last. The audiobook is officially here. Every purchase helps bring that up to the top of the charts so a whole new audience can see it. It's important that it charts so it gets bigger exposure and people start to see it and they discover it. So please buy the audiobook wherever you get your book. Please listen to it and share it with your family, especially the youth. We think that they will like it. If they don't, please tell us so we can continue to shape these stories. But the answer to that insider that just joined is, where do I start? You've already started. You've already started. You recognized the problem and you decided, I can't ignore it. I have to do something. And you're joining the Torch and having access to, first, the American story is really your first big step. I want to give you one other step that has nothing to do with me, something I discovered recently that I think you're going to like. People ask me all the time, how do I know, how can I find what's true and what's not? There's a new service out that I think is really, really good. It's free. And I want to tell you about it next. Hang on just a second. By the way, glennbeck.com/chasing embers or wherever you get your audiobooks. Okay, let me tell you about My Patriot Supply. The person who laughs off emergencies when everything is good is always the first one to panic when they go bad. And they're always the person also who goes, I know where I'm going. I'm coming to your house. No, you're not. No, you're not. They also have guns. And those people lose their mind, and they're storming the nearest grocery store along with all the other panicky, unprepared people, hoping against hope the shelves won't be bare when he finally gets there. Whatever. Don't be that person. Don't be that person. You don't have to be. My Patriot Supply. Be the cool-headed one. The one who's ready pretty much for anything so you can help other people who are panicking at the time. It's not about living in fear. It's about being prepared and having that peace of mind. Right now, My Patriot Supply is celebrating America's 250th anniversary with one of the best deals they've ever offered. $250 off their best-selling emergency food supply. Available now. PrepareWithGlenn.com. Even at full price, it's the best decision you can make for your family. With a $250 discount, it's a no-brainer. Go to PrepareWithGlenn.com. PrepareWithGlenn.com.
Glenn Beck.
It's Glenn Beck, and Kimmer takes your afternoon drive off the rails. Weekdays from 3 to 6, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
I want to tell you about a new news site or search site in a way that I just started using. I just discovered it, and it is really good. And it's in its beginning stages. It's called freespoke.com. Freespoke.com. It's not a commercial for them. They will give you look up a story, and it will give you the stories from the right, the left, and neutral. And it's so important that you read across, because where there's truth, where there's the same facts in all three stories, you know that's true. Okay? The rest of it, you'll have to decide on your own. But where the facts coincide on all three, it's freespoke.com.
Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices continues next with me, Buck Sexton, and my co-host Clay Travis, only on Extra 106.3 FM.
When you sign your company's insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. We'll see you again a year later. Time for renewal. What do you say we play golf? Your business runs all year, and the gaps and the risk run all year too. That's why I'm introducing Super Sure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. Super Sure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Super Sure, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates a current policy into plain English so you can see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is actually worth so you know what you actually need to protect. So go to supersure.com/Beck right now. One super agency, one powerful platform. All your policies in one place. That's supersure.com/Beck.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/records for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/records to save.
Show the proof. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, is asking a judge to make public evidence presented at this week's hearing to determine whether Tyler Robinson will be tried for her husband's murder. She says she and Charlie's parents in the courtroom are prevented from seeing everything. And that hearing's resuming now, and the court will hear on tape from Robinson's former roommate and romantic partner, Lance Twiggs.
The prosecution plans to play a pre-recorded law enforcement interview with Twiggs, offered in place of Twiggs appearing in person at this preliminary hearing. Yesterday in court, the defense asked for large chunks of the Twiggs interview to be redacted, and Judge Graff agreed. The defense argues if all of the Twiggs video is played, it will impact Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Fox's Matt Finn in Provo, Utah. With airstrikes resuming in Iran, Iran's military is back to launching attacks at neighbors hosting U.S. troops, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Jordan.
Hostile aircraft have entered Jordanian airspace. The Jordanians say they shot down some 8 missiles. U.S. Embassy staff there was ordered to shelter in place. No injuries. The U.S. hit multiple targets, including bridges on rail lines that the U.S. says were used by Iran to transport weapons. U.S. Central Command says some 90 different targets were taken out in Iran last night. 80 were hit the night before. Now, Iranian state media reported explosions in southern port cities. Explosions in Bashir, home to that massive nuclear power plant complex. The U.S. says the targets were on the coast. The power plant was not hit.
Fox's Mike Tobin. Home sales are down. They're more expensive than ever.
The National Association of Realtors says existing home sales declined last month, down 2.4%. Home prices rose to a record, and mortgage rates were higher. The U.S. median sales price rose in June to $440,600.
Fox's Jenny Casola. Palm Beach International Airport in Florida becomes Donald J. Trump International Airport today, with the FAA transitioning the identifier code from PBI to DJT. America's listening to Fox News.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250. Say micro and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Born on America's darkest day, September 11th, 01, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, they have helped American heroes ever since. Heroes like United States Navy Chief Shannon Kent. Kent was killed in a suicide bombing, leaving behind her husband, Joseph, their 2 kids. Tunnel to Towers honored her sacrifice and paid off the family mortgage, giving them security forever. Donate $11 a month. Maybe you have a car to donate, land to donate. Please go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Democrats in Maine wait to find out who their new Senate candidate is.
Shortly after Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner's campaign suspension, several potential candidates expressed an interest in the race, including a former congressional staffer, former gubernatorial candidate, and the director of the Maine CDC. Plattner's announcement came after intense party pressure when rape allegations against him surfaced. Following an emergency Wednesday night meeting, state Democratic Party leaders said they voted to hold a special 600-person nominating convention to fill the vacancy. Maine law dictates a July 27th deadline to replace Plattner on the ballot. The Maine Senate race is closely watched as the Democratic candidate will face incumbent Republican Senator Susan Collins. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
There's only one candidate to be the next British Prime Minister. Andy Burnham's the only person nominated to replace Keir Starmer as leader of the ruling Labour Party and the nation. Starmer's resigning under pressure from members of his party. Burnham, the former Manchester mayor, is expected to take over in about a week and a half. A manhunt after 2 murders in Washington state is over.
A person of interest on the run after a double homicide in Washington state is dead. Shot and killed in Seaside, Oregon by police who've not yet released what led to the police shooting, which remains under investigation. 24-year-old Hayes McLeod, who police believe to be armed and dangerous, was suspected of being linked to 2 murders early Wednesday. The first, a 35-year-old man inside a home in Puyallup, Washington. The second victim, found a short while later in Tacoma, he had multiple gunshot wounds and was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators don't have a motive, but say the murders appeared targeted and involve members of the same family. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Announced that the U.S. soccer star Christian Pulisic fractured his right leg during the team's World Cup loss to Belgium. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched into orbit for the 36th time this morning. The record is 39 by the Space Shuttle Discovery. I'm Chris Foster. This is Fox News.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Glenn Beck is on.
In this new world that's being run by Topos Inc., the United States of America only exists as a fading memory. And it is very faded. No one really remembers what it was. On the path to utopia, the pillars of culture and religion and art and history and science were decimated. The past is dead. Forget about that. There's a whole new world ahead of us, and we're going to create it. 16-year-old Ember remembers the day her parents were taken by Topos 7 years ago. Her only possession that she has from them is a leather notebook containing the history of the world. But she doesn't understand what it is. It's contraband that could send her to, well, a nice euphemism would be sleep camp. She's selected as this young girl to serve on Topos' task force to reduce underage extremism because all these extremists are starting to ask too many questions. And she has a one chance to start a new life, but it may cost her everything, and she doesn't understand it yet. This is a dystopian story that I wrote in my head, probably 20 years ago after reading Karl Marx. And I thought, when will our history, when will our great thinkers become something that teenagers want to read? And I realized in the dystopian future, when that's all banned and you're not allowed to read it. I mean, that's what happened in the Soviet Union. You could not read, and those books were sought after, the ones that were banned. So I told this story to Michaela, who is, she was new on my staff at the time. She had worked for me for about a year. And I said, hey, I want to tell you a story, because she is a born storyteller. And she took this story and she has now divided it into, I think, a 6-book series. Book 1 came out a couple of years ago, and it was a New York Times bestseller. But we never did a audiobook. And before we get into book number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we thought it should come out as an audiobook. And it is released today. It's called Chasing Embers, wherever you get your audiobook. I just told you a story about how there's a new study out that shows that 30% of people can read and they have no idea what they even read. Our students are not reading. They can't read a page and tell you what it means. We've got to start reading, and the best way to do it is with a great story, and that gateway into books is audiobooks. Chasing Embers is out today. We'll talk about it here in just a second and talk to Michaela about it. First, let me tell you about, and I'm also going to get to Plattner, because Jonathan Turley had some really interesting things to say about Plattner, what that's really all about. We'll get into that a little later. Rapid radios. I'm old enough to remember when you could hand somebody a device, and they'd push a button and it would just do the thing it was supposed to do. Then everybody got an app and a password and a software update and a pairing process. And sometimes, oh my gosh, it's like a 10-minute tutorial that you need. And I was like, The reason I like rapid radios, it never asked me for a password. There's no complicated setup. There's no programming. You take it out of the box, you turn them on, you press the button, and you talk. So whether it's keeping in touch with your family, coordinating a job site, traveling with friends, we use them for family. We use them on the ranch for ranch work. And my security uses them as well. Best technology isn't the stuff that does the most. It's the stuff that gets out of your way and lets you do your life. For a limited time, rapidradios.com/bundle. You can buy their exclusive Buy More, Save More event. Buy 2 walkie-talkies, Rapid Radios, and you get 1 completely free. If you need more for your crew, you buy 6 and you get 3 bonus radios. Everything has 365 days of service, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Equip your crew today. Rapidradios.com/bundle. Rapidradios.com/bundle.
This was it. They were going to kill me too now.
New York Times bestseller.
I had to do something. I had to fight.
So Coco didn't win, huh?
She did not.
Yeah, she seemed to not have
The check
her.
did. Get it? Check. So I went down to the. So that's why I've been trying to get you guys on because I've seen you guys around. I do at the home shows as well.
Okay.
But it was interesting because I was down at the builder show and I started looking into all the lifts and they said that you guys were Savaria lift.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Because we come in, we've never done the work.
There you go. Have you ever used one of these? Have you ever been on a podcast before?
I have, but it's been a long
Gotcha.
time
So you
ago.
can do this
I'm not
just so you can be comfortable, but you kind of want to be about that
about
far
right
away?
here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for setting me up here.
No, you're good. There we go. Perfect.
Good. So now, what's your why Savaria lift? How did you know about that?
Okay.
Perfect.
So,
just like that.
That's one. So we never worked with anybody who put the lift in. We worked for the homeowners who did it, and then we were also there because we were around. So I heard about that lift. I'm like, okay. And then we did another one, and I don't remember the name of it, for a gal who has MS, and the parents living with the parents and all that stuff. So we had to do the opening, but it wasn't for the lift people. It was because the customer said, "You guys are doing the remod down here anyway, so you just keep going."
Oh, awesome.
So I've seen them in action.
Yeah. That's great. Ooh, we need to talk offline a little bit.
100%. I'd love to.
Because we're always looking for good resources. So,
Well, so this, like I said, it's fun. We'll kick it around a little bit. So this goes out on Saturday morning. Okay, it's going to go out. I don't know which Saturday yet. Then it goes on our website, the Extra 1063 website, and then it's also a podcast called the All Four Seasons Home Show. So we try not to make too many references to the weather or the date because it'll be in perpetuity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you say it's a great day and it's raining on Saturday, it's
okay.
Right. Yeah, we are going to say it's a
Doesn't
great
look
day
live.
though, because every day's a great day when I'm here with you, Dan. And then, I think you've got somebody here filming. That's the people. What you're doing, when people have done that, that's when they get the biggest lift off the show.
Okay.
By you putting out the short clips, doing the social, doing all that, then people get more aware of you. This signal is relatively small. The reach is very targeted towards people who are conservative because this is the conservative talk radio show now.
Okay.
Perfect.
Right? This station, people who listen to it have abandoned 95.5 and WSB because these guys are more conservative.
So how did you know that we were conservative?
Brazelton.
What's that?
They live in Brazelton. He goes, "How did you know we were conservative?" I'm like,
No, but
I went on the left.
yeah, you can get on the app, and people do that. I mean, really,
conservatives spend money.
Sure.
We love that. All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right, I'll just get the thumbs up. All right. Good morning and welcome to the All Four Seasons Home Show, where we come to you every Saturday morning trying to help you make smart decisions about your number one financial asset. That's right. That's your house. And if that's not your number one financial asset, I'll bet it's your number one emotional asset. That's where we raise our families. That's where we go put our heads down every night. And that's where we want to protect all things out there. And that's why we try to help you make great decisions and have great contractors come in here and talk to you and give you more information around the house. I am Chris Lalamier, your favorite handyman with the trusted toolbox. And I'm alongside our sponsor, Dan Watkins of the All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. Good morning, Dan. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing great. It is always fun to get in here and chop it up with you and talk about things that I'm just passionate about, and that's houses. Somebody just asked me the other day when I was getting ready and I was talking about the radio show, they said, "Why do you do it?" I said, "I just love coming in because we've talked about this every time we get together. We always learn something from people who come in, and today's going to be no exception."
Yeah, we do. We know a little about a lot, you know?
We know a little about a lot. We are thin but wide.
That's right.
And I'm wide in more areas than I need to be. But we'll keep going with that. So today we've got a great group coming in because I've been trying to get them on the show because I've seen them. I've seen the work that they've done. They don't know that, but I've seen it behind the scenes. But this is what all people don't want to talk about, but it has to happen because we want to stay in our homes. And we're going to get some great information today. Today we have Bill Orr and Gerald Orr from 101 Mobility, who's going to help you figure out how to stay in your home longer and what things happen as we try to age in place and stay in homes, or if something's happened, how can we make sure we stay in our home? I think this is a great topic because a lot of people don't think about it until it's too late.
That's right.
Bill, Gerald, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's talk a little bit about how did you get into this business?
We really got in this business because of our personal situation years ago. Our parents were aging, and we needed solutions so they could stay in their home. And we found that there weren't a lot of things available. My father-in-law actually installed his own stair lift that he needed in his house. And so we looked at that as an emerging trend, and we got involved in the aging side of the marketplace. And this was a way we could help people, and we help people every day.
So you saw the need. You saw that there was obviously a need for this service because more and more people are staying in their homes longer. What are some of the statistics about that? Because I've heard some wild ones out there.
As far as staying in the homes, I would say, post-COVID, a much larger number of customers or people who want to stay in their home than they used to. They didn't want to go to a place where they might catch COVID, they might catch something else. So during that, it really made people explore the possibilities of staying in their own home. I think also with that, we've got really good statistics that show that people are happier, that they don't want to move into assisted living. And if we can provide the equipment to help them stay in there and stay happier, they're going to live longer. And that's why we do it.
I think you bring up a great one. I've talked about this before. When COVID hit, I can't tell you how many emergency ramps we had to put in people's houses because they wanted to get mom and dad out of the assisted living because they were afraid they were going to get COVID. Yeah. And I don't think people realize it until it's too late. It's like a traumatic event, and now I have to do something about it.
Right.
So as you've gotten into this business, let's talk a little bit about what you guys actually provide. So when somebody calls you, and what are they looking to ask you? What are those questions?
Well, there's two types of customers. Some customers plan, and some customers call us and say that someone's in the hospital, and they're coming out of the hospital, and they want to keep them in their home. The planners are thinking about getting older, and they're thinking about the challenges they might have. And so the simplest thing that we get involved in is a stair lift. Everybody's seen those. You've seen them on TV. It's a simple solution to go up and down the stairs. But we also have graduated all the way through incline lifts, vertical platform lifts, ceiling lifts. So we can, and elevators, we can transport people around their home depending upon their home situation. The latest trend is the shaftless elevator, where if you don't have an elevator shaft, we can install an elevator simply by putting a hole in the floor and some sort of support structures on two sides of it.
Pretty interesting, Dan.
Yeah, no, the elevator thing, I was wondering how popular that is. Nowadays, I hear more and more about the elevators and, what kind of cost. I know it's different with everything, but I mean, just if people are listening and they thinking, well, that's way too expensive for me. What is that type of investment usually when they're trying to convert something or get an elevator put in?
Well, there's so many options available now. Like we've had products that have been created even since we've owned this business because of the aging population and the need for ways to get upstairs, that we've seen new products developed for that. So there's this whole category now called home lifts, which is the shaftless elevator that Bill's referring to. And it used to be that we would sell 3 of those a year, and now we sell, 50, 60 of them a year, in addition to regular residential elevators. But it's something that allows you to have access to every level of your home, and it can be a minor construction project versus a major construction project when you're building a shaft for your home. So that's become hugely popular, and sometimes it's the better solution. And price-wise, that you said, so it can be as I would say budget $30,000 to do something like that to start with, but you can spend a lot more depending on how elaborate you want and how far you want to go and how you want things to look. We have customers that'll spend $100,000 and even more depending on some of the options that are out there. But I'd say on average, we're looking at somewhere between $35,000 to $45,000, and you can get access to all levels with a home lift like that.
Yeah, that's probably a little less than I thought, starting from scratch. I know that I'm building a house right now, and I actually have thought about this, and I didn't put the elevator in, but I left a spot for it.
Oh, good. That's the best thing you can do.
So somebody using it as a closet right now. But
somebody thinks he's a little younger than he is, and maybe Dan needs to take a little advice from the people that are in the room with him. Everybody needs to be listening to this. But I'm glad that you put the space in your house because that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I also think it's great for resale too. I mean, like putting in an elevator shaft in your home becomes a major construction when you have to go find space that lines up, and you're taking square footage from another room. That's a hard decision for people to make. I mean, we listen to that. They're like, oh, but I love that cabinet there. I don't want to move it. Or this is my music room. I don't want to change this. But you've got to change something. You have to give up something if you're doing it within your footprint. You can always go outside your footprint too, if that's a possibility. But if you can plan from the beginning, that's the smartest thing you can do.
Well, and truthfully, the thought, someday I may need it, but my parents are getting older, and you don't know when, one or both of them may need this or be living with me. So, just thinking ahead on some of this stuff,
right.
And I don't know how many people are doing that, and obviously when you buy a house and it's not there, but when you're building, I think it's a good idea, and I wonder how many people are thinking about it when they're building.
Yeah, I know. I wish more people did because we get those calls all the time. And then there's a lot of big, beautiful homes in Atlanta, and it can be a big project to put one in. But with some of the tools that are available now, it's very doable. That's what we do all the time, and we have very experienced consultants that come into the home, and they may call us out there because there may be a life change. Very often it's something like a stroke or something like that, and then they've got a problem, and they may have called us out there because they think they need a stair lift. Well, we just went through this with one family. They live in a 3-story home here in Atlanta. It's paid for. They love their home. Her husband had a stroke. They really wanted to figure out how to stay in the house. We get there, we're looking at doing stair lifts, and we're like, there might be another option for you. Let's consider one of these home lifts. And then he had access to all 3 levels of his home. He didn't have to get on the stair lift and make a transfer to another stair lift to get to the next level. He simply rides into his elevator and goes up to each level. So he had access to his music room, he had access to the main level, and access to his bedroom upstairs. So what could have been a very devastating change of life for him, we were able to allow him to stay home and have the freedom to use his home like he has in the past, and everybody's happy. And he loved his neighborhood, loved his neighbors. They did not want to leave, and we've been able to provide that for them.
Yeah, I think that's great, and I'm sure there's a lot of other smaller little things that you're going to talk about as well that can be done around the house that for everybody to help.
Yeah, simple things like threshold ramps. I mean, just making it a little easier to get in and out of doorways. When you have a mobility issue, an inch becomes a mountain to some people, and it can cause a trip or another fall, and that's what you want to avoid. So there's so many little things that you can do, and we're all trained to look for that when we come into a home. We're looking for ways, how can we maybe put a grab bar here or there that would make it easier for you to enter or exit a room? What can we do to make things a little bit safer in the bathroom? But where our real expertise lies is in the lift systems that we provide. In the state of Georgia, they require that for you to install anything, even a simple stair lift, you have to be a licensed elevator mechanic. And we're registered with the state. We're thoroughly insured, and all of our employees work for us. We don't contract out to anybody, and they're licensed elevator mechanics. So you're going to get the job done right when we come in to do one of your lift systems.
So let's talk about, we talked about new, we talked about remodel and retrofits. I want to talk about percentage of people who are planning versus percentage of people who call you because of a traumatic event.
Well, I'm going to give you a statistic that's my gut statistic. It's 90% I have an emergency situation, and it's 10% I'm planning.
Yep. I think that's a big point. And Dan actually ran right into the point that I find, being a certified aging in place specialist, as I am, when I talk to people, we're usually talking about doing this for my mom and dad, not doing this for me, because I'm not going to be the one. It's going to be mom and dad. Do you find that people is that a way you have to approach people to go, look, if you're planning, let's plan for mom and dad?
Yes. That is part of the conversation for sure. But what's been eye-opening to me, being in this business for a number of years now, is it's so much more than just mom and dad. We work with families who maybe their child has CP. And so now we've got to transport them throughout the house. And as they get older and larger, that becomes an issue. So you got to plan for that. We have people that are in a car accident and their adult son has had to move back home with them because he needs a lot of assistance now. And now we got to find a way to get him in and out of the home. So it's been shocking to me. I've heard the statistics of I think it's 7 out of 20 have a mobility issue. And it's more than just aging. It's really for so many reasons.
That's amazing that you guys are doing that. So we're coming up on the break. We've got just another minute. How big and how is your service area? How far can you guys service around Georgia?
Well, our service areas, we cover the entire state of Georgia except the very southernmost part of Georgia. So we go to Savannah. We handle everything around Atlanta and North Georgia down to Macon. And we support the Veterans Administration, the hospitals here. And then we go all the way up into Knoxville, Tennessee, and the Tri-Cities area. So we go up to Chattanooga. We have Chattanooga, we have Knoxville, and we go all the way up to Johnson City. And occasionally we get asked to go into Kentucky. So we'll do that too if we can do it.
Look at that. They'll even go to Kentucky, Dan. They'll have everything.
Sounds like a man like me. I just can't turn down any business.
That's right. Sounds like somebody we might know at the table. Yeah. Guys, you're listening to Bill and Carol Orr from 101 Mobility here on the Extra 106.3 All Four Seasons Home Show. We'll be back right after these messages where we're going to get more and more into what we can do to stay in our house and stay safe.
Yeah, it does sound like me.
I know.
We call it just.
Okay, I have to say, I had to look twice when you said Kentucky.
Yeah.
We have done projects in Kentucky. We did.
There was nowhere to serve it, and the people didn't have anybody to serve them.
We have skirted the state lines, like a little bit in South Carolina, a little bit in Alabama.
Yeah, that sounds like me. We're in Tennessee too, and pop in at Alabama, whether it happens to be a job, or North Carolina or South Carolina. We've done it all.
You just have to think about service when you do stuff like that, though. Coming back to do service.
I know. You're right. It's usually new doors when we do it. It's like, okay, you're going to have to find somebody else here if something breaks down.
Your question was interesting about 70%, 30%. She answered 70% or 90%, something like that. You said about that don't plan. That's the biggest challenge we have, and that's the biggest challenge I think aging adults have, because if you're gone to the hospital, you've already started a process of deterioration, potentially calcium depletion, other things, and you're much better spending the money not on a hospital bill, but on a stair lift or an elevator.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I'm going to tell my story when we get back, and I'll leave it in eventually.
Save it for the show.
Saving it for the show, Brent, when you're ready.
Sometimes people talk about it and then they don't want to talk about it again because they feel like they already talked about it.
After being late, he's in a hurry. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Welcome back to the All Four Seasons Home Show. I am Chris Lalamia, your favorite handyman with the trusted toolbox, and we are bringing you the best and brightest and people who can help you with your home. And I'm alongside our host, Dan Watkins of the All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. And today we're interviewing and talking with Bill and Carol Orr of 101 Mobility. A very interesting topic that a lot of us don't like to talk about, but we're going to dive into it, and that's how do we stay in our homes longer? And as we came into the break, we were talking about the things you can do, but you brought up one thing in the first part that I want to bring up with everybody. They have to be licensed to do what they do. And we talk about, do we bring in experts into our home? You know, I happen to have a general contractor's license, but guess what? I can't put an elevator in. And somebody had asked us to do that. And I said, that's actually something we can't do because you have to have a special license. And I think that's very interesting. Talk a little bit about when that happened or how did you guys go about getting it? Because I know that's a really special license.
Well, each of our installers are elevator mechanics, state of Georgia certified. We grow them now. At first, we went out looking for an elevator mechanic, and we took them from other elevator companies, if you will. But now we actually have our own program internally, so we develop them. An elevator mechanic knows to understand the load situation, what's going on, what are the trip hazards, all the electronics. I mean, the electronics on an elevator now are as complicated as anything else. And I know I used to work on them, but I don't now because they're just too difficult. So it's really nice that we have people who understand all of the electronics and the boards, and they've all been trained how to look at them if there's any kind of a problem and resolve it.
Well, and for me, like there is a testing process that the state requires for licensings, and there's different levels of licensing. So we have them that range from the lowest level, which allow us to do stair lifts in their home, to the highest level. It allows us to do commercial projects and do commercial BPLs. But for me personally, it was very important to me that they work with us for us. I want to be able to provide consistency in the service that we provide people, and we want to be able to control some of that. So that's why we do it all in-house. So if we come out to install your project, you're likely going to have the same person come out and will also be your service person. I mean, so that we can provide continuity.
That's interesting that they make sure they keep it in-house. They make sure that they control the quality. And Dan, you know, we've talked about this a lot, is that we got to have our employees underneath what we do and how we do it. And that's important to us because that's how we deliver quality. And I think that's another great point that these guys bring up.
Yeah, well, finding an expert, right? And I can't imagine there's a whole lot of you guys out here that are doing this. This seems to me very targeted and specialized. And I think the last thing you want to do is just try to give anybody come in here and do this kind of work.
Well, I think you're right that there aren't a lot of people who do it the right way. You know, we bring in people who evaluate the home, offer options to our customers. Sometimes people will call us and say, I need a certain piece of equipment, and we may walk in and say, well, that piece of equipment is not right. It's also more expensive. And we can actually solve this because we look at the whole home and we assess the home with the customer and come up with the different options. And then we'll show them what those options are and the affordability of each one.
And we're always working on training. You know, we bring in our manufacturers that we work with all the time and have them come in and do special training with our team and just continuing to build our skill sets. And even when we bring on a new product, one of our manufacturers is having a model change. So we just recently had our whole team in and we did a workshop on what's new, what's different, how are we going to do this better so that it's seamless when we get to the customer.
And you know, Dan, that's a big passion point for me is training your team to make sure that they're doing it. We just had training again at the Trusted Toolbox because you just don't know what you're going to run into, especially as handymen. But in this case, what we're talking about is a lot of safety, a lot of making sure you know how to do things that a lot of people don't. I mean, you brought this up already, is that I'm surprised you guys were able to find people and grow people like this because that seems like such a specialty to do the work you do. Now I want to get into this. You mentioned you go out there and you do an assessment. You guys have mentioned it a couple times. Take me through that. I'm at the house, and I've got a house. I call you guys. What are you guys going to come? I say, I'll say, you know, I need something for my dad. Okay, so we'll admit that. What do you guys come in and help us do? Because do they have an idea what they want? Tell me how that process.
Yes, sometimes they do. I mean, sometimes it's as simple as I know I've got to get mom up the stairs and I need a stair lift, and it's that simple. We go in, we understand what the staircase is, and you know we plan a stair lift, and that can be fairly simple, but it can also be very complicated. That's why we have our team, and everybody on our team has been doing this for years. I don't think we have so many that are at the 10-year mark. You know, they've been working and they've seen a lot of different situations. So sometimes we get creative with solutions, or it may be a whole nother product that we're thinking about. Just like I mentioned earlier with the family that had the 3-story house and they thought they needed a stair lift, we ended up doing an elevator. And for almost about the same cost as putting 3 different stair lifts in. So our team takes it as a consultative approach and listening to the customer and finding out what they are trying to do. And then we ask a lot of questions. You know, is this the only problem that you have? What about getting in and out of the house? What about getting in and out of the car? What's happening in the bathroom? So we start asking questions so that we can help them think through everything that they may need with whatever the situation is that they're dealing with. And then sometimes it's as simple as what they called us for, but then sometimes it could be a completely different solution that we'll introduce. We don't try to make it more complicated. We actually are trying to simplify it. Because 90% of our customers are usually in a crisis type situation, we're trying to make it so hard to make the experience a pleasure. Like, let us take this one worry off your back and working with us, making it easy for them. Come up with a good solution, install it quickly, be there for anything else that they need. So that's one thing that they can take off their plate if they're dealing with a situation. And so often we get feedback from customers, especially in stair lifts, where mom has said, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. But mom doesn't come down the steps very often anymore and stops engaging with the family. And that's so important that you stay engaged as you age. That's very good for your brain to make sure that you're socially active. And so when you take away the fear of going up and down the steps, all of a sudden she's coming up and down. She's joining your family for dinner. She becomes more engaged. And we get that feedback all the time. So there's so many other benefits. If you're thinking about it, do it, because it can just provide more freedom.
Well, it's interesting you would say that. I talk about that. I was just thinking as you were saying that about one of our customers who is an ALS patient, and that person couldn't engage with his family, and they were trying to spend time with the kids. He didn't want to go eat. He could eat, but it was really about he wanted to tuck his kids into bed on the third floor of his house.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, because they moved him to the dining room. He could no longer go up the steps, so he was living in the dining room.
Right. So we took him from having to live in the dining room. He could actually go up the stairs and he could see his kids and interact with his family.
Yeah.
Very, very important, I think.
I don't think there's a price tag on that, but we often do put a price tag on how much that's worth to have that social interaction and that independent feeling, especially when you're staring at ALS and having worked with people who have had that as well. That's got to be incredibly rewarding.
Yeah, it is.
It is for everybody that's involved in the process. That's what's, I think, so much fun about what we do, is that usually when we leave a customer's home, we know we've left them in a better situation. And that's what keeps everybody going. I think that's why we've had the retention of employees for so long, is because it's more than just a job. You're helping people every day.
You know, the other thing I've heard in general, what can cause dementia, too, is that isolation. So you could take something that, maybe it's a mobility thing, and then we got a whole nother problem just because you're so isolated. So
it's a snowball effect.
Yeah. So I'm sure you are seeing some of that, or hopefully preventing some of that, too. But isolation is not good for anybody.
Well, and so many of us are living in what they call the sandwich generation now. I know I'm living that right now. I have a daughter living with me, and my parents, are aging. They're in their 80s, and so we're working through a lot of those issues. And there's a lot to it. So.
I'm doing the same thing. My parents are good right now, but they're in their 80s, and I still got an 11 and 12-year-old.
Yeah. That's right. That's the sandwich generation.
It's really interesting to me when we say, we change lives. We help people. We have a long mission statement. It starts out, we help people, and then there's a bunch of semicolons in it. But it's really boiled down to we help people. That's what our job is. That's what that's why people stay with us, and why people get their certifications, because that's what we do every day. Is we help people stay and live their life, stay in their home. And I think we are passionate about that. And how we do that is with equipment and installing it correctly. When someone calls us, they get the benefit of 13 years of training, 13 years of product demoing, and 13 years of real life experiences. What breaks, what works, what doesn't work, which one drops oil on your carpet, so to speak. Not that happens very often, but we know those products that do that, and so we will help people come up with the best solution. That's truly what we're trying to do.
We always talk about, Chris, how you can move a wall just because your house is a certain way. You don't have to leave it that way, right? We can move walls. We can do all kinds of things. And I think there's probably a lot of people that maybe think an elevator might be good, but we can't do that in this house. How can we do that? And I think you guys are here telling people it can be done just about anywhere, right?
Just about anywhere.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's a great point where I've been with people who said that they decided they didn't want to go forward. I was actually going to refer these guys to them, but she's like, well, we can't do that. And I said, well, you got a closet here and a closet there. I don't know, it seems like it might work there. And she said, well, how much are we looking at? And I said, I don't know. You'll have to talk to them. So she decided not to do it, but I tried to talk him into it because, again, it sounds like it was going to be a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And you already said it starts somewhere between 30 and 100,000, somewhere in there. There's your range, right? And I remember we were doing some work for a guy, and he had put the lift in. And I said, why did you put this in? He said, well, Chris, if I move to assisted living, I'm going to spend probably $8,000 to $10,000 a month there. He goes, I'd rather spend $60,000, have this done, and then at least I get to stay in my own home. And that really hit me, is that he said, I'm thinking through this, and this will probably save me money down the road. How about that?
That's very true. That's very true. When you look at the cost of what it costs to live in assisted living, and that might be the right choice for some people, but it's a possibility that just by making your home more accessible can buy you some time and allow you to stay there for much longer, and that will save you money over time and be maybe more what you're. Okay, this is where I'm just blabbing, so this is when we need to cut this part out.
Brenda, get it.
Where do we want to pick it up?
Lost my train of thought there. Sorry about that.
Well, I was gonna, and I got a couple good points to this too.
Okay.
That I want to just add on to.
You got it. All right, we'll just pick it up. Why don't you just go? Oh, that brings up a good point.
Okay.
All right,
that brings up a good point. A couple things I was talking about. I have somebody that I know, and they've got their wife is just not doing that well, and he's really having to do a lot of things to help her. But he's 80 years old too, and so it's not just the person with the mobility problem, right? It's the spouse.
Caregiver, yes.
They can hurt themselves, trying to help out. They're putting a lot of stress on them. And this particular person, I'm thinking about, they've got the money to do